7.5 The Fanatic, WP and HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, BZ Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. How many times can you play on a short week? Friday's a short week. Saturday, I know it's only one day, but it's a short week. Does it matter? I don't know.
No, it really doesn't. It's the prime time.
Yeah, that's operating under the assumption that the NFL cares about the safety.
They don't. Yeah. They don't. The Chiefs have gotten screwed the last couple of years and had it.
Right.
So I don't think that's a problem.
Because that's right. Already you have two scheduled short weeks. We don't know about the bye weeks just yet, but right now
the first week does not count as a short week.
Correct. I'm saying the Friday and the Saturday games.
And so there's a chance too that now the Eagles could have like one of the short weeks. I'm trying to think of what short week there. Could their bye week buttress up on a short week? Nah, I don't think that. So I mean, we're look. It's all a crapshoot now. But it's crazy that we know 4 of the games already.
Is it a shot they go on the road on Christmas somewhere?
Yes,
because they're already giving up 2 Sundays at home, as in that Thursday and that Friday. So that's not a normal Sunday. I can't imagine the Eagles are.
Yeah, but the assumption is they got the Commanders game and they can take the quick train ride or bus ride back, and now you're prepared.
I would be surprised if they put the Super Bowl champions on the road the Saturday before
like
Christmas.
Buffalo, snowy Christmas game, not that far. Like, is that a possibility?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they would do that. Could they do that? Sure, they could. Absolutely, they could. But and Buffalo, if Buffalo played at home on the 21st, then they could do that to Buffalo. They could have them where they don't. If they played at home on the 21st and then home at Christmas, they could do that. Look, it's not a hard drive. Again, if you're an Eagles fan, by the way, I did the drive. We were in Canada from our house. We passed through Buffalo in 6 hours.
Right.
From Chester County this summer. So it's not a bad drive to Buffalo. If any Eagles fans thinking about going to Buffalo, it's not a bad drive. So think about it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's amazing. So far, 4 games announced for the Eagles, and they're on national television for all of them.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday.
Like, it's unbelievable. Like
that's wild.
The Eagles,
and they're going to get another Monday night game.
Oh yeah, and everybody's putting
out a Sunday night game. They're going to get a Sunday night game, but that'll be a Sunday. They're going to play They're going to probably play at least one Sunday game, if not 2.
Yeah, and that's not counting the 4:25, Fox,
right,
or the 4:05 CBS game with Nance. Right, like they're going to have.
Hello, friends.
And here's the thing: a lot of people are tweeting out the Eagles are the new America's team, but honestly, like look at it. Look at this. They're already 1/5. You want to say 1/4? However you want to say, because I know they play 17 games. So let's go with 1/4. 1/4 of the schedule is already nationally televised games, and it's the games that the networks want to announce.
Sure.
Think about that for a second. They didn't have to announce these games. These are the ones that the networks want to announce.
And tomorrow's Netflix. So tomorrow's
everything.
Tomorrow's two Netflix Christmas games get announced tomorrow morning.
Right, and we know the prime game.
The prime
on Christmas
game is already
night.
Chargers,
Chiefs, Broncos.
Oh, it's Chiefs, Broncos.
Yeah.
So Chiefs have to play 3rd consecutive Christmas. Are they playing at home?
I believe they are.
That is home
because they played at Pittsburgh last year at 1:00 on Christmas. That sucks. I mean, that's terrible that they made them play Christmas Day on the road as the Super Bowl champs. I mean, that's just that should never be. The Super Bowl champs should never have to play on the road on Christmas. There should be some benefit of being Super Bowl champs.
By the way, do you know that Chiefs Chargers open up in Brazil?
What?
Friday, September 5th. It's in Brazil.
So they're playing in Brazil to open the season, and then Christmas again?
The Chiefs, yeah.
Wait a minute. They're giving them 2 games like that?
No, it's Chiefs Broncos on Christmas.
Okay, Chiefs Broncos is Christmas. Chiefs Chargers opens up the season
in Brazil.
On the day after
on the 5th, the day after the Eagles.
Why are they going back to Brazil?
I don't know.
What is this?
They had to do it right with no green teams this year.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, remember all that?
Did they get
the hysteria over that?
Did they get the gangs to call a ceasefire this year? I mean, what is going on?
All right, what do we got on the text line about anything today? Obviously, we've been reacting to the NFL draft or NBA draft lottery. Sixers get the 3rd overall pick. We'll talk about that more with Daryl Morey. He's going to be joining the show coming up at 9:30. Jeff McClain will be joining us in 20 minutes for his Tuesday hit. So 8:25, Jeff McClain. And Amy Fadul's in with us for the 9 o'clock hour. So still a lot to come and a lot to get into because this has been a very busy day.
It has been.
Because yesterday was a busy day in Philadelphia between the Phillies and the NBA draft lottery with the Sixers. And, of course, the NFL schedule release leaks, or maybe not necessarily leaks
not
because
leaks. No,
the
they're
networks
allowed
are
to
announcing
leak.
them.
Yeah,
Right,
they're allowed
exactly. What do we got so far on the text line?
We got Big Saxy checking in Doylestown. His name's Ty, it says, in an old text. This time he's going by Big Saxy. Hard to admit it, but I agree with John. Last night was the number 1 pick or bust.
I love that.
The number 3 pick doesn't move the needle for me at all. We're in for another season of disappointment.
I mean, the number 3 pick, the reason it doesn't do anything for me is because I believe Daryl will come on with you later on in the show, you and Amy.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he's going to come on and he's going to say he's committed to this plan of the good health fairies are going to, put the magic wand on Joel Embiid's knee, which we're not even allowed to be told what happened to the knee, what was wrong with the knee, and he's going to be okay. And we're all going to believe that the Pixies have healed Joel Embiid's knee. And I refuse to live in that world. I'm not going to live in the world of, oh, okay, I'm buying it. Yeah, just feed me more. Give me another bowl. Let me just eat it up. I'm not buying it because I've been fed that bowl too often. Just can't. But if you tell me about getting a great piece, I believe Daryl Morey can get us a really good piece because I've seen him do some fine work in the draft.
Absolutely. The draft has actually gone pretty well for
I've
Morey.
seen him do some fine work in the draft, and I want to believe.
Right.
But if I hear this plan of, well, I believe that this is really going to work, all I can hear is the Golden Girls theme in my head. And I just am not really buying it.
Daryl Morey joins the show coming up at 9:30. But coming up next, we have today's headlines with Brendan Gunn. And then again, don't forget Jeff McClain at 8:25 to talk some Eagles. And, of course, more about the Eagles' schedule that we know of so far. No
boy.
Sundays. The Eagles don't play
yet.
The Eagles don't play on Sunday anymore. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
There's no way that you're going to get me to buy into this Embiid Paul George thing. I can't do it.
Talking about the 76ers.
I'm no longer in on Embiid George as a duo that they're going to be healthy or willing to play. I just don't see it. I'm sorry. That ship has sailed for me, man. I've seen enough now where guys aren't getting healthier as they get older or have more of a desire to when they get older.
Salciunas show is accessible. Did you know you can watch the show on YouTube right now?
You can listen to the show anywhere via 975thefanatic.com.
If you missed a show, then listen to the on-demand podcast or watch on YouTube.
And of course, we are live weekday mornings 6 to 10 on 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:11 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. A tweet from Kevin Cooney. That is great for you Delco people.
Why is that?
He has a road trip planned already.
What's that?
And it can be the Delco trip.
What's happened?
Notre Dame hosts Navy.
You even said it like a Delco person.
Notre Dame.
Notre
Dame.
Notre Dame.
It's Notre Dame.
They host Navy on November the 8th, South Bend, Indiana, and then you make the drive from there to Green Bay. And you
For
see
Monday.
the Eagles and Packers Monday night.
You get the dub.
You stop in Genoa City and you stay in Genoa City on Sunday. That'll be fun.
That's actually a pretty cool road trip if you can do that, if you have the time and obviously the finances to do that. That's an awesome road trip.
Oh, that would be like Delco heaven. You could pretend you actually went to college there.
You see the Irish and the Birds.
You could actually pretend you
In a
went to
span of
college
3
there.
days.
Great trip right there.
Right?
It is actually a great trip. And
So everything on your pickup truck is actually, it would be there.
And South Bend is an
It's awesome.
experience. And imagine South Bend and Lambeau. Like, imagine that being your 3 days.
Tailgate with Mayor Pete. You could go see, Mayor Pete tailgate.
I had so much fun when I drove out.
It
there.
is so.
One of the coolest experiences.
It's an experience. I was not there for the Temple one,
yeah.
but it's awesome. It's an awesome experience. Just walking around there is great.
See, knowing our man Vince from Philly Sports Trips,
Yes.
would not be surprised if he does do the combo.
Now, also too,
He did one. What was Boston College?
to remember, too. Vince also too though has a very busy fall for himself, as Vince is going to be a dad again. Did you know that?
No,
And Vince is going to be a boy dad
I did not know this. When did
Yes.
this happen?
just the other day. I'm breaking news to you.
Yes,
Yes. They have a third coming,
I had no idea.
and a boy
Oh, that's awesome.
is coming. How about that one for you?
I had no idea.
So now there's a boy in the household because he's got 3 women running his life.
Hell yeah, man.
But now
beautiful.
he's gonna-
They're all beautiful.
now
by
he's
the way.
gonna have
such
a boy.
beautiful family. That's
Well,
awesome. Well,
well.
congratulations, dude. I had no idea.
I don't know
to
what
reach out
kind
to
of
him
game
later.
Vince had in his day, but he had some game
It must be
because he did.
Must
They are
be.
beautiful. That's a beautiful family.
beautiful
But
family.
now he's got a little bambino on
How
the way.
about that? I love that.
How about this?
All right, time now for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with the one and only Brendan Gunn.
What do we got?
Yes, well, first off, we got the sponsor, the one and only Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name. Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. And earlier in the show, we brought up Mike Tirico. And Mike Tirico is going to have another duty on his hands next year when the NBA returns to NBC.
He said duty. All right, go on.
You guys
say
are children. You guys scare each other.
There you go.
You guys can't say duty without it being a quip.
Go on.
Taking the Delco duty on your car.
There you go.
We got so Mike Tirico is going to be heading the NBA
Am I the
coverage
more mature one in this show?
No.
for NBA on NBC next year, but he's going to be joined by none other than the second best player of all time, Michael Jordan. Jordan won all 6 of his NBA
The
titles.
second best?
Yes, LeBron's the
Please,
best.
stop.
No, we're not doing that debate. But
Yes.
Jordan won all 6 of his titles on NBC. What do you think of him as an NBA TV guy? Because I've never seen him really talk.
I think it was Stephen A. Smith who said this, and I think it's a great response.
What did he have to say? Because I've seen Michael interviewed before.
Are we getting the Michael Jordan that you talk to off air or the Michael Jordan you talk to on air?
That's what I want to know.
Because the off air Michael Jordan is a lot more entertaining than the on air.
If you get Michael Jordan talking like I have been at 2 events where Michael Jordan was talking to high-end advertisers like type of thing where
Yeah.
it was like a cocktail party and it was him on stage folding chairs.
Right.
Shaquille was part of it. Michael Jordan had the room rolling and was very candid and everything. Michael Jordan could sit on the set of NBA on TNT and entertain you. And I've seen Michael Jordan interviewed on television, and I fell asleep.
Right.
So I understand then what Stephen A. Smith's talking about. Good job, Brick.
What if we're looking at it all wrong, though? What if he's just the betting specialist they bring in to give?
That's what a lot of
they could do.
A lot of people are saying Michael Jordan's parlays are going to be wild.
Well, they could. I mean, and look, he could be associated with, put him associated with the sports book. Have him on there.
Well, isn't he already?
He's an owner, or is he not an owner anymore?
Was it DraftKings? He was a big part of
Is he not an owner
because
anymore?
remember he was the part owner of the Hornets, and he was also a big part of the betting community.
Is he not an owner? Well, he's always been a big part of the betting community. That's why he was retired for a year, and then came back from his retirement.
I'm back.
It's so funny how he retired.
We're going up to the Pennsylvania Turnpike, or across state to the western side of PA. Pennsyltucky, as a lot of people like to call it around here.
Yes.
A country club started getting a rumor for a newest member yesterday on Twitter. And we've dealt with a rumor like this, kind of LeBron seeing his son at Malvern Prep, Episcopal, wherever it was.
That never happened.
Well, there's a red-hot rumor going around on Twitter yesterday. Aaron Rodgers had allegedly joined the Nevillewood Country Club.
That's a nice place.
Spreading all over the place out in Pittsburgh. People thought he was going to sign with the Steelers. So much so that the local reporter out there from KDKA, Rich Walsh, had to go and ask the president of that country club, and they had to get word that it's not actually true.
Wait a minute. That's a nice track. I guarantee you that if he became the Steelers quarterback, he just says anytime he wants to play,
I'll play.
He'd be welcomed in. The gates. He'd be beyond the gates. He'd be walking in there.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers, didn't he just get married?
What?
Yeah.
To himself?
Wait a minute. Did he get married?
I saw something randomly pop up that he recently got married, and that's why it may be delaying the decision.
That'd be quite shocking if he did. That'd be really shocking.
It's terrible.
That would be headline news.
I don't know. I saw something on social media.
That would be real. That would be breaking news.
I could be wrong.
That would be really odd. That'd be breaking news.
I'll try to confirm that for you guys, whether or not he actually got married.
There's no way Aaron Rodgers is married.
Did he
He's
get
the
married?
most self-indulgent player
Did he get married
ever.
in a cave?
It
Seriously?
would be all over the place.
In the cave of existence? Seriously. You did, I mean, my gosh. Tunis is always a little behind.
TMZ was reporting that he may be married, and now they have a recent photo where he doesn't have a ring on his hand, so they think maybe he's not married.
How about that he's just a dope? How about that he's
Smoking dope?
How about that he is the absolutely?
Here you go.
Too much of the magic mushrooms.
At the Kentucky Derby festivities, he had a ring on his ring finger.
Oh yeah,
and people speculated that he was married.
Right. Sure. I guess the Chief Wakahama gave it to him when he was smoking the pizza pipe with him. When they were like eating the magic mushrooms so they could get great awareness of the beyond.
He has great awareness,
He's
man.
a dope. My gosh. The Steelers don't do it. Do it.
Is Aaron Rodgers sober when he makes his decision? Yes or no?
No.
He's
not sober any day of the week.
He's been sober since Favre's been on the
God's
Packers.
sakes. And by the way, Favre's never sober.
Coming up next.
At least Aaron Rodgers is keeping his pictures to himself.
At least Aaron Rodgers isn't stealing from poor people.
children.
My God.
What is it about that town that does that to people?
And Jordan Love's next, man.
My gosh.
Jeff McClain joins the show. Coming up next, Talk Eagles. And, of course, the schedule here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers keep the pick. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. Last night, the NBA lottery took place and the ping pong balls bounced in the right direction for the 76ers. The Sixers ended up walking away with the third pick. With that third pick, a lot of people are connecting him to Ace Bailey, a wing out of Rutgers. Well, Keith Pompey of The Inquirer joined the afternoon show yesterday and said that fit with Bailey and the Sixers, it may not be the perfect match.
I think Ace Bailey could be a guy who could get lost with the Sixers. And what I mean by that is, Ace Bailey is the type of guy who needs to go to a situation and basically play and be a major part of what they're trying to do.
We'll see what they end up doing with that pick when the draft rolls around next month. The Phillies dropped the first game of their 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals last night by a score of 3-2. Christopher Sanchez got the start. He won 6 innings, struck out 8, walked away with the no decision after allowing just 2 runs. Matt Strom got tagged with the loss. He led up the go-ahead home run.
is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:27 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We're going to be joined momentarily by our man Jeff McClain from the Inquirer, Inquirer.com. Obviously, today's been a day where we've talked a lot about the NBA draft lottery. We've reacted to the Phillies, but also NFL schedule release week, we should say, John, because NFL schedule release day is tomorrow, but we already know 4 games for the Eagles, and none of them are on a Sunday. So let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. You got to check out the new look of Inquirer Sports, where fans can read, watch, and listen to their favorite reporters and columnists. Go to Inquirer.com/sports. Our man Jeff McClain joins us. Jeff, good morning. What's going on, man?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. So much for schedule release day. We now know 4 games already for the Eagles, the most recent one being the Packers on November the 10th. It's crazy. Not a single game so far that we know for the Eagles is on a Sunday.
Yeah, the NFL, I guess guys like me who've broken, I wouldn't even call it breaking news, but like, I kind of get scoops on some of these games and get them out ahead of them. They've now tried, they've got, they've made it into like, something that they are afraid of losing control of. So they now spread it out and, leak out, I guess have their own leaks, I guess you could call them.
Sure.
Of the sked. And, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous, but now we've had 4 games. And, I guess they're announcing games that aren't, typical, right? I guess maybe they're a little flashier, I guess, because they're not on a Sunday. Although I think that, the fact that they play on Saturday, December 20th on the road could set them up to host somebody on Christmas Day. But, I'm sure there'll be plenty of Sunday games in there.
Well, I mean, with the Christmas thing set up, everybody's wanted, figuring, are they out of the Christmas game? But teams play on Sundays, which would be the 21st, and then play on Thursdays all season long. So they could easily be hosting a game that day.
I think, but typically at this point they do make it the Saturday teams that play on Thursday. We'll see, maybe not.
Is there a maximum amount of short weeks a team can play on? Like, we know that 6 primetime games is the maximum, maybe 7, but the Eagles are already scheduled to play on a Saturday and a Friday. And if they play on Christmas Day, that's another short week. Is there any sort of limit to that?
I think there is. I'm not a schedule expert. I don't know, to be really honest with you.
I said, when you look at this right now from an Eagles standpoint, this schedule is going to be brutal either way. But how does this, when the teams get it, do they care at all? Jeff, have you ever had a coach say to you, we really analyzed the schedule, we don't like the way that this thing fell?
I don't think the coaches typically care. There may be other people in the building that do, and typically Eagles, we've had it before. I think they had it before. I'm sure that they probably said something in the league 2 years ago when they had, what they called the gauntlet stretch of that schedule. They won the first 2 games during that span. They beat the Chiefs and Bills, but then they lost to the 49ers and Cowboys, and it kind of unraveled from there. But I'm sure the Eagles said something to the league about, hey, that was kind of a little unfair. Let's try not to do that again, because they do have teams of that caliber that could line up in a row again. But my guess is that's unlikely to happen. Either way, look, they've got to play 17 games like everybody else. And these schedule kind of people who kind of dissect them, like, the Cowboys have less games, don't have to travel off this game on the Thursday, or whatever. I mean, if you're a player or coach, you don't care. Just, tell me where I have to play and what time, and I'll be there, and, we'll play our best to win.
Jeff, we haven't had a chance to talk to you since the news that Dallas Goedert will be returning for the Philadelphia Eagles. What went into it? Obviously, they restructured the contract a little bit, kind of reminiscent of the Josh Sweat deal last year. What ultimately worked out for the Eagles to get Goedert back, and what didn't work out for Goedert to get that big deal elsewhere?
Yeah, it seems like we've been talking about this all off season. Wouldn't he go? Seemed for a while there that he would go. Then obviously after the draft, and they didn't take a tight end, and they didn't move Dallas. That it made best sense for both teams, both sides, to kind of come to agreement and get back together. So that gave Dallas Goedert a little leverage. He took a little bit of a pay cut, $14 million to $10 million with $1 million in incentives. it's a cut. But I don't think it's as much as I thought that maybe he'd have to take. So that showed you that he did. If I understand, he did have a couple offers out there. And then I think for him, he realized that it was several teams. There were good tight ends in this league that you could see starting from day one, and with teams able to draft those types of guys, that kind of took down the number of possibilities for him as well. So he didn't really have much in terms of leverage when it came to forcing a trade. The Eagles gave him an option to shop his services because they told him at the beginning of the offseason, they said, hey, we just can't afford to pay you $14.25 million this year. Obviously, we love you. We'd love you to have him come back, but it's probably got to be you're going to have to take a haircut. And that's what Josh Sweat did last year, and it worked out really nice for Josh Sweat. Dallas doesn't play a position quite of, in terms of value. He's not going to get, let's say he does have a great season. I don't think he's going to get what a defensive end will get on the open market. That said, he has an opportunity to, in a contract year to really do something. And more than anything, from the Eagles' point of view, they return, almost every starter. They have on offense, they have 5 of their main skill guys back. The argument could have been made that, it wouldn't have killed them to lose Dallas because you still have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, who kind of were underfed last year. Maybe that would give them an opportunity to see the ball more, especially Jahan Dotson in the slot. That being said, you'd rather have 5 A to B plus, A plus type of guys out there that defenses have to worry about, and Dallas gives them that.
You've covered a ton of players in the NFL over the years and seen a bunch of players come through this franchise. Do you look at Dallas Goedert as a guy who's been more snake bit or a guy who's been more injury prone?
Some of them have, I would say probably a little more snake bit. Some of them have been really fluky, or it's been just kind of the style of play in which he plays. He plays aggressively with yards after the catch. I think 2 have come on runs after the catch. One was kind of like a borderline cheap play. But that being said, he's had these other kind of hamstring, soft tissue injuries as well. It's tough with injuries. It can happen with anybody. He's now kind of had a little bit. There's been kind of a little bit of a trend here with him. But when Dallas is in the lineup, he is, he's one of the top tight ends in the league. Certainly receiving and running after the catch. But I think a lot of people in Philadelphia know it. Maybe outside the market they don't. That he's a really good run blocker. And when he wasn't in there run blocking last year, the efficiency numbers dipped a little bit. So, and then we saw obviously in the postseason what he could do. He led the Eagles in receiving.
Jeff, we appreciate the time as always. We will be keeping an eye on your Twitter account because I know you have been very good with the schedule.
You snoop around a little bit.
You're pretty good at it.
Around a little bit.
The NFL is pretty much try to keep guys from us from leaking these little things.
But I know, I believe in you, Jeff.
Come on, Jeff. We're counting on you.
All right, we'll see how many Sunday games they have tomorrow. Jeff, thanks, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
I will see you.
There he is, Jeff McClain on the Comcast Business Hotline. So far, no Sunday games for the Eagles. I just saw a tweet. I think it was Jake Rabati put out a poll over under 2.5 1 o'clock games.
I would say over,
but like barely.
Yeah, 3. I'll go 3.
I would say it's under at home.
I'm saying you're not 3 1 o'clock games
at home or in general.
No, 3 1 o'clock games.
Okay,
a Giants game,
a Tampa game.
You think the Tampa? Yeah, probably.
Right, Tampa game, maybe. We'll see.
Raiders
could be.
Yeah, Raiders. That's a 1 o'clock spot.
They're coming here, right?
Yeah, they're coming here.
So that'd be a 1 o'clock.
That's CBS might want it as a 4 o'clock.
You know what? That's the Panthers. That's like the Eagles Panthers from last year.
Yeah, but CBS might want it for 4 because it's a West Coast team.
Raiders stink.
Yeah, but for a West Coast team.
They want
they want the team.
They want TV Tom Brady.
There you go.
All right, coming up next. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do like a Philadelphia sports headline segment, not the great headline segment that Brendan does. So much happened yesterday. I just want to recap it. And of course, we'll check our text messages and we'll discuss our topics. But a recap of May 12th, 2025 comes your way next because there was a lot between the draft lottery, the Eagles schedule leaks, and the Phillies as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Connor Thomas.
If you're an opposing team, how do you consistently beat the Philadelphia Phillies? Like, what do you do?
Talking about the Phillies. Phillies.
And I look at the starting rotation and I say, okay, in order to win a series, you're going to have to pick two pitchers that you feel like you can line up against in a row with these Phillies that you can beat. And Luzardo ain't that guy and Wheeler ain't that guy right now. I wouldn't say people are picking Christopher Sanchez as the dude they're getting ready to line up against.
Listen to him weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
You know what Memorial Day weekend is supposed to mean? It's supposed to mean it's the official start of summer, which means the grill is open. And that means this year, the Kincade's Grill is going to be loaded with Omaha steaks. Last night, I open up the freezer, I pull out the drawer, and my daughter goes, "Oh my gosh, Dad, look at all the Omaha steak stuff." It's awesome. We got the filet mignons, which are awesome. We got the smash burgers that are ready to go for Memorial Day weekend. We've got the ribeyes. We got the New York strips. They're awesome. And if you want to know, everything from Omaha Steaks is USDA certified tender, perfectly aged, packed with flavor, and built for the grill. Right now, they got a Memorial Day sale going on. And it's going to allow you to get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. So you can get one of those big styrofoam coolers right at your front door. And as a bonus, use promo code Kincade at checkout, and you're going to get an extra $35 off. $35. It's like I'm peeling off a 20, a 10, and a 5 and handing it to you so you can get steak for your grill. So bring home the world's best steak experience with Omaha Steaks. omahasteaks.com. Get 50% off site-wide. You shop on your computer or your smartphone and then use promo code Kincade at checkout. Get yourself $35 off and then thank me as you enjoy the savory. Oh, man, it's going to be awesome. That filet, those smash burgers. omahasteaks.com. Thank me later.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now's the perfect time to sign up for the MVP newsletter. Receive content specifically tailored to you. Get chances to win exclusive contests. Catch up with on-demand segments from Kincade Salciunas, Mike Missanelli, and The Afternoon Show.
What are you waiting for? Head to 975thefanatic.com/newsletter to subscribe now.
Coming up at 10, Mike Missanelli. This is Philadelphia Sports Talk with Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 8:41 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Don't forget, coming up at 9:30, Daryl Morey will be joining the show after last night's NBA draft lottery, where the Sixers earned the 3rd overall pick. Amy Fadul will be with us starting next segment, 8:55. So she'll be with us for the remainder of the show today.
Sounds good.
So this segment, I just want to kind of go through everything that happened yesterday. Have the text line ready, Gunner, because there was a lot to react to, and I'm sure there is a lot of reacting being done. But here's what happened yesterday. The recap of May 12th, 2025. We'll start with the NBA draft lottery. The Sixers, obviously the odds for them to get the number 1 overall pick, 10.5%. The third pick was what, 10.6? Wasn't that the weird
10.5,
one?
10.5, and then 10.6 was the third.
For the third, and that's what they ended up getting.
That's what they ended up getting. It was that extra .01.
That did it. The Sixers climb up 3 spots, so they hold on to their pick, and they get the third overall pick. I saw a tweet from Art Cummings, who covers the Utah Jazz, who had the worst record in the NBA and finished with the 5th overall pick, which that just sucks. The odds of the top 3 in the NBA draft lottery being Dallas, San Antonio, and Philadelphia, which is that order, which is the order that we saw yesterday. The percentage chance of that happening before the ping pong balls went off was 0.0114%. Like, that's wild.
It tells you exactly what went on. The NBA has fixed these things for a long time. By the way, there are 7 documented ping pong ball fixings, not from the NBA, from lotteries. Like where they have documented where 7 different times where lotteries have had ping pong ball fixings. So please stop with you can't fix them. We saw the lottery balls. Tim Bontemps actually tweeted that.
Yeah.
I'm like, Tim, would you stop?
By the way,
$1 billion industry can get its owners in a room who elect, by the way, the commissioner works for the owners. They're multi-billion-dollar corporation, and they could say, here is our plan. We get Luka to L.A., which helps TV ratings, which are sagging terribly. We then give Dallas the compensation for moving him there. We give them the number 1 pick. We all agree on this? Fine. We're not putting it in writing. Nobody has a device. We're not taping it. Everybody agree? Good. This is what we're doing. And we can make sure that the ping pong balls go this way. Thank you very much. This isn't that hard, folks. It can be done. The Pennsylvania lottery was fixed.
Not for nothing, too. I mean, the Mavs are trying to build that new arena that's going to have a casino built to it, which is going to change the industry. So I think that goes into it as well.
I mean, seriously.
And here's another one. The Dallas Wings in the WNBA, they did not have the best chances to get the number 1 overall pick, and they did. So maybe it was the double Dallas.
Oh, my gosh.
Right? Dallas Mavericks and the Dallas Wings both get the number 1 overall pick in their respective draft lotteries.
And if you look at it like that, like you don't
Beckers and Flagg.
Cooper Flagg's also a huge brand. Like you send him to Charlotte or Washington where his career could fluster.
You can get lost.
Like
look, it's if everyone in a business decides this is what we decide to do, they can do it. They can absolutely do it.
So that's how it all started. The Sixers do get the 3rd overall pick. We'll talk to Daryl Morey about that coming up at 9:30. The Eagles, with the schedule releases from the networks.
And by the way, these aren't leaks because they were allowed this year. So yesterday was Today's Show. Today's Good Morning America.
Yep.
Tomorrow morning, I don't know what they're doing it on Netflix. I don't know if it's on the episode 8 of You.
Yeah, you got to watch.
I've only seen the 7 episodes so far.
Yeah, how do they announce Netflix? I guess
I don't know how
I guess they just tweet it out.
I guess they do.
But we now know 4 games that are scheduled for the Eagles. Week 1, the opener, when they host the Dallas Cowboys, 8:20 kickoff on September 4th. We now know Week 10, which is November the 10th, they will be going to Green Bay to take on the Packers. That's a Monday night game, so 8:15.
Which, by the way, are my least favorite games to see pop up on the schedule.
Gotcha.
I hate Monday night games.
Week 13, which is the Black Friday game, when they host the Bears, November the 28th at 3 o'clock on Prime. And then Week 16, a Fox Saturday doubleheader. They face the Commanders in Landover, Maryland. That's a Saturday, and you believe it'll be 4:30.
If I'm going by, we know it won't be the night game. It's not the night game.
Right.
So 4:30 would be was the window if it's last year. By the way, there's a triple header of college football that day that they're up against for the college football playoff. College football is about to face the college football playoff preliminary round is about to face exactly what the NBA learned last Christmas.
The NFL is king.
The NFL games will just smoke them. They will be smoked like the NBA on Christmas last year.
Right.
They will learn.
So 4 games, none of them on Sunday. We have a Thursday, a Friday, a Saturday, and a Monday. At some point, we will find out when the Eagles are playing on a Sunday. That will probably happen tomorrow because those are not as fun for people to find out. And lastly, the Phillies. They lose to the Cardinals yesterday. And again, just quick note, like platooning not great players is not a great idea. And you did that yesterday.
Rob Thompson with the best road trip, stealing from ESPN Stats and Information, best offensive road trip the Phillies have had in 6 years. So then Rob Thompson gets him back home and goes, you know what we're going to do? Let's just mess it all up. Let's take that lineup and just say, you know what? Why not screw with it? Let's say that we got to get Weston Wilson in there. We got him. Let's just mess this thing up because we were doing too well. So let's just do it. You know what? Let's do it. I don't get it. I'll never figure him out. I'll never understand it. The things he does well, I applaud him for, so I am not a just guy who rips him for everything. But making out his lineup, I swear to you, it's as if he's playing a game of pin the tail on the donkey. He just stands. They're like, Rob, okay, we're going to turn off the lights, and you're just going to go on there and you're going to go pick a player. Pin it. And then when did Bryce Harper turn into Nick Sirianni with the shaved head?
The head.
That's the Connor haircut.
He looks deranged.
Look,
he isn't. He doesn't have
He's got the V in the back.
But he doesn't have the mullet. It's not a mullet.
He's got a rough stretch right now. He thinks maybe the haircut might help him.
The rough stretch is
that's what baseball players do, man.
The rough stretch is that haircut.
I did hear a crazy stat, though, driving in on ESPN overnight. Apparently, it's the first time the Phils lost back-to-back home games all season, going back to that last game before the road trip.
How about that?
Wow. And I don't really consider that losing back-to-back.
Yeah, because it wasn't
back-to-back
times. But I get what they're saying.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, Amy Fadul. She's here. She's ready to go.
And she's in the house.
And we said we would give her a standing ovation, remember? So she's getting a standing ovation to start next segment.
Okay.
And she'll recap everything with us.
She will.
Including the rigged NBA draft lottery.
Did she fix the lottery? Was Amy in on it?
Hey, she helped get the Sixers to 3.
Could Jimmy Lynam have helped fix the lottery?
Maybe.
Or maybe D. Lynam.
It's Kincade Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers get to keep their pick. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. Last night, the NBA lottery took place and the ping pong balls bounced in the right direction for the Sixers. They ended up walking away with the 3rd overall pick. A guy many experts out there expect to be there when they make that selection at 3 is a wing from Rutgers named Ace Bailey. Keith Pompey of the Inquirer joined the afternoon show yesterday and said the fit for Bailey and the Sixers, well, it may not be the perfect match.
I think Ace Bailey could be a guy who could get lost with the Sixers. And what I mean by that is, Ace Bailey is the type of guy who needs to go to a situation and basically play and be a major part of what they're trying to do.
The Phillies dropped the first game of their 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals last night by a score of 3-2. Christopher Sanchez got the start. He went 6 innings, struck out 8, walked away with the no decision after allowing just 2 runs. Matt Strahm got tagged with the loss. He allowed the go-ahead home run from the Cardinals in the 7th inning. The Phils and Cardinals are back at it again tonight. First pitch is at 6:45. Jesus Luzardo is on the mound for the Phils. And the NFL schedule release is set for tomorrow night at 8 p.m., but we already know a few select games, including Week 1 hosting the Cowboys, Week 10 in Green Bay against the Packers, Black Friday hosting the Bears, and Week 16 in D.C. against the Commanders. This update was brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that is built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the NBA playoffs, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your favorite Fanatic shows no matter where you go. The 97.5 The Fanatic app. Philly sports in the palm of your hand. Listen to our 24/7 live stream. Get up to the minute Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, Flyers, and Union commentary.
Head to Google Play or the Apple App Store now and download our free app.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Making choices in the morning can be a bit much. I just want someone to say sausage or egg and cheese biscuit, sausage and cheese or egg and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. Get 2 for only $3. At Wendy's, fresh made food means simple choices. Dare we say it's even a little fun? Okay, not like roller coaster fun. There's only so much we can do, people. When you want less thinky and more brekky in the morning, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Demand Rand. Ever think what would happen if you got hurt and couldn't earn a living? How would you survive? You need a lawyer who knows how to win. Don't risk your settlement. Demand Rand.
Call 1-800-90-LEGAL. One accident can take everything. Your paycheck, your security, your future. The insurance company won't look out for you. Rand Spear will fight for the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-90-LEGAL.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package. Just imagine the possibilities. Like possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with the $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Record numbers of residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you recently had a major life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may be eligible to enroll now. All health plans include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Find out if you qualify at getcovered.nj.gov. That's getcovered.nj.gov.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:54 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Yeah,
I catch you.
Our
I caught you laughing.
Our YouTube feed is all kind of all over the place. We're on, but like we can't get off. So you're just going to be able to watch us during the commercial break.
Just note to our YouTube folks, and I'm gonna say it. We did call engineering this morning at by like 5:45 in the morning.
Yes.
Haley did put out the red alert. We sent up the bat signal, and nothing happened.
Shocking.
It's 8:55.
You know what every engineering answer is? You just unplug it and plug it back in.
Plug it back in. That's usually what works.
But we don't want to lose the YouTube.
I think if somebody broke wind, at Peter and Stan down the hall, they would have brought in someone from engineering with air freshener to spray it by 6:02. I'm just saying.
We don't want to lose the YouTube, so we're just going to let it
go. No, we don't want to lose
People enjoy watching us do
They do like it.
during the break.
They
Yeah,
enjoy it.
absolutely.
Andrew was like,
picking
"Oh my
my
gosh, they
nose."
left it." Did I pick mine? I don't think you picked your nose.
I don't think so, but who knows? By the way, standing ovation, Amy Fadul's here.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Get one next time
Thanks.
you're in.
Thanks so much.
So Amy Fadul is with us for the remainder of the show today.
Happy belated Mother's Day to you.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Biga.
You look like you're having a good time at the golf.
Yes, great time.
Which my wife did ask, was that Amy's choice?
I was
said
asked that a couple
was.
different times.
And I said that was her choice. She wanted to know if you were working first.
No, we actually got tickets.
And then I said it was her choice.
They had a great thing. They had kids get in free, so we had 2 tickets. Kids under 15 got in free.
That's
and,
awesome.
It was great. It was great to walk the course. We saw a bunch of golfers. My son's got some autographs. They have this little autograph zone, which was a lot of fun. They had guys signing their hats, and it was great. We really enjoyed it. The course looked phenomenal. We saw some great golf, and we had a great day.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad that you had a great day. Did you have a great time last night?
Oh, my gosh.
With the NBA draft lottery.
I was genuinely nervous, and I have no horse in the race. I am not.
You were nervous, though.
I was nervous because I thought we don't usually get nice things.
Yeah.
And I thought.
Well, and when Kevin the Gandhi, who we love.
I was just like, what are you doing, Kevin? Why would. As soon as he said that, I looked over, and because I remember the scenarios, if too many teams had moved up, the Sixers would have mathematically been eliminated.
Right.
But that hadn't happened. And I thought, well, it's too early for them to be kicked out yet because there's only 2 spots at that point. I was like, that means that they're 7? They can't be 7. I was going over the scenarios in my head, and I'm like, it's like
confused.
a 1.3. I was like, no, there's no way. They still have a 10.6% chance or whatever it is. And so not as quickly, but he did quickly correct himself.
It wasn't really that quick.
It was like after the next pick.
Because it went a while.
It was after like the next pick.
It was like 3.5 minutes.
When Mark Tatum, who we see once a year,
yes, exactly,
he's pulling out.
What does he do the rest of the year?
I don't know. He's pulling out the pamphlets with the team logos, and at picks 9, 8, and 7 was not a Thunder logo. I'm like, wait a minute. So do they have the pick or not?
Yeah.
And then finally
he
said
the
correction.
7, and I was like,
that the Sixers never lost the pick.
So we were sitting there at work, and I was like, no, he's wrong. I said, he better correct himself because the Delaware Valley lost its mind.
Yeah,
the
seriously.
stomachs dropped out. It was like, what is he talking about? Why did we not get this?
Well, because
pick?
that would have been the disaster scenario.
The worst case scenario. And I would have paid to see. Obviously, those guys were in person; they couldn't hear Nagandi. But I would have paid to see if Daryl Morey and those guys heard that, and they would have been like, "What? That's not no."
Well,
what?
They may have been able to hear because remember they interviewed Hakeem Olajuwon. It was one of the most awkward.
Yeah, that was really
moments.
Weird.
Yeah. But they did interview.
But yeah, we'll have to find out what his thoughts were when he heard that.
Well, and I thought it was cool. He took a photo. Nagandi posted it on social media yesterday afterward with Daryl Morey and Elton Brand holding the 3 in the Sixers logo, and Morey's giving him the thumbs down. So maybe he did hear it. But anyways, we love you, Kevin Nagandi, and we're glad that you corrected yourself.
Correct.
The 3rd overall pick is better than 6th.
Actually, I like the 3rd overall pick. Better than 6th, better than 5th. I like it a little bit better than the 2nd pick just because there's less drama with it.
Interesting.
Tell us why.
I think that some of the decisions are going to be made for you, and I think that when you're listen, there's a consensus number 1. We got it. Cooper Flagg done. Number 2, in my mind, is not a lock. You don't know who it's going to be, and I think there's some drama in that. If someone, whether you think it's one of the 2 Rutgers players, and you're all set on one or the other, the decision will be made for you. I don't know that the Spurs are going to take a guard because they have plenty of guards. So
I don't know if they I don't know if they take a player.
Exactly.
I think that pick's being traded.
I think there's a lot of thought about if you're sitting in that 5 or 6 range, why not move up? Because you're one of the teams that were tanking on purpose.
Right.
And
like the Utah Jazz getting the 5th overall pick. That sucks.
They couldn't send Cooper back to Utah.
No, they couldn't. But they couldn't have given number 2.
No, exactly. There was no rewards given out by the NBA in this one, but they did owe us. And I like the 3rd pick. I think that it's a good value pick. I think that there's something that the Sixers can get there as far as a player that's going to help them right away. I like that 3rd pick.
And so we'll talk about that here. And you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. It's Kincade and Salciunas, Amy Fadul with us for the remainder of the show today. So when we speak with Daryl Morey in a half hour, one of the questions I'm going to ask Daryl about is whether or not this selection, are you drafting a player based off the team you already have, or are you thinking about down the road? Because here's the deal. You have an abundance of guards right now. Let's say Bailey goes 2, and now that's Dylan Harper. Much like the Spurs, the Sixers have, out of nowhere, an abundance of guards with Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain and Quentin Grimes. And if you draft Ace Bailey, he's not going to play all that much with what this team currently has. So do you go about this draft, Amy, thinking about 2025, or do you think about 3-4 years from now?
Yeah, it's such an interesting scenario because the draft is the 25th, right? So you're going to be drafting on June 25th, and then June 30th, free agency starts, and you have some questions right after. So you have to know who you're drafting position-wise before you have your free agents, meaning you have to go in there thinking, all right, I'm either going to get a deal done with Quentin Grimes, and he's going to be on this team because he's not on the team right now.
Right, yeah.
You already know that Eric Gordon's going to be back, whether you like it or not. So there's another guard position. You have Jared McCain. You have Tyrese Maxey. Okay, well, we're running out of spots. So do you draft a wing player because of that? But Kelly Oubre's back. Okay, so now what do we have? Now do you have Now, you can't sign Gershon Yabusele if you had Quentin Grimes and Kelly. There's just too much room. So it's such an interesting scenario for them to try to work this. It's like a Tetris puzzle. How many little, nooks and crannies can you shove a player in? I personally like going for a big guard, a swing guy, a shooting guard like a Trey Johnson out of Texas. That would be my preference because while a guard, traditionally, he's 6'6", he shoots the three, so you don't have Gershon Yabusele, you have somebody that can shoot the three.
Yeah.
I think that's imperative on this team because as much as we love Kelly Oubre, he's not a consistent three-point shooter.
And that's like a lot of people are excited about VJ Edgecombe, but like he doesn't shoot the three well enough for me.
You know what we you got to have points.
Yeah.
There's one thing we're watching the playoffs right now is
That's
you need
good
points.
analysis on your part.
That's what
Points are
that's,
so
that's
important.
the stuff I bring. How much?
That's why you're here.
What do you need? I need someone to score the ball.
But it's amazing. Like I go back to last year's draft, and even though McCain was fun to watch, like I still can't believe they drafted him over Dalton Connect because this team needed a Dalton Connect.
That's true. I wasn't as high on Dalton Connect coming.
I
in.
wasn't either.
And that's fine.
But that also it just comes from the Tennessee-ness. I just can't.
But a
I have
guy that can
blinders on.
shoot the three from the wing, like that's
Exactly.
something this team still doesn't have.
They had
You're
it when they
thinking
had
Paul
Mikal
George has
Bridges,
it.
and we'll not go down that path, and we'll just let that one go.
I still can't believe that.
Yes, you can.
Zaire.
Tell me that by the end of the interview, and I'll be listening in the car on the way to the doctor's appointment, tell me that Daryl Morey will commit that pick is not being traded to Star Hunt.
He's not gonna. You know what?
Back him into a corner, Amy. I want him backed into. I think
they have to pick.
I want to hear it out of his mouth that this isn't going to be turned to get some other veteran in here. I'm tired of the Golden Girls. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, that would be contrary to everything that Daryl Morey has said. He has said they want to get young, they want to get athletic.
Okay.
So
Well,
I will.
that's great.
Yeah, of course. Andrew and I will ask him.
Okay.
That would be very, very. Contrary to what he said. He said they want to get young. They need to be young, athletic, and guys that can shoot. And you can't get any younger than a draft pick.
I love it. Okay, I'm glad. I just want you guys to,
And that's what they have to.
We'll
honestly,
take care
that's
of
what
it,
they have
that
to do.
just gives me it gives me the creeps to think about.
I think they have to take a player that they can play right away.
I do too. I
just no
think
doubt
they
in my
have to. They got to do that.
By the way,
I'm not sold. By the way, that player is there. That's going to have enough.
I don't think there's a franchise-changing player at
Like
three.
we talked
think it's
about.
I don't need a
added
franchise-changing
piece.
But
player.
is there a guy who's going to touch the
I need
ball?
a guy. Well, yeah, I think so because if you look for let's just take Trey. Well, I'll use Trey Johnson since that's who
Okay.
I like in this one. 6'6", shoots the
See, now I'm
33
interested to
pointer
hear this one.
at
I like
40%. 40% clip, averages 20 points.
You don't have to take him at 3 though.
Where do you think you take him?
What do you trade back a few
Could you
I don't-
trade back a
listen,
few?
Well, let's not overthink it, okay?
If you like a player at 3, you take him.
You take him. I've never been really hung up on, well, that guy's not the 3rd overall pick. He is if he's your guy.
So Amy's Howie. You're Howie.
He is if he's your guy. He's your guy. I don't care where you get him.
Okay.
I think if you trade back, you're flirting with disaster and someone else at 5
Someone
or
jumps
4 and is like, oh, well, I really like Trey Johnson too. Or Derek Queen, whoever it is. I think a long, rangy guard is exactly what this team needs because you put him at the 2 or the 3, which I think is important. You need to shoot the 3. And then so if you pair Jared McCain with him off the bench, whoever this guy is, then you have the same kind of scenario. In the scenario, you've brought back Quentin Grimes, right? Here's a guy that's very tall and rangy, can play with Tyrese Maxey. You have the tall and the small, or smaller. Tyrese Maxey's well taller than I am. But you know what I mean? That's what I like. I like that kind of simpatico off the bench. You have a similar look. That's just me personally. I'll have to dive a little bit more deeper into Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper. I've watched probably only like 6 games of them total, really locked in.
You didn't want to watch a under 500 team with the 2 top 3 picks in the NBA draft?
The last time, someone's put this on my Twitter, and I'll have to look it up to give him a shout out. The last time a player came out of college on a sub 500 team and made an all NBA team was Karl Malone, drafted in 86.
Wow.
And
I had to look it up because I thought Ben Simmons, they weren't sub 500. They didn't make the tournament.
They were NIT.
They were NIT. Ben Simmons did make an all NBA team, and they only won 18 games. But
I'm sorry, but that scars me.
Karl Malone, I have to look up this gentleman because it was a great stat.
Yeah.
I'll give him a shout
But
out.
Danny Watkins wanting to be a fireman, and anyone that's ever in the NFL draft that wants to be a fireman,
You're just anti-fireman.
I'm scarred for life with that. The Ben Simmons playing on a bad basketball team in college is kind of messing me up a little bit.
Well, and look,
not gonna lie. I mean, these are 2 top 3 players, and they went under 500,
and they barely made their conference
and
tournament.
playing at LSU,
right?
Compared to playing at Rutgers.
Rutgers was supposed to be one of the top teams in the nation.
They've got 2 top 5 draft picks,
and they went under 500.
You can't.
That's scary to me. I'll be honest with you.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, coming up next, we also have a lot of Eagles schedule to react to with Amy Fadul, but also
did Amy fix that too?
Maybe she did. the international games are official. And there's one team that plays twice overseas.
Jacksonville?
No. I'll tell you who
usually
next.
do.
It's weird.
I was gonna say,
it's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Sullivan inside. God, Burrito! All stemming from a restart. Out of the back and Quinn plays into Burrito. Another Burrito blast.
The games are here.
Across with Schulte at Burrito. Backwards. Westfield. Goal! Golazo! Westfield, baby!
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
What's up, guys? Andrew, are you planning on hosting friends and family for graduation parties, maybe outdoor dinners or neighborhood cookouts? Or, if you think about it, maybe the first couple Birds games when the weather is still beautiful. But that's not till September. I know springtime, summertime, you want to go outside. We all know the hustle that it takes to get the house looking perfect for big gatherings. But there's a couple of things that you can't fix on your own, like the uneven front porch, maybe tripping over the raised parts of the driveway or the cracked pool deck that will surely stand out and ruin all your fun because you're going to hear the people whispering behind your back, oh my God, you see how bad this house looks? Keep your gatherings fun and, of course, your home looking great and safe. Groundworks knows how to fix these problems for you in no time. So schedule a free visit. Go to groundworks.com, and the team of experts will stop by and help you out. They come out, and they give you the no-obligation quote. They'll tell you exactly what's going on, and they do all of that for free. It's the job itself that you pay for, but everything else leading up to the work itself is free. Groundworks.com. Check them out, groundworks.com, to book your free appointment.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This Thursday, May 15th, Ricky Batalico is headed to McGurk's in Horsham from 7 to 9 p.m. for an ice-cold Corona and a night of baseball talk. Enjoy $5 Corona Extra bottles and $5 Modelo drafts, plus a chance to win awesome prizes, including baseball tickets in Ricky Bo's Row. It's all going down with 97.5 The Fanatic and presented by Corona, the official cerveza of Major League Baseball. Don't miss it. Visit 975thefanatic.com for details.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 17th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 17th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Afternoon Show. Philadelphia sports talk that will get you thinking. Weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. Philadelphia's source for breaking sports news. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
So, Amy, before you joined us today, we did the May 12th recap segment because so much happened yesterday. The Sixers climbing up from 6-3 in the NBA draft lottery, but also we now know 4 games, as of this morning, that the Eagles have on their schedule. Mm-hmm. We know that they open with the Cowboys. They play Black Friday against the Bears. They play Saturday against the Commanders. And in Week 10, Monday night against the Packers. So far, 4 games that we know of, none of which are on a Sunday. How do you feel about the Eagles opening up with the Cowboys?
I think it was Sao Paulo that had it. It's the first time they've opened against the Cowboys since they played
70.
It was since the pickle juice game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at home since 70.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it was
which is
50
crazy.
years.
Yeah, a long time
It's
ago.
bananas. I mean, listen, starting 1-0 is perfect. Let's go.
I like it too.
Let's go for it.
I just like my division games later on in the
yeah,
year.
it's interesting when I saw that when it was released, and I thought that's so weird because usually they backload the schedule for that reason.
Yeah.
Giants, Cowboys, Commanders for the division. They want to have that drama. But listen, there's nothing better than hoisting the Super Bowl banner with the Cowboys,
which is cool,
staring at it. Come on,
Jerry Jones staring at
just
it
because he'll be there.
Yes.
Hey, you know what you haven't even thought about in 30 years? That.
And by the
hasn't
way,
even
it is,
occurred to
and
you
it
in
is
30
the
years.
30 years. It is going to be the 30
I
years
know.
coming up.
Wow, how about
So
that?
that's even better.
That's amazing.
That's what I
Right,
mean.
get to see
You're just going to
it.
watch
It's
that and
awesome.
be like, "That's fun."
Ray
I
made a
love
great
that.
point about it yesterday, half tongue in cheek, but he said it's a way for the NFL to guarantee Dak Prescott and Jalen Hurts are going to be on the same
There you
field
go.
most likely
That's
because they
true.
haven't played each other in the past couple of years.
That's true. That you know what? That's a great point. It's what last year was Cooper Rush and Trey Lance for the Cowboys.
It's so funny, too, the people, too, and trying to do the old, Dak owns Jalen Hurts.
No, that's not
Sure
true.
he
I'm like,
Yeah.
excuse me, sir.
Yeah, there was the game where
Let's
the Eagles
stop
sat all the starters.
Let's
Yeah.
stop it.
Yeah, it's
and
Yeah.
more importantly,
Gardner
when you,
Minshew played one
when
of
you
them.
have
Yeah.
a Super Bowl ring and another Super Bowl berth, please be quiet.
Yeah, then we'll talk.
That you do not, nobody owns you at that point.
I think
You're
it's,
just being
it is
dumb.
weird to start with the Cowboys, but it's great to
Yeah.
start with the Cowboys.
I love it.
Raising the banner, perfect.
Do you love the whole idea of with the birds though, as far as the oddities of the weeks? I don't think it bothers a veteran team.
Yeah, I think it used to probably, I don't know. Now we're on a Thursday, we're on a Sunday night, we're on a Monday. Anymore, I think these guys are so locked in. But I hear you, John. I think it is a little bit different, but they're so used to it by now, the way that everything is kind of, you know it. When you're a good team, you're in a major market and a good team, you're going to be on the off nights, so to speak. You're not going to be the Sunday at 1 o'clock. For fans, obviously, we love Sunday at 1 o'clock.
I love Sunday at 1.
But I also love a Thursday night.
Well, and I love.
See, I don't mind
love
the
Black
Thursday
Friday.
night. I don't.
Black
Friday's going to be
Black
great.
Friday at home.
And 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
It's
Like,
going
I
to be an
love the-
odd. It's going to be an
The Flyers
odd
are
feel
almost
to it.
always at home.
Yeah.
on
Did you
Black
see?
Friday.
Did you see their press release?
I did not.
Oh yeah, Comcast put out a press release about it. That it's
That's the first thing we all thought of it when we're
that it's
sitting
their
there.
typical. That it's
That's
their
Black Friday,
typical
Flyers.
game, but it says maybe they'll do a Midnight Madness game. Now, mate, the NHL has done weird things before.
Listen, that's a league that gets it. A lot of people I don't like hockey. I don't like hockey. But all of a sudden the playoffs come and they're locked in.
Everybody's locked
I
in,
think
yeah.
the NHL does a
They've done
tremendous
weird
job
things before.
of trying to garner more interest.
How about an 8 a.m. game?
Yeah, they're like,
They
all
also
right,
know that they're not going to beat the NFL, so it's not like the
don't-
NBA
yeah,
on Christmas
don't go
Day.
counter programming. It's not
Yeah,
going to work.
No, it's not going to work.
Go complete opposite.
By the way, the international games. So
Okay. Where are they playing this year?
They're in Berlin,
So
London.
the first game is the Corinthians Arena, which is where the Eagles played last
Sao
year in Sao
Paulo.
Paulo. Now, I find it interesting because earlier
To that
this
terrible
morning,
turf. They're going back there.
earlier this morning, I saw Chiefs Chargers, but Tom Pelissaro's tweet says Chargers versus team to be announced tomorrow. So I don't know yet, but I saw Chiefs Chargers earlier today. That's the game 2 of the NFL season on Friday. The Vikings play overseas back-to-back weeks.
Yeah, it's close though.
Yeah, but that's not
Relatively.
bad.
No, I know, but
I mean, if you have to play,
but the
It's
Vikings,
like one's
the
in
Vikings,
Dublin and one's in London, right?
the Vikings got a nice
that's
fan
nothing.
base.
Dublin and London
Yeah, I
is
feel like
nothing.
that's
No, but I
probably
was,
why
I
they
was
did it.
surprised that they
You thought it
have
was
them
the-
out there twice.
But the thing is, you travel over once. That's
Well, they
like
weren't
2
gonna-
hours of travel.
I feel like that's like a safe team because the other team in the Dublin game is the Steelers, and that's
Yes.
a marquee franchise. They're not going to stick them
But,
over
like,
there.
there's a reason why
twice.
there's a reason why Jacksonville goes out there every year
well,
because they don't have a real fan base. Minnesota's a real fan. Could you,
They do,
John? Like you guys are saying, oh, it's close. Could you imagine if the Eagles were in London?
But
They
they're
would never
only
do- they would
but
never
I
do
think
it to
they're
the
losing
Eagles.
one.
No.
They're losing one home,
It's not a
one
major
road game.
It's not a major market.
True.
It's a good fan base.
Yeah.
For just them. The general people are not as interested.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
like,
don't think that's bad.
overarching. Like there's people all over that are like,
See-
I'm interested to see what the Eagles do, even if they're not that
See,
interested.
now, I hate this as an Eagles fan, and why I hate it is that I don't know. I think they were supposed to travel to Pittsburgh. and instead they get to play Pittsburgh on a neutral field.
Oh, the Vikings?
And the Vikings are going to be a really good team.
If Drake May is good.
J.J. McCarthy?
I'm sorry.
I think they're going to be. I think they're going to be. I think the Vikings are going to be a really good team. I don't like that. Like I think that, or if they even go into the dog pound. I think that's an advantage getting to play Pittsburgh and Cleveland on neutral sites.
On neutral sites. And by the way, Cleveland's going to be traveling out there while they're already accustomed to the time zone.
I think that's a bit of an advantage.
So that's back-to-back weeks. By the way,
I look into all these nerdy things,
That's a deep dive.
You're not shocked.
All these games are at 9:30 a.m., which I love, except for the Friday night one. But I love the 9:30 a.m. Broncos-Jets.
Is that when the Eagles game started?
No, they were on this. They were only like 1 hour different from us.
Yeah,
this is like all the London games are really early. Remember getting up with the Jags?
When the Eagles played in London,
they
it was
were like
9:30.
What time did the Eagles game start on the Friday night?
Like
8 o'clock, right?
Yeah, it was 8 o'clock game.
Okay, good.
Broncos, Jets, Rams, Jags, Falcons, Colts. Those are all London, and then Berlin, and then the inaugural Madrid game.
That is a haul.
Commanders, Dolphins. In Madrid.
Spain.
I'm telling you, that's first game in Spain.
Yes.
Ever.
That's in mid-November.
I would enjoy seeing Spain. I've never seen Spain.
Yeah.
I would enjoy seeing Spain.
I think it would be great. One of the great countries in the world.
No, but
I think it'd be a lot of fun.
I haven't
I
haven't traveled internationally. So I'm like a big international traveler. So I would enjoy Spain. Italy would be my number one.
Why is it Lithuania number one
Spain
for you?
would be my number two. Because I've met a lot of you.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, I feel
is
like
that a
I've
good
already,
thing or a bad thing?
I feel like I've gotten a good flavor for what Lithuania has to
so
offer.
that means you'll have a good time.
Not going to Germany and using that
Germany
accent.
would be down. Yes, I could fit in perfectly.
Yeah, you'd fit in.
Everywhere I went.
You'd fit in just fine.
I could fit in. Love you guys.
All right. See you, Johnny. Coming up next, Daryl Morey will be joining the show to talk about the Eagles landing the 3rd overall pick. So that comes your way next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Daryl Morey's joining the show next. Tom Brennan going with your Fanatic Sports Update. Last night, the NBA lottery took place and the ping pong balls bounced in the right direction for the Sixers. The Sixers ended up walking away with the 3rd overall pick. A guy many expect to be there at the 3rd pick is Ace Bailey, a wing from Rutgers. Well, Keith Pompey of the Inquirer joined the afternoon show yesterday and said that fit for Bailey and the Sixers, well, it may not be the perfect match.
I think Ace Bailey could be a guy who could get lost with the Sixers. And what I mean by that is, Ace Bailey is the type of guy who needs to go to a situation and basically play and be a major part of what they're trying to do.
Daryl Morey joins the show next, so keep it here for that. Last night, the Phillies dropped the first game of their 3-game series against the Cardinals 3-2. Christopher Sanchez got the start. Excuse me. He got the no decision, only allowed 2 runs. Choking over here. I can't wait. I'm just excited for Daryl Morey joining the show. Matt Strom
on a Tuesday
in Delco. This is all over the place. Matt Strom got the loss last night. Phil's Cardinals back at it again tonight at 6:45. Jesus Luzardo on the mound. This update was brought to you by Macy's Backstage. What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about an essential warm weather styles? $30 and under, like dresses, shoes, bags, men's and kids looks. Find the latest trends and new arrivals and great prices at Macy's Backstage near you. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the NBA playoff. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia sports.
Touchdown! Saquon Barkley! Into the second deck, Bryce Harper! Shoots! He scores! That made Beachcomb, the Magic Man! Mike outside of a beauty! Brick wall play!
It's in the air, and it's good. Ring the bell.
The best city.
Back home in Philly. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys.
The best fans. The best sports talk is right here. 97.5 The Fanatic.
When it comes to turning your backyard into a slice of paradise, I can tell you that Landis Block and Concrete, they are your friends. Because whether you're looking to put down those beautiful slate pavers or whether you want to put up those blocks to make up a beautiful wall, my neighbor Mark calls our backyard the Kincastle. It's gorgeous because Landis Block and Concrete helped us to make it. We've even got those little post lights that have the indirect lighting that give us a little light in the night, but it also gives us a beautiful, beautiful casual look outside. Our backyard paradise was sketched out on a piece of paper by my wife. And then we went to Landis Block in Souderton. We were able to see all the materials side by side, all the color scheme of it. It was beautiful. We had our own contractor, Tony, but they know all the contractors in like a 5-county area. So if you're a do-it-yourselfer, they can even help you figure out how to do it yourself. You want a perfect outdoor space. They know how to help you create it. So, Landis Block can help inspire you. Go to landisbc.com on the web and get inspired with our photo gallery. Your paradise awaits at Landis Block and Concrete. Go, create your own jaw-dropping backyard paradise.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Keep your ride summer road trip ready with parts, tools, and accessories from Summit Racing. We have what you need for pre-trip maintenance, plus essentials like emergency roadside kits, tire inflators, jumper cables, boost jump starters, tool sets, and a whole lot more. So hit the highways or take the roads less traveled with confidence. Shop SummitRacing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends May 25th, 2025. SummitRacing.com. Let's build it together.
Summer's here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do we mean by almost? Well, you can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get a chicken parmesan delivered. A cabana? That's a no. But a banana? That's a yes. A nice tan? Sorry, nope. But a box fan? Happily, yes. A day of sunshine? No. A box of fine wines? Yes. Uber Eats can definitely get you that. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol in select markets. Product availability may vary by region. See app for details.
DrivePhilly.com. 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 A better, different dealership. That's DrivePhilly.com. Right now, get 2 free oil changes and 2 free car washes when you get your ride from DrivePhilly.com. Tired of hearing no or you don't qualify? Then you got to go to DrivePhilly.com. In Philly, when our teams don't score, we obviously get mad. But no matter your credit score, Drive Philly will make you glad. And they'll make you glad when you drive away happy in your new car or truck today. So don't wait. Make a beeline at DrivePhilly.com. The car you need at the deal you want. That's DrivePhilly.com.
Ready to take your career to the next level? Beasley Media Group in Philadelphia is looking for a digital account executive to join our dynamic team. If you have a proven track record in digital media sales and are passionate about helping clients succeed with cutting-edge campaigns, this is your chance to shine. You'll spearhead impactful digital solutions across SEM, programmatic display, social media, and more, all while working with top-tier brands in a fun, high-energy environment. Bring your passion for digital advertising, your consultative selling skills, and your drive to exceed revenue goals at Beasley Media Group. We value creativity, collaboration, and results, and we want you to be a part of our winning team. Ready to grow with us? Apply now at philly.recruit@bbgi.com. Beasley Media Group, where digital sales professionals thrive.
Philly Sports Tonight. Discussion on the big stories we've been talking about all day. Coming up tonight at 6 on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. This is Kincade and Salciunas. Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 9:26 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny had to dip out a little early today, so it is Amy Fadul with me for the remainder of the show. It is a Tuesday, so Amy, you're normally here with us for the remainder of the show. So we're going to be hanging out till 10 o'clock, and Daryl Morey, the president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers, will be joining us coming up at 9:30, and we'll be able to talk to Daryl about, I guess you could say, winning the lottery. Like, you won The Sixers won yesterday in terms of moving up.
You got your pick.
That's number one.
That's
the
number
fact that
one.
You got the pick.
You had to have that pick. You had to have it. I can't. I don't even want to think about it. We all had the doomsday scenarios.
Well,
where it didn't
Nagandi
convey,
made us feel the doomsday scenario when he said it.
It was awful. The stomach dropping out. I was just. It was awful.
So I've been dealing with something. Right, my son gets me sick. You know it, right? So like last night, I had a little slight fever in bed, and I'm watching the draft lottery, and I'm already feeling like crap. and when Nagandi says that, I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I already feel like crap, and you just ruined my day even worse.
Yeah, your stomach just absolutely turns
and
so
of
sour.
Course, fortunately, eventually we got
a couple minutes later.
But the Sixers got the 3rd overall pick, and so there's a bunch of opportunities, bunch of possibilities for the Sixers with that 3rd overall pick. I like where your head's at with some of the options. I just don't think this isn't Joel Embiid draft.
Right. There's one player, and then the rest are
guys.
I'm not going to go with just a guy. I think there are guys that can help, but yes, there's not a multitude. I think it's a lot like the NFL draft in the fact that there's some good talent.
Yes.
And there's some good value out there. These are going to be guys that are going to be nice players, role players for you. They're going to fill the needs that you have. The Sixers are a team that needs a lot of shooting. They need shooting. We've always needed shooting, and they need defense. So I think that this is a good draft for exactly what they need.
Now, you and I have talked about this even during the commercial breaks, like the Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey combination, and that's going to be talked about a lot leading up to the draft. 2 guys that didn't win in college. You can tell me all about talent and all that kind of stuff. I get it. I saw Ben Simmons have a lot of talent. There's something that scares me.
Yeah, the non-winning, because then you worry about, is it a mentality? Is it the player? Because there's players that have been labeled that. Those players have had nice NBA careers.
Absolutely, yeah.
But
James Harden is probably the poster child of a top 75 player, Hall of Famer that doesn't win.
Bradley Beal comes to mind as a player that people really like.
Doesn't mean they stinks.
Not a winning player. So you worry about that. And I don't want to put the label on these kids because that's what they are. I mean, they're literally kids still. But there is a big troubling thing when you look at it. You didn't even get to a 500 in college. You almost missed your conference tournament because they only take X amount of teams. You didn't win 20 games. You didn't even get to the 500 mark, and you have 2 top 5 players? How is that even possible?
Yeah, that's strange to me.
I don't know what the rest of their... I watched Rutgers like during the season one time. I saw them one time, and I thought, oh, those are nice players. There was nothing about that team that was remarkable.
Nothing that screamed 2nd or 3rd overall pick.
I like Dylan Harper slightly more than I like Ace Bailey. I'm not super high on either of them. Like I said, I need to watch a little bit more. I've probably watched like 6 full, like, all right, I'm going to break down and look at you type of things because I wanted to see where the Sixers picked. I wouldn't take either of them at 3. That's just me personally.
Now, I want to read this to you because I haven't had a chance since you got here. The NBA draft lottery odds of Dallas, San Antonio, and Philadelphia having the top 3 picks. So Art Cummings covers the Jazz. The Jazz, of course, worst record in the NBA, finished with the 5th overall pick. The odds of the Dallas Mavericks getting the 1st pick, the Spurs getting the 2nd pick, and the Sixers getting the 3rd pick in that order was 0.0114%. Which is nuts.
I mean, that is like lightning striking.
And so...
Actually, less than, I think.
Less than that, probably. Yeah. So when they go to commercial break and the Sixers are still in the top 3, did you think one was still like?
I did.
Did you feel good?
I heard Jim Lynam's voice in my ear where he said, like, "I got a good feeling, Abe. I got a good feeling." And I thought, oh my gosh, could Jim? I was like, I'm getting ready to fire up a text, and we texted it anyway. And I'm just, but to be the Jazz sitting there, and you go to commercial break, so now you're stewing on it, knowing that you're 5th and you're not in that top. How do you not get up and leave? I'd just be like, I'm out. This is it.
Yeah, I'm
out.
There's no.
I'm not waiting around for
Jazz,
this.
Yeah, there's no point. There's no point.
I'm not waiting around for this, but I thought there was some hope, but I was pretty pleased with 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, three's great. Considering where you were at and considering the doomsday scenario of not getting the pick at all.
Yeah, like the Hornets were 4, so
getting
they had
3 is good.
One of the worst records. So
yeah, getting 3 is good.
It was just something that it had to convey. You needed to have some sort of silver lining, some sort of bright spot, and I get it. You didn't want to be in the draft lottery. No one thought we would be here, right?
Nobody.
A 58-loss season. We were talking about a 58-win season.
Right, exactly.
It's crazy how much it turned on its head.
Like I tweeted this out yesterday. I said, has it hit you yet that the year is 2025 and we're watching a countdown to the NBA draft lottery?
It's just, every time I would think about it, and I kept a notebook every game. I keep all of my notes in there for the post game, the sponsorships we have to get through, whatever. I was like, that's the saddest notebook I've ever had in my entire life. It's the saddest notebook because it starts out and it's like, 3 and 14 as I flip back through it. I don't want to look at that notebook.
14.
It's like, at what point did we? And the thing is, we still had hope. We still had hope at that time.
Yeah, because Embiid was ramping up.
Because you thought, all right, if they go on a bit of a win streak, they win 7 of 10, they're right back in it. And that's the thing they were, because the way the East was stacked up this year.
Right.
They were going to be right back in it. Unfortunately, it never came to fruition. But you had to have some kind of positive movement. And getting the pick and getting the 3rd overall, I think, is about as... 1 would have been great. If I had to choose between 2 or 3, I like 3 better.
You like 3 better because of the...
Takes out a little bit of the drama.
Lack of drama.
Like someone's going to be able to at least make one of the choices for you. I always appreciate scenarios like that. When someone says, like, where do you want to go to dinner? I'm like, you better give me some choices because I don't know where we're going here. Give me at least a cuisine.
Right.
Narrow down my choices for me. I don't like to be flying off the cuff. That's me, though.
I like it.
Well, no, you
like
don't.
To fly off the cuff.
You do not. You research menus at every restaurant.
Yeah, but that's if I know where I'm going. I don't mind being off the cuff, though.
I like to be very well prepared.
All right, we're waiting to hear from Daryl Morey, who will join us here momentarily. Give us a text message, Gunner, on any of our talking points today. Obviously, you can text into the show at 610-632-0975.
Yeah, we got Joe checking in saying, I have no interest in the 2 projected Rutgers guys. I want a player that made the tournament, finished above 500, trade the pick, or go big.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We have the sour taste in our mouth from Ben Simmons, the guy that played for a team that didn't make the tournament, and you had the number 1 overall pick on it.
We have a sour taste now, but at the time, listen.
Ben Simmons was a good basketball player.
He was an all-NBA player.
Yes,
he was an all-defensive player. He's a 3-time All-Star. He just forgot how to play basketball and forgot that it's an enjoyable thing.
Yeah.
But yes, we have a sour taste now.
He liked everything that baskall gave him, not as
not
much
the actual
the game
basketball
itself,
part,
which is problematic.
That's going to be that should be a 30 for 30 one day. Like what happened?
Yeah.
But yes, we do have a sour taste because it's like you worry about not winning player. You really have to watch those guys, and I have to kind of put that in the. I hear that what the texter said. I'm not super high on them either, and it's because I have the bad taste of how do you not have a winning season? But I'm trying to put that aside of okay. What do the players really look like? What can they do for the team that I cover? How would they either of their skill sets fit in here? What would they bring? And does it outweigh anybody else that I have? Is it better than Derek Queen? Is it better than Trey Johnson? What am I looking at?
And I saw a lot of love for
guys.
Well, yeah, that's a big part too.
Yeah, I got nothing there.
There was a lot of love for Con Knuppel yesterday on
Con
Twitter.
Knuppel is a really nice player. I think and we talk about that at work, I think his ceiling is a little bit slightly less of a defender, but Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson is actually a pretty good defender.
Oh, no, he's a tremendous defender, yeah.
So
maybe
I think
not
people
as much
forget
at this
that.
age,
I
but
think people forget about that. They think he's just a shooter.
Wasn't he? He was like an all defense.
He's a really good player.
Multiple times.
I think Con Knuppel offensively could be a Klay-ish type. He has the big body. He's very rangy. Obviously, Duke doesn't play a lot of defense. That's not really what they're known for down there. But I think he's a really nice player. I don't know that I take him at 3. If I was in the 5 or 6, I wouldn't even question it.
Right, and that's when John was bringing up maybe trading back. If
he's your guy, I think Con Knuppel would be there at 5 or 6. I don't know, but the thing is, as I said earlier, if you're really in love with a guy, it doesn't matter where you take him. You take him where you take him.
Klay Thompson, by the way, 2018-19 season, all defense.
Yeah, people forget that he was a really good defender.
Yeah, and then he got hurt. He misses 2 years, and people forget all that kind of stuff. All right, so here's what we're going to do because we're still awaiting Daryl Morey. So let's take a quick timeout, and we will come right back, and hopefully Daryl Morey will be ready to go on the other side to talk about the Sixers landing the 3rd overall pick in the draft lottery. We'll get into that next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We want to hear from you. So text us at 610-632-0975.
You text every day, so why not text us?
Your opinion matters. Shoot us a text at 610-632-0975.
Don't want to call? You can always text us.
You've got our direct line, so text us anytime.
On a plane? Text us. On a train? Text us.
At the game? Text us.
Driving a car?
Yeah, pull over, then text us.
In a bar? Text us.
610-632-0975.
97.5 The Fanatic.
What's up, guys? Andrew. I got to tell you about my next go-to spot for my next car. It's DrivePhilly.com. This is not your typical dealership. When you drive a car from DrivePhilly.com, you're driving in style. They have the largest indoor showroom in the city, packed with a vast selection of awesome vehicles that look and feel brand new. So whether you're eyeing a luxury ride or something reliable and stylish for your daily commute, they have it all. And the best part is they make the car buying process a breeze with their easy financing options. No matter what your credit situation is, they're going to work with you to get behind the wheel of your dream car. And don't just take that from me. If you literally go to their website right there on the front page, it says, no credit, bad credit, don't worry, we'll put you in the driver's seat. So they're saying that right on their website. Cars like Toyotas, Hondas, Fords, Rams, BMWs, Kias, Hyundais, and more, you name it, you want it, DrivePhilly.com has it. And right now, you'll get 2 free oil changes and 2 free car washes when you purchase your next ride from DrivePhilly.com. That's a $250 value. If you're ready for your next car and you want a great deal and you want to drive in style, head to DrivePhilly.com. Check out their unbeatable inventory and experience their outstanding customer service for yourself. By the way, their showroom is at 6729 Eston Avenue, so right near the Airport Auto Mall. It's beautiful. You got to check it out. DrivePhilly.com.
One of the most spoken words in Benari Jewelers showrooms. Ready for it? Oh.
Oh.
Simply put, oh. It's the word we hear most often at Benari Jewelers. Like when a customer discovers there's a huge difference between the diamond on a random jewelry website and the one we handpicked at Benari. Oh. And when we tell them that many of the rings you'll find at the big box stores are made in China and are of a much lesser quality. Benari engagement rings are made here in the U.S. Impeccable quality.
Oh.
Our favorite. Our Benari diamond buyers turn down 95 out of every 100 diamonds. That means we have those 5 spectacular diamonds, but the other 95 landed at the big box stores.
Oh.
When Benari customers discover the comparisons and unmatched value, they're always pleasantly surprised. Oh, and you will be too. Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square.
The real and inside story on Philly sports is here, and it's powered by Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com.
That's LundyLaw.com.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Wherever you are, the Kincade and Salciunas show is accessible. Did you know you can watch the show on YouTube right now?
You can listen to the show anywhere via 975thefanatic.com.
If you missed a show, then listen to the on-demand podcast or watch on YouTube.
And of course, we are live weekday morning 6 to 10 on 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 9:40 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Our man John Kincade had to dip out a little early today, but Amy Fadul with me for the remainder of the show. And joining us now on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. The president of basketball operations for your Philadelphia 76ers, Daryl Morey, joins us. Daryl, good morning. How are we?
Good morning. Hey, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming on. I'm sure yesterday was a celebratory day for you getting the pick, because we were all still worried about the doomsday scenario where you guys lost the pick to the Thunder, but you also climb up from 6 to 3. With your pre-draft analysis, how big of a jump for you was that?
Big, I think 3. We feel very comfortable about the player who'll be there. Really excited, and yeah, it was definitely a celebration day and a high drama day that all Philly fans and everyone in the front office and coaching staff went through.
Yeah, our stomachs dropped out when Kevin Nagandi misreported that they lost the pick, and we were sitting there trying to run through the numbers, and I was like, they couldn't have lost the pick. He's wrong. And he corrected himself, thankfully. But you said you feel confident about...
Kevin,
did you hear that, Daryl, first?
Kevin added... we did, yeah. Kevin added to the drama. Obviously, we sort of knew... Well, I knew that that wasn't correct. I knew our odds had dropped. but that they were still alive. And it was actually a pretty funny moment because I turned out and I said, no, we're not out of it. And then Nick said to Elton, I don't think Daryl heard that they said we're out.
Yeah, they thought you were wrong. And
it was pretty logical, though, for Nick or anyone to, assume they probably got it right. Because I know they actually did several dress rehearsals with the media as well. So, you know what? Hey, these things happen, and just it happened in the most dramatic way.
You said you're pretty confident about who you like at 3, the player that you're going to be able to get. That would lend itself to believe that you are going to take a player at 3. Is that the scenario that you guys are rolling with?
Yeah, that's the plan. I think to get a high upside player that we also think can contribute right away is a big deal, and we feel like 3 is a great spot to be.
When it comes to contributing right away, how difficult for you is it to draft a player for the here and now versus down the road? Because even though you do have players locked up like Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey, age also plays a factor, and injury plays a factor. So how much do you think about the 2025 season with your draft pick, but how much do you also think about down the road?
Yeah, I mean, we're, as usual, my job is both. So, we are in that window where we're ready to win. But the nice thing about this draft being a very good draft overall, especially at the top end, is that we don't feel like we're going to have to make a compromise there.
It's interesting the way it lines up. And one thing we were talking about earlier, the draft is on the 25th. Free agency starts on the evening of the 30th. So you kind of have it back to back, which is helpful, but also it puts you guys in a crunch. You have to decide who you're going to draft, knowing who you might have to try to make a run at free agency. You have guys like Quentin Grimes, a restricted free agent. You have Gershon Yabusele, who is obviously unrestricted, and then players that are coming back in that have the player option. How much does your scenarios for free agency play into who you draft?
Our free agent scenarios won't play into who we draft. We're going to go with the best player there, which is why we're excited about how good the top of the draft is. And then we'll have to work around who we draft in free agency. But if you look at the history of the league, the mistakes are made when you don't just take the best player there. Now, work around it.
Now, we don't know who the player is that you're selecting at 3, but I will ask you, if it's one of the guards that are available in this NBA draft, how much do you take into account maybe the abundance of guards that you already have, or is that something that you ignore because you just want the best player available?
Yeah, we won't take that into account. Yeah, if the best player is a guard, we'll take a guard there.
I like it because there's there is a lot of value. It's one thing that everybody was talking about. This isn't a draft necessarily littered with generational talent, but there's a lot of guys who could help teams right away. How important is it for that to play a role? These are guys that can come in at the 3rd pick and they can contribute immediately, much the way that we saw Jared McCain contribute. Though I think that was a bit of a surprise, but I think this guy, whomever it is going to be able to come in, play important minutes right away on this team.
Yeah, they'll be highly regarded right away, we're very excited, and they'll also be very talented as well. We picked a good draft to get fortunate and move up from 5 to 3.
Daryl, you were on with the Mike Missanelli show last week, and you talked about the end of the season and some of the plans this offseason. And obviously we know that so much of it goes around the health of Joel Embiid. And I know you cannot guarantee a healthy season out of Joel Embiid, but what makes you feel comfortable that he will be back and playing at the level that we used to see out of Joel Embiid following this season where it was disastrous with injuries?
Yeah, I would say both the success of the surgery, then the early returns from his work with Dr. Glashow have been positive. Obviously, nothing can be guaranteed, but all the directional information we're getting is positive at this point that he'll be out there. He'll be out there next season.
I mean, the one thing you heard from the guys, all the players in the exit kind of interviews was it was a tough season. There's no doubt about it. They didn't really mince words, but they all had kind of a positive approach. Like, there's only one way to go, and that's up. It has to be moving forward. How much has that been the mantra, really, not just of the team, but of the front office as well, thinking like we're not going to get snake bit twice. We have to kind of put that behind us, as hard as it was, and really try to have a more, a positive outlook, as hard as it is after the season that you had.
Yeah, I don't know how positive the only way we can go is up is.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was Kyle Lowry. Maybe it's a little too doomsday-ish.
Yeah, but no, I think we're positive. I mean, I think it's more a confidence that this group knows that the talent of Paul and Tyrese and Joel, and the the Jared McCain and Quentin Grimes, Edwards, Bona, plus the third pick in the draft. I think obviously we didn't know that at the time, but I think that's where the confidence comes from. Is we know we have the talent, and now we just got to get out there, be healthy, and execute.
A lot of Sixers fans that have, let's face it, been beaten down with second round eliminations, right? We know that it's been 20 plus years since they got out of the second round, getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. They look around these NBA playoffs and they see these younger teams that are playing as well as they are. What makes you feel comfortable and confident that, if healthy, your Philadelphia 76ers, with the additions that you're going to make either via the draft and free agency, can put you back toward the top of the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, again, I mean, I think we know when Joel's healthy, he's been the top 5 player in the league. We know Paul George is an elite all-star level player when he's playing with a full complement of guys like a Tyrese. Tyrese is going to be going into, I think it's his 6th season, and he continues to progress, especially on the defensive end. And then you add that, our rotation next year is going to be pretty much all 25, 26, 27 and younger. And we feel very good, and all of them are going to be going into at least their second season, except the third pick. And we feel, and generally there's a pretty big jump as young players move into their second, third season. So, we're looking forward to where we'll be next year.
You mentioned a couple of the guys, and I think the one thing that the Sixers could take away, Sixers fans could take away, is that you did win. I like to call it winning on the margins. The guys where you kind of took flyers on, like a Gershon Yabusele, Justin Edwards, a Dembona with the second round pick. Those are really paid off, and I think that there are some positives to take away when you think about that going forward. Now with free agency, with some of those guys, are you confident that everybody is coming back and opting in, and how much does that play into the rest of your a kind of off-season strategy with a Gershon Yabusele? Obviously, Oubre has the player option. Andre Drummond has the player option. Eric Gordon has the player option.
Yeah, obviously it's their choice, but directionally, and I think they've even said it in some of their comments, I think Drummond, Oubre, and Eric will opt in. Yabusele is an unrestricted free agent, so we will look to re-sign him, but that historically in the league has tended to be a harder situation, but it would be awesome if we could get him back. And then Grimes, we feel good about. Obviously, he's a free agent as well, but we have the ability to match the deal. So we're hoping to work something out with Grimes as well.
Daryl, listen, man, we appreciate the time. Congratulations to getting the 3rd overall pick. I don't think anybody expected going into the season to be there for draft lottery night, but it is what it is. The season played out the way that it did, and at least you got to keep the pick and moved up 3 spots as well.
Yeah, I think when you have a rough year, it's important you build on it by developing a McCain, Edwards, Bona, get a Grimes, and then also to get the top 3 pick. It's important that when you have a rough year, because they come every once in a while with injuries, that you maximize it, and we feel like we were able to do that.
Daryl, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again down the road.
All right, thanks so much for having me on. Appreciate it.
There is Sixers president of basketball, our operations, Daryl Morey, on the Comcast Business Hotline. So, I would love to talk to Daryl for 20, 30 more minutes, but obviously time constraints.
Tell me who you really like. Tell me about Ace Bailey.
And obviously the Mike Missanelli show is coming up next. The one thing that I'll keep on harping on is he brings up the injuries. And what do you expect, right? With Embiid and his history,
you had 96,
Paul George.
96% of your salary was in street clothes.
Yeah, and Maxey we're not accustomed to seeing injured. But Embiid and Paul George, it's not like that's something groundbreaking. Like, those guys getting hurt happens often. I'm not stunned that Paul George was hurt now that he signed his contract, right? Like, contract year, he was healthy. Like,
yeah.
The
Embiid thing, and I get a lot of people because I like Joel Embiid. I have never made
I love Joel
I've never
Embiid.
made any excuses for that. I think when he's healthy and when he plays, even when he's at 75%, you've
still
never
one of the
seen
best players in the
you've
NBA.
never seen anything like him. I think for me, if I was in this position, I would be like, if I get 50 games out of Joel Embiid, I'm going to take that as a win.
That's why I always say I'm going to go down with the ship of Joel.
I'm going to go
Embiid.
down with it. 50 games out of Joel, because Joel, when he is out there, can roll out of bed and get you 27 points.
Right, but there's
Probably
a lot of
closer
people
to
that
30.
are tired of that 50.
And I get that. I get that. I just think that the upside for him, it's too enticing. And that's why when I talk to people that work at other markets, they're like, oh, I can see Joel Embiid here. I'm like, yeah, I bet you could.
Yeah.
And people are like, why would you want him? I'm like, because the upside is so great.
It's there, but people don't want to hear about, like John doesn't want to hear about upside anymore.
I get it.
Right?
I get it. I don't want to hear the word ramp anymore.
John will be happy that they're going to be selecting a player at 3.
And they're going to be taking a player. I think you have to take a player. They need a guy that's going to help them right away.
A player that he already has targeted.
I think that
Morey.
they've got probably one or two that are going to be, if they're there, that they'll take them.
They're there, yeah. All right, Amy, thank you for coming in as always. We appreciate it. Mike Missanelli Show comes your way next.
We do want to remind you, remember to support life-saving cancer research. Join me and our generous partner, Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors, in making a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives.
Damn right. Great. Have a great day, everybody. Mike Missanelli Show comes your way next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers keep their pick after all. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. Last night, the NBA lottery took place and the ping pong balls bounced in the right direction for the Sixers. They ended up walking away with the 3rd overall pick. Daryl Morey just joined the show, discussed the plans for the offseason with the pick, with Embiid, everything you can name for the Sixers this offseason. You can check that out again on our website, 975thefanatic.com. The Phillies dropped the first game of their 3-game series against the Cardinals last night, 3-2. Matt Strahm got tagged with the loss. He allowed a home run late in the 7th inning, gave up the run that ultimately proved to the Phillies' demise last night. Phillies and Cardinals are back at it again tonight at 6:45. Jesus Luzardo is on the mound, and the NFL schedule release is set for tomorrow, but we already know a few games for the Birds, including Week 1 hosting the Cowboys, Week 10 in Green Bay against the Packers, Black Friday against the Bears at home at the Link, and Week 16 down in D.C. against the Commanders. This update was brought to you by Bet365. Bet365, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary with Bet365. Download the app today. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the NBA playoffs, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Bill Colarulo.
I'm happy it's not the Commanders because I think that's going to be a really important game when it comes to determining who wins this division.
Talking about the Eagles.
I want to see the Eagles win the opener. I just think that when you have an offensive coordinator that's new, I know he was here last year, he was a passing game coordinator. We know it can take some time sometimes to find a rhythm. I didn't want one of the toughest opponents to start the year. I didn't want the Lions or the Commanders. So I'm happy it's the Cowboys.
Right. Listen to Bill weekdays on the Mike Missanelli Show, 10 a.m. to 2. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The Fanatic's Business of Sports is powered by Pico for Business.
So there are going to be 6 seasons now where we've got the Xfinity Mobile Arena as Wells Fargo Center gets sunsetted on September 1st. Now we have 6 opportunities for the Flyers and the Sixers to give us a championship in the new building. Names don't mean much, but sometimes it's just like a karma cleanse. Let's hope it's a good one. Businesses of all types and sizes have been saving money with Pico because Pico's got the financial incentives and technical expertise to help you reduce your energy use and save cash. So see how Pico's helping businesses like yours take control of their energy cost and improving their bottom line. Visit pico.com/business and request an energy assessment for money-saving recommendations based on your facility, equipment, and energy use, and discover financial incentives on equipment and upgrades that will save you cash. Tackle the biggest energy users at your business and start saving money today at pico.com/business.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
The days are getting longer. Spring is in the air.
Did you ever schedule the seasonal maintenance for our heating and air conditioning system?
Me? I thought you did that.
Your local Bryant contractor is your trusted partner for top-notch service and ensuring your air conditioning system is in peak condition before the summer heat sets in. Whether you need a new system or just seasonal maintenance, visit nopaybryant.com to find a local pro and to learn about limited time rebates and spring financing specials. That's nopaybryant.com.
Bryant.
Whatever it takes.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims. And in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This Thursday, May 15th, Ricky Batalico is headed to McGurk's in Horsham from 7 to 9 p.m. for an ice-cold Corona and a night of baseball talk. Enjoy $5 Corona Extra bottles and $5 Modelo drafts, plus a chance to win awesome prizes, including baseball tickets in Ricky Bo's Row. It's all going down with 97.5 The Fanatic and presented by Corona, the official cerveza of Major League Baseball. Don't miss it. Visit 975thefanatic.com for details.
Making choices in the morning can be a bit much. I just want someone to say sausage or egg and cheese biscuit, sausage and cheese or egg and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. Get 2 for only $3. At Wendy's, fresh made food means simple choices. Dare we say it's even a little fun? Okay, not like roller coaster fun. There's only so much we can do, people. When you want less thinky and more brekky in the morning, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Fire up the grill this Memorial Day with Wild Fork, your one-stop shop for premium meat and seafood at unbeatable prices. Sink your teeth into Black Angus New York strip steak for only $13.48 per pound, or Brazilian beef tenderloin for just $10. Awesome. Seafood lovers, grab 2 lobster tails for $15.96. Or jumbo Argentine red shrimp at $11.50 a pound. And don't forget the classics, burgers, hot dogs, all your barbecue staples, they're ready to go. Shop in-store or online. Memorial Day starts at Wild Fork.
My dad Len always says, the minute you get in a rideshare, buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a rideshare accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope we'll never meet you because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package. Just imagine the possibilities. Like possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with the $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Mike Missanelli, Philadelphia Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Oh, good morning, everybody. Well, did the Sixers get lucky last night, or is it just more the same? The third pick of the draft is not exactly exciting in this year's draft. But last night, if you watched the draft lottery, I got really confused. I didn't know how it was possible to jump out of the lottery and come back in. It turns out it was a ruse. He had the wrong information. Temple's own Kevin Gandhi, when he said the Sixers had jumped out of the top 6, and everybody had a collective groan in the Delaware Valley, and then all of a sudden a couple other teams that puts the Sixers back in the top 6. I go, whoa, what the hell happened here? And then they get to the top 4, and for an inkling, for one little specific moment, I thought everybody thought this was going to come out the way that would shock the world, that the Sixers would actually get the number 1 pick in the draft and get Cooper Flagg. But, no, they got number 3. And number 3 is probably the worst possible scenario other than falling out of the draft lottery. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not terrible, okay? There are 2 players in this draft that I think are ready to play right now in the NBA and can contribute right away. That's Cooper Flagg and Dylan Harper. And I was saying it yesterday, and I've been saying it for most of the time. But Ace Bailey, although a very, very highly touted high school prospect who went with Dylan Harper to Rutgers, really didn't perform to that level. He's got a lot of work to do in the NBA. I don't think he'll be an impact contributor next year. I think he'll be a back end of the bench guy who gets dribs and drabs to try to develop his game. The one thing about the kid is that he's a wing, and they need wings, and he's got length. They need length. He's 6'10", and he's a shooter. So, I look at a guy like Jabari Smith for Houston Rockets. He's that type of player, in my view, where he can stick it. And maybe, his contribution is that he can make a 3 every now and then. But I don't think that the Sixers are going to use this guy to make a significant jump in the standings as they focus. You heard Daryl Morey. You got the big 3 back, and then you're just trying to add on. Would this be trade fodder is the question that I have. Would Daryl Morey go hunting for a more significant player using this draft pick, maybe using Tyrese Maxey in a package, and the first guy you think of is Giannis Antetokounmpo? Could they even make a deal that way? I mean, probably not. With all the teams that are probably are better stocked to make that deal, the Sixers are probably down on the landing strip. But so last night gave you at least a little bit of promise, a little bit of hope. It wasn't a total disaster, but it wasn't something that's going to help them immediately. I'm Mike Missanelli. That's Bill Colarulo with us. It's Ray Dunn with us. Bill, your impression last night as you watched that exciting draft lottery.
Yeah, exciting. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Ray. It was, like you said, it was an emotional roller coaster because our man Kevin Gandhi, he gave me a heart attack when he said that means they're going to lose their pick. I'm like, great. And then when they hit the commercial break and they got a shot at getting the number 1 overall pick, I'm thinking it's going to happen. They're getting Cooper Flagg. I can't believe it's going to happen.
You're so easily sold.
So easily, dude. So easy. I was all in. I'm like, literally, I had the kids, the wife. I'm like, Sixers are all back. They're back. They're getting Cooper Flagg. My daughter had no idea what I was talking about. In fact, she said to me, the Dallas Cowboys got Cooper Flagg. So she's learning. She's learning.
Yeah.
But the fact that Dallas got it is just ridiculous. A 1.8% chance in the same season they make one of the most ridiculous trades we've ever seen, sending Luka to L.A., and now somehow, with a 1.8% chance, they get Cooper Flagg. Not saying it's rigged, but
yes,
little suspect, Mike.
You're saying it's rigged.
Little suspect.
Saying it's rigged.
But when
the Dallas Mavericks have been really unlucky in the draft. They have, in fact, I think this is the first time they didn't fall down from their draft place. So if anybody deserved it, it was the Dallas Mavericks. They got it. I think it's going to make the league a lot more interesting that he goes to a decent team.
It'll be interesting. I'm sure Nico feels very good that the fans won't kill him this offseason because at least they got Cooper Flagg. But as far as the Sixers go, you're saying the 3rd pick. I agree with you. I would have preferred the number 2 pick, obviously, or number 1. But at least they kept their pick. At least it's in the top 3. But now I'm torn. And I want to talk to you about this because we've spent pretty much all season, once we realized how bad these veteran surrounding pieces were, that they need to get younger. They need to get younger. And I look at this and say, well, you can't get much younger than drafting an 18-year-old kid in Ace Bailey. But at the same time, do I want to see them use this pick on an 18-year-old kid that's going to take some time to develop, or knowing that you're probably stuck with Paul George for the next 3 years and you're stuck with Joel Embiid for the next 4 years, do you try to package this and trade it? And I'm torn on it because I do want to see them get younger, but I don't know if I want to take a guy that's a developmental piece that's going to take a couple of years before you see his true potential. So I honestly don't know how I feel this morning with what Daryl Morey should do with the number 3 pick.
Here's what I think. I think they ought to trade one of the two big guys.
But you may have to package the 3rd pick, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and in which case I would do that.
And when you say one of the two big guys,
here's the problem.
Were you talking about Joel?
I'm talking to Joel and Paul George.
So you're keeping Maxey?
No. If he would have to go in a trade, I would include him in the trade. I would keep Bailey.
Wait, I'm confused now.
No, I can't keep Bailey.
No, if you have to
trade Bailey and Maxey and Paul George, that's what I would do.
That's going to be tough with the contract.
I know. You have to take back something. That would. I'm confused too.
Yeah, it's a confusing
the problem
situation.
Is Ace Bailey is at least a couple of years away from being a viable NBA player. By that time, Joel gets 2 years older. By that time, Paul George is ancient. I just don't. I don't see any hope with even this. They had to get Cooper Flagg to have hope. They don't have hope with this pick. Although down the road, maybe he turns into something. I mean, I have no way of knowing that. The way they draft anymore is they draft the highest McDonald's All-American high school player. That's the way they go. Like, even if they haven't performed in high school, they still have this kind of value that they think they're getting this jewel, and all they have to do is polish it. That's the way they draft anymore.
Yeah, what has me concerned about Ace Bailey and even Dylan Harper is that same issue we ran into with Ben Simmons at LSU, where they didn't have any college success. They didn't even make the tournament, this Rutgers team.
No, Dylan Harper had a lot of college success.
But this season I'm talking about, as a team, they didn't make...
The team didn't, but that doesn't really matter. But if a player looks good and has success as a player, Dylan Harper's a stud. He's a 6'6", a guard that you can use as a point guard. He's got a slowed down game and he's got a fast up game. He's a legitimate player.
I agree with you. However, the lack of team success concerns me. Because, again, the Ben Simmons comparison. Kid was a stud. Look how athletic he is. He's going to be the next big thing. He's going to take over for LeBron. LSU had zero success.
You could go through history and find Hall of Famers whose college teams didn't have success. I think you're putting too much value in that. If you're a good player, you're a good player. When you play with better players, you blend in and you fortify.
It doesn't concern you a little bit.
No.
That two of the top 3 picks in the NBA draft, Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper, who played together on Rutgers, couldn't do enough to even get that team to a tournament.
No. They play in a really tough league, and they only had 2 players. Like, what are you expecting? It wasn't a great team around them.
At least a tournament.
Oh, no. I think I'm telling you. You look at all these great players that have come through. Not all of them have come from really good teams. Talent is what divides it.
Yeah, I know the supporting cast was terrible with Rutgers, but that just makes me concerned. So if you were Daryl Morey right now, you're on the phone trying to figure out a way to package the number 3 pick and maybe one of the big 3, whether it's Maxey, George, or Embiid, to get who? To get Giannis?
I would try to move Paul George. I would try to make that deal to get Giannis. That would be exciting, man. It really would be.
It would be a change, that's for sure.
And you wouldn't have to rely on Embiid being there every night when you have Giannis. 610-632-0975. We'll see how the people feel about it. Phillies lost last night. We'll talk about that as well. Mike Missanelli Show on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Connor Thomas.
If you're an opposing team, how do you consistently beat
the Philadelphia Phillies. Like, what do you do?
Talking about the Phillies.
And I look at the starting rotation and I say, okay, in order to win a series, you're going to have to pick two pitchers that you feel like you can line up against in a row with these Phillies that you can beat. And Luzardo ain't that guy, and Wheeler ain't that guy right now. I wouldn't say people are picking Christopher Sanchez as the dude they're getting ready to line up against.
Listen to him weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Record numbers of residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you recently had a major life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may be eligible to enroll now. All health plans include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Find out if you qualify at getcovered.nj.gov. That's getcovered.nj.gov.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Philadelphia's station for breaking sports news. Powered by Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com.
That's LundyLaw.com.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Mike Missanelli with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Mike Missanelli Show, 10:14. Let's get to the moment that gave everybody a heart attack last night on the NBA Draft Lottery, where the fear was, and Bill had the fear. Bill was thinking negatively last night, saying that they were going to not land in the top 6. I thought they would land in the top 6. But then the draft lottery, I didn't understand how it goes. I'm just looking at the cards, and Mark Tatum is announcing the cards with a happy smile on his face. And I'll go, okay, let's just see how this plays out. And so a couple of teams get selected, and here's Kevin Gandhi last night.
The Toronto Raptors. That means the Spurs are in the top 4 with 2 teams jumping into the top 4. That means the Sixers will lose their pick to the Thunder because it's outside the top 6.
Oh, man. There it was. And you go, see that? And Bill's going, yeah, see? Bill was right again.
Oh, that was terrible.
Bill, you were right all along. All right, so do we have the moment where they leap back in?
I did not want to be right.
So here's the Gandhi now correcting it. Although he didn't correct it, he made it sound like other circumstances made the Sixers leap back in.
Correction now. That means Philadelphia is in the top 4. So they make the jump, and suddenly Jared McCain is riding the roller coaster we all are inside this room. The Sixers are in the top 4.
Didn't explain that he made a mistake.
No.
Made it sound like something else happened that made him jump back in. And I'm going, well, how's it possible that they jumped back in? Like I was trying to figure it out. I go, I got to do research on this now.
Yeah, I don't know. How did he mess up? Was it just he just was wrong? Is that what it was?
He made the assumption, and this was the assumption that I started to make at home, where 2 teams jump into the top 4. So then you start backtracking those teams. You say, well, if everything plays the way it's supposed to the rest of the way, there are going to be now 4 teams ahead of the 76ers, which would push them to 7. But you still have to wait to see if the Sixers made that jump, or if you saw the Thunder's logo, that was the moment in which it was all over. It wasn't over until you saw the Thunder logo pop up at pick like 7 or 8. That was the one thing that he didn't wait for, that we were all supposed to wait for, and that I was freaking out that I was about to see the Thunder. When I saw the Pelicans logo at 7, that was a moment of joy for me.
Yes, I was confused. And he's like, oh, wait, that means the Sixers are in the top 4. And then that's when I was like, they're getting them. They're getting flagged. But Maury was on this morning with Andrew and said that he knew Nagandi was wrong. Like, they knew he was wrong at the time.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those moments where, we talked yesterday about fandom in sports. I think Nagandi's Sixers, instincts kicked in there. Like, the worst possible thing has just happened to the Sixers. And kind of forgot the format of how this whole thing works.
Wait, now, Nagandi comes on the morning show every week, doesn't he? So they'll probably ask him about that later on in the week. Isn't he usually on Fridays?
Thursdays.
Thursdays.
So, yeah, that's going to be the first question. That better be the first question.
Yeah, and then, of course, I saw the Sixers, the big 3 there. And I got to be honest with you. The first thought that came to my head when I saw the table was, Mo, Larry, Curly. I'm sorry.
I'll tell you.
I'm sorry. That's the first thought I had. There they are. They have 3 Stooges.
Elton Brand and Nick Nurse looked nervous, didn't they? Like, Brand was, breathing. He was like, they looked like they were really anxious about what was going to happen. I guess understandably so. This disastrous season could have became even worse. But now we're number 3, Mike.
Yeah, and it bothers you that Ace Bailey didn't play for a very successful team. Let me go down a little list here.
Wait, it doesn't bother me. It makes me question that 2 of the top. Mike, I know what you're probably going to give me. You're going to give me guys who played on teams that didn't make the NCAA tournament.
I'm going to give you guys that had mediocre teams. Curry.
Who did Steph Curry play with?
Davidson.
No. Who else was on that team? Was there another top 3 pick on that team? See, this is my point. 2 of the top 3 picks in this draft were on the same team in college, and they couldn't get to the tournament.
Matter. 2 guys can't carry a team. You got to have it better. You got to have a squad.
But I want to hear it. So Steph Curry,
Edwards,
Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, we went to Georgia. Donovan Mitchell, Louisville, mediocre Louisville team. Damian Lillard with the Weber State. Tyrese Halliburton, Iowa State. Yeah. Jaylen Brown with the Cal. Kay Cunningham, Oklahoma State. Maxey to Kentucky with a loaded squad. They didn't do anything.
Did they make the tournament?
I know they probably did. John Morant, Murray State. How about Jason Kidd?
Yeah, where did Kidd play?
Player.
Where did he play?
Cal.
And they didn't do much. Yeah, but look, you could also give me the guys who didn't even go to college. Ones who skipped right over it.
Charles Barkley.
But what I'm saying is the reason I question is because you're saying 2 of the top 3 picks. And as good as Dylan Harper was, and now Ace Bailey.
You're also talking about 2 one-year players. It's like, they're one-year players. They're like, they come on campus, they're 18 years old.
And Ace Bailey's still 18.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is this is just more for me evidence that these guys would not come and be able to play right away with our big 3.
Overly negative view by you.
It's not a negative view.
Yeah, it's totally negative.
I think it's a valid concern.
Listen, there are 2 guys that are ready. And I've been saying it all along. You heard me say it all along, right? 2 guys are ready. Cooper Flagg is going to be a contributor right away. Dylan Harper is going to be right away an impact player. Other than that, these guys now, Edgecombe has great athleticism. You just go down a list. There was a list of how they're going to be picked, in what order. Edgecombe is a guard. The Sixers really, they didn't really need a guard at that point. There was a point guard there, Sears. The kid from Texas is kind of a wing player, shooter. There's Maliwak from the center. They don't need that. So they're going to take the best player that fits them, a wing player who's got length. He's 6'10", and he shoots it. So, but he's not ready to. You can't. When you're saying, well, we're going to wait until we put this team together, we're going to be fortified by our pick in the draft. Well, you're not going to be fortified by your pick in the draft, not this year.
So let's look at the number 2 pick for a second, San Antonio, because you're assuming they take Dylan Harper. But they traded for De'Aaron Fox. Mm-hmm. Now, you said Stephon Castle's more of a wing. I thought he was more of a guard. He was the Rookie of the Year. Is there any chance that San Antonio doesn't take Dylan Harper?
I can't imagine they wouldn't. He clearly is the second best player in this draft. There's no reason. Like, look at the other guys. All of them are guards, except when you get to the center position. Like, who's a forward? Who's a big that they're going to take? The kid from Maryland, Queen is going to be in there, I guess. But if you take Derek Queen at 2. You're crazy.
Well, no, unless they decided to go Ace Bailey.
They can trade back, I guess. They can always trade back. So you're saying that San Antonio could take Ace Bailey and the Sixers would have Dylan Harper?
No, I don't think that would happen. But if Dylan Harper falls to you at 3, could you take another guard?
But they need it. That's what I'm saying. They need a wing anyway. So maybe they call Brian Colangelo, and he'll keep the pick. He'll trade to keep the pick so they can take Ace Bailey. 610-632-0975. Mike Missanelli Show continues.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers will pick 3rd. I'm Ray Dunn with this Fanatic Sports Update. The 76ers left in the top 3 in last night's NBA draft lottery, keeping their pick and put themselves in a position to potentially select Rutgers' Ace Bailey, who's been mocked in a lot of early mock drafts as that 3rd overall pick. Yesterday, the Philadelphia Inquirer's Keith Pompey joined the afternoon show and talked about the fit between Bailey and the 76ers.
I think Ace Bailey could be a guy who could get lost with the Sixers. And what I mean by that is, Ace Bailey is the type of guy who needs to go to a situation and basically play and be a major part of what they're trying to do.
We'll be sure to break down everything the 76ers can do with that 3rd overall pick, and we'll talk to the Inquirer's Gina Mizell, who was in the room for the actual lottery drawing coming up at 12:25. The Phillies lost the series opener to the Cardinals last night 3-2. Christopher Sanchez going 6 innings, allowing 2 earned. Strahm was tagged for a home run and a loss last night. Jesus Luzardo gets to start for the Phillies tonight at 6:45 down at Citizens Bank Park as the Phils try to bounce back from the loss to the Cardinals. And the NFL schedule continues to be released in parts ahead of the full schedule coming out on Wednesday night. We now know 4 Eagles games, none of them on a Sunday. The Eagles will open up at home Thursday Night Football against the Cowboys, play Monday Night Football against the Packers on November 10th, Black Friday against the Bears, and Saturday, December 20th against the Commanders. This update is brought to you by True Green. Summer's better with True Green. Get a loan you'll love for less than you think. Don't wait. Sign up at TrueGreen.com. Get 75% off your first treatment. Restrictions apply. I'm Ray Dunn on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Metallico.
I can no longer get on Trey Turner. Now, whether Rob Thompson did this or not on purpose, he told us what he wanted Trey Turner to do.
Talking Phillies baseball.
Basically, get on base. He wants him hitting 300. So that tells me he wants him to be a hitter, just to take the ball where it's pitched, get on base. Wants him to steal 40 bags and score over 100 runs. I think he has a defined role with the Phillies.
Listen to him weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'm sorry. I was just talking to Bill about our next segment, but it's Mike Missanelli here. If you're in the market for a new ride, there is only one place to go. It's Gateway Kia. There's 2 places to go. Gateway Kia has dealerships in Warrington and Quakertown. They have more than 400 vehicles in stock, including an incredible lineup of the Tellurides. I've been telling you about the features in the Telluride, like that feature, that sensor in the back seat. If you leave a dog in the back seat, if you leave a child in the back seat, Now, that's a great feature because sometimes you forget, right? People go into the casino and all that stuff. It alerts everybody around you. The Telluride, cutting-edge technology, built-in Wi-Fi, delivers an unbelievably smooth and comfortable and powerful ride. Gateway Kia has been family-owned and operated for 20 years, and the people that shop at a family-run dealership can tell you the difference. They truly invest in their customers. Whatever the customer needs, the family-run dealership is going to work their butt off to give it to them, including giving them loaner cars when you are without your car, when you have to bring your car in for service. And right now, here's the advantage of shopping at Gateway Kia. Online. That's right. You can shop right now from the comfort of your own home. Check out all the inventory at shopgatewaykia.com. That's shopgatewaykia.com. So again, dealerships, Warrington, Quakertown, but online, Gateway Kia is shopgatewaykia.com. Good luck your shopping.
Hey, that patio furniture, it's not vintage. It's just old. And your deck, it's stuck in a time warp. Like bell bottoms and wood paneling never left. And your grill, hey, look, I'm pretty sure it's home to more spiders than burgers. But it's time to fix all that with Sequoia Outback. They have been helping the Delaware Valley upgrade their outdoor spaces for over 25 years. And with the largest outdoor showroom in the country, they've got everything you need. Explore decking and railing from top brands like Trex and TimberTech. And design the outdoor kitchen of your dreams with premium grills from Fire Magic, Weber, and Primo. Wander through 3 massive floors of decking, pavers, furniture, umbrellas, fire pits. Now, whether you're tackling the project yourself or hiring a pro, Sequoia also has all the hardware and know-how to make it happen. Create your own backyard oasis and score major savings with their annual Memorial Day sale happening now. Sequoia Outback on Route 309 in Hatfield and online at decksupplies.com.
Experience the ultimate at Sequoia Outback. O'Reilly.
Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and the MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99. In-store only, limit supplies. See store for details. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Demand Rand. I'm Rand Spear. When you're injured, you need a law firm that fights, not one that settles for scraps. We're not afraid to go head-to-head with the insurance companies. Not every law firm can say that. Don't take a lowball offer. Get what you deserve. Demand Rand. Call 1-800-90-LEGAL. The insurance companies hope you'll take their first offer. Don't. Rand Spear will push harder, fight longer, and win bigger. Don't settle for less. Call 1-800-90-LEGAL.
Fire up the grill this Memorial Day with Wild Fork, your one-stop shop for premium meat and seafood at unbeatable prices. Sink your teeth into Black Angus New York strip steak for only $13.48 per pound, or Brazilian beef tenderloin for just $10. Awesome. Seafood lovers, grab 2 lobster tails for $15.96, or jumbo Argentine red shrimp at $11.50 a pound. And don't forget the classics: burgers, hot dogs, all your barbecue staples. They're ready to go. Shop in-store or online. Memorial Day starts at Wild Fork.
Baseball season is in full swing, and we have you covered. All the Phillies conversation, analysis, and expert interviews you need are right here. Philadelphia's source for breaking sports news. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Coming up at 2, The Afternoon Show. Now, Mike Missanelli, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
10:30, it's the Mike Missanelli Show. Let me go on with some players that didn't play in the NCAA tournament. Chris Bosh. Great talking about Paul George last 2 years, 13, 21, 15, and 18 for Fresno State. You know, didn't play in the NCAA tournament either. Julius Erving.
Yeah, I was going to give you that one.
Yeah, Doc. Dominique Wilkins.
Yep, Dominique.
Clay Thompson.
Clay Thompson did not.
DeJounte Murray, Darius Garland, Jamal Crawford, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, Malik Beasley. See, they find you, man.
Also,
they find you.
Dame Lillard didn't play in it.
Dame Lillard, I said earlier.
You did say him earlier. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot. And I'm not saying that you should rule these guys out. I just look at it when you say 2 of the top 3 picks didn't do it, and they were teammates. It just raises a little bit of concern that these guys are not going to be ready to come in and contribute. But you agree with that point. They're not going to contribute to these guys.
I don't agree with you when it comes to Dylan Harper. I think Dylan Harper's game is NBA ready.
All right, so if Harper was to fall to the Sixers and they were to draft him, well, what are you doing? Because you got Maxey, McCain, Harper, and
I would
Grimes.
take Dylan Harper in a heartbeat because I think he's actually better than Maxey. I think he's going to have a better career than Maxey. And the reason why is he's 6'6".
So if for some reason Harper was to fall, Maxey could become
trade bait?
Trade bait a little bit.
I would suggest yes.
And then you would have Harper and McCain.
Get a wing with Maxey.
But you're still stuck with PG and Joel.
Yeah. I'm telling you, priority number 1 is to move Paul George because I think it's possible. Let's go to the phones. Will in Brookhaven's checking in. Will, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, Will?
Hey, guys. I'm trying to get you off speaker. How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I feel good. I was hoping we would have got the number 1 pick, but, hey, number 3 is, consolation prize, I guess. But I was nervous, just like Bill was saying, when the guy was saying we didn't get the pick, and I'm like, huh? Bill
was kind of disappointed they didn't fall out.
I didn't want to see him fall out.
He had predicted.
I didn't.
I was going to come in and say Bill was right again.
No, I didn't want. That would have been
Bill. You were right all along.
But that was just a guess. That wasn't really an opinion.
But the conspiracy theories is going to be out there. If y'all want to get this little tidbit, when LeBron left Cleveland, remember they got 2 back-to-back picks, and all of a sudden, was that the makeup for LeBron leaving? So there's always going to be conspiracy theories out there.
Yeah.
With this.
Yeah. It would have been conspiracy theory of just if San Antonio got it again.
Yeah, that too. I'm like, how the heck they get up to 2?
Yeah. Listen, hey, Ernst & Young were on the case, baby.
Always Ernst & Young.
Ernst & Young got the case. They brought out the case.
But who I would draft, I would hope Dylan Harper falls to us. I mean, I like Ace Bailey, but we don't want him to get lost.
A lot of work to do. Now he's not as assertive. Dylan Harper's a very assertive player.
Yeah, he is, and he basically led that Rutgers team.
Yeah, he's solid, man. I'm telling you, he's going to be a really good player.
Yeah, but I don't understand what does San Antonio need Dylan Harper for, though.
Well, hey, listen, you can always use a guard that's better than the guard you have, right?
But they got Castle.
Do you think he can play with that? Well, you can move Castle to a swing because he's got ups. You can play him on a perimeter with a 3 perimeter type of setup. I would not pass up Dylan Harper if I was San Antonio. You can't say, well, we got an abundance of this. That kid's a player. He's the second best player in the draft. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to take not the second best player in the draft?
I mean, I'm hoping San Antonio's going to take him, but yeah.
I hear where you're going, Will. But seriously, like San Antonio's no dummy. That guy's been down there for a while.
Yeah, I know. But they got so many daggone guards. What else? What else do they need?
I tell you right now, I think Dylan Harper's better than Stephen Castle. I think he's a more versatile player. I think he shoots it better. Stephen Castle's an athlete. Good athlete.
Rookie of the year?
Yeah, but it was a very depleted cast for him to get Rookie of the Year.
Let me ask you, you watched more college basketball than me, but now that the Sixers got the 3rd overall pick, I was watching a bunch of highlights last night, reading a bunch of stuff on these guys. Who has more upside, you think, Ace Bailey or Dylan Harper?
Dylan Harper.
Because Ace Bailey, being only 18, it looks like this kid could develop into being an extremely good basketball player.
Dylan Harper is Jalen Brunson at 6'6".
That's a pretty bold statement after what Jalen Brunson did last night. I'm telling you,
that kid can play. Plus, he's got good bloodlines, man. His father's an NBA player.
Now, what about VJ Edgecombe? Do you like him?
He's an athlete. I watched him. He's an athlete. Jumps over people, but not refined at all.
And he's another guard, right?
Yeah, he reminds me of Cam Whitmore a little bit. The kid who played at Villanova. Like, everybody gets fascinated with their athleticism, but when you don't know how to play, you don't know how to play. I watched him a lot with Baylor last year. He looked lost half the time. And until he came in and made a offensive rebound slam, and everybody go, oh,
Yeah, he's a good defender. But I was looking up Ace Bailey last night because he's listed at 6'10", but he only measured at 6'7.5".
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, so he's not 6'10".
No, that's what they had him listed at Rutgers.
But he's
not
got
6'10".
a great stroke. I mean, the best thing he does is shoot it. He's got a really good stroke. So you can work with a guy like that, but it's just going to take a couple years. The Sixers don't have enough time, do they?
Well, not if you keep you got PG for 3, you got Joel for 4.
Yeah, unless you move some parts around and you start to make this metamorphosis of a young. This would be a good start with him.
It's just it's like we have two competing interests though on this team, because if you're going to keep Joel and Paul George, you don't have time to wait for a player to develop. But if you're really trying to get younger, then you got to do something with Paul George. You can't keep him. It's like, I know what Daryl Morey said to us.
They're in a squeeze.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot right now.
They're in a squeeze. They're like Tony Dogs in the Vice.
I don't know the movie.
Casino.
Oh, yeah. Like when he yells at him.
Dogs.
I got your head in a vice.
Dogs. I want you to listen to me very carefully. Got your head in a vice. Charlie M. Mike Missanelli Show continues on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Sullivan inside. Godbury all stemming from a restart. Out of the back and Quinn plays into Baribo. Another Baribo blast.
The games are here.
Across with Schulte. Baribo backwards. Westfield. Goal! Golazo! Westfield, baby!
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
What's up, everybody? I'm Matt Menard, production manager at 97.5 The Fanatic and graduate of Connecticut School of Broadcasting in Cherry Hill. When I retired from the Army, I wanted my second career to be something I was passionate about, Phillies sports. I set a goal to work at my favorite radio station, and CSB helped me get to where I am today. I went to the tour and I was hooked. At CSB Media Arts Center, it's just built differently. There are no textbooks, and students start training in studio from day one. Everything is hands-on, and you are taught by industry pros who are already doing the job. And it's not just radio. It's all broadcast media, as well as filmmaking, web design, and social media marketing. For over 60 years, CSB Media Arts Center has placed thousands of graduates in rewarding careers. Don't waste any more time. Head to gocsb.com and fill out the form to schedule your tour today. Classes begin in July. And fellow veterans, CSB is VA approved. CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, home of the Connecticut School of Broadcasting, where media careers begin.
Hey, it's John Kincade for Landis Block and Concrete. You know they're the go-to place to create your jaw-dropping backyard paradise, but did you know that it's also the place to keep it looking brand new? Landis Block offers top-quality cleaners and sealers to maintain the fresh, impressive look. From durable pavers to elegant stucco and bricks, Landis Block has everything you're going to need to keep your backyard looking immaculate, season after season. Visit LandisBC.com. Get inspired on what you want to build or what you want to maintain. Landis Block, your outdoor paradise isn't just a dream, it'll be a reality that you can maintain effortlessly.
Tee off in Montgomery County, where you'll find over 50 top-notch golf courses perfect for every skill level. Whether you're looking for a quick nine, a championship challenge, or scenic fairways to unwind with friends, Montco has the perfect course for you. Enjoy beautiful landscapes, welcoming clubhouses, and a community that loves the game as much as you do. Learn more about Montco Golf, kid-approved adventures, and getaway ideas at valleyforge.org. That's valleyforge.org.
When breaking sports news happens in Philly, we have you covered. Live updates, press conferences, insight, perspective, and your reaction. This is 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Mike Missanelli. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Uh, 10:41, Mike Missanelli Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. We got a lot of texts that came in after last night's development. So, Ray, let's get to them. What do we have?
All right, we already got people mocking up trades. We'll go to Shane from Deptford here. Maxey in the 3rd pick to San Antonio for the 2nd. Do they bite?
Oh, I don't know if I would do that, though. So you're trading Maxey in the 3rd to get Dylan Harper, essentially?
Yeah.
See, Mike, I'll get your opinion, but I just don't see how that helps you with the whole issue of Paul George and Joel Embiid. So all you're doing is you're taking Maxey and you're getting younger there slightly. I think
it's not an overly strong improvement. Although I think Dylan Harper could be a better player than Maxey.
You think Dylan Harper could be a guy that you could build around in the future?
Yeah, I do.
Which we've learned Maxey is more of a Robin.
Yeah. But I wouldn't make that deal. That's not enough. Not enough getting back.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that one. Now, what about Paul George and the 3rd overall pick?
For who?
For the 2nd. But why would San Antonio do that?
Yeah, you can do that salary-wise.
No, because you're going to have to. Well, you probably couldn't do Maxey salary-wise either, could you? You're going to have to get a player back in return for that contract.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What else you got, Ray?
All right, we'll go to Andre in West Philly here. Great show, guys. The draft is rigged just like the lottery. Trade the pick and future pick with Embiid for Giannis.
Trade the pick with Embiid.
And a future pick.
And a future pick for Giannis. Would the Bucks do that? They would be getting rid of the star, and they would face the music like Dallas faced the music, but they would also be getting Embiid, and then the hope would be that Embiid would be a more dominant player and would change their dynamic a little bit, and then he and Lillard could coexist.
I just think any team, as great as Joel was, why would you take on 4 more years?
Well, here's why.
Of that contract.
Because Giannis wants out, and you got nothing. So once he wants out, you got to make the best deal that you possibly can. You replace a star with a star, you keep your fan base at bay.
But a star that may not play.
Yeah, but most people would look at more of the optimistic side. Well, at least we're getting Joel Embiid back for Giannis. Sayonara, Giannis. We got Embiid. He's a more dominant player than you anyway, when he's healthy.
I mean, I would do that. I don't know if the Bucks would do it. Would you do it? Would you trade Joel and the number 3 pick for Giannis?
Yeah.
So then we would have Giannis. You still got Paul George.
I don't want the Embiid thing anymore. That's the main reason I would do it. I'm weathered by it. I can't deal with it because I know exactly what's going to happen. And I can't. It's like waiting for the glass to break. It's like you have a crack in your windshield and you drive on the highway.
You're just waiting for it to spider web.
Yeah, exactly.
I just keep. I know that maybe I'm in the minority here, but we are literally only 1 year removed from him averaging over 30 points a game in the postseason against the Knicks. He dropped 50 points in one of those games.
Are you serious now?
I'm just saying, man. Are we really ready to just give up on him?
Dude, what's gonna make him be a healthy player? What miracle cure do you have in your up your sleeve there, Mr. Bodybuilder?
All right, if you go back to last season, well, I guess can I say last season or is it 2 seasons ago now? I'm confused because we're almost finished this year. But if you go back to 2 years ago or a year from now, Ray, I'm confused on this. Is it last season or is it 2 seasons ago? What do you say now?
Well, when they played the Knicks,
yeah.
That's 2 seasons ago.
All right, so you go back 2 seasons ago. Before his leg is fallen on and he hurts his knee, he was doing things that we have never seen before. He was putting up numbers that Wilt Chamberlain were putting up. That is literally a year and a half ago, Mike.
He's got a degenerative knee, and he gets older as the days go long. Like, what are you not seeing here?
Because my question is, are we sure that Joel Embiid
I'm sure.
will never play at that level again?
I'm sure.
Based
I'm
off
100%
but based off of what?
Based on the fact that he can't do it anymore. Based on the fact that he had to sit out when he would play 2 games. It would be he doesn't have it anymore. It's over. That era of Embiid is over.
Okay, that was a little bit over a year ago. And then last year, when he comes back against the Knicks, he was literally playing on one leg. And he averaged over 30 a game. I was in the building when he dropped 50 at the Wells Fargo in that series. So how are we ready to just say he's never going to be that guy?
2 years ago.
No, that was last year.
Last year, where?
He dropped 50 against the Knicks.
Early in the season?
No, in the postseason. What did he put up in that game, Ray? In that game against the Knicks?
What postseason? They're not in the postseason.
Last year.
Last
a
year's
year
postseason?
from today.
All right.
A year from today.
But what happened since then? What has happened since then? Are you oblivious to what happened since then?
Yeah, I'm saying it was a year ago, though.
Okay. What happened then? He went to the Olympics, and then what happened?
Yeah, he dropped 50 in Game 3.
Forget the 50. Forget the 50. What happened recently?
I know. He goes to the Olympics. He comes back. There's something wrong with the knee. He gets shut down. They got to do surgery on his knee. But are we sure that the guy we saw
Did you hear
basically
the general
a year
manager
ago
say they fixed anything? Did you hear the general manager say they fixed something and everything's going to be great? Did he say that?
I'm not confident, okay? I'm not confident. I'm not saying that it's a guarantee that Joel gets back. I'm also saying that I don't know if it's a guarantee that Joel Embiid is done. He's done. He's never going to – we saw him a year ago.
He's done to the extent where he can play a lot of games at that level. He's just done. He can't. He's not going to be able to play 65 games in the regular season and then go all through like 3 levels of playoffs. Where do you see that happening?
I don't need him to play 65 games.
What about then we're going to go through the same thing as last year, where they're going to get a bad seed?
What's the alternative, though?
The alternative is to move him.
He's not getting moved.
Well, you asked me. That's my alternative. That's why I'm saying yes. I would trade him to Milwaukee for Giannis, and I would throw in Maxey.
I do think, though, that people being out on Joel is more based off of the frustration that we just saw this season.
Not the frustration. It's the reality of a knee that can't respond anymore. It's not frustration. It's health. It's age and health.
So under that line of thinking, why would anyone trade for him, Mike?
Because the Milwaukee Bucks would be desperate to get a star player since they lost Giannis. And they would cross their fingers, just like the Sixers cross their fingers coming into this year. There's always that naive Bill that's going to say, yeah, it could be done. 610-632-0975. Mike Missanelli Show continues.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers will pick third. I'm Ray Dunn with this Fanatic Sports Update. The 76ers left in the top 3 in last night's NBA draft lottery, keeping their pick and putting themselves in a position to potentially select Rutgers' Ace Bailey, who's been mocked early on in the draft process to that 3rd overall pick. Yesterday, the Philadelphia Inquirer's Keith Pompey joined the afternoon show and talked about the fit between Bailey and the 76ers.
I think Ace Bailey could be a guy who could get lost with the Sixers. And what I mean by that is, Ace Bailey is the type of guy who needs to go to a situation and basically play and be a major part of what they're trying to do.
We'll be sure to break down everything the 76ers could do with that 3rd overall pick, and we'll talk to the Inquirer's Gita Mizell, who was in the room for the draft lottery process, coming up at 12:25. The Phillies lost the series opener last night to the Cardinals 3-2. Christopher Sanchez went 6 innings, allowed 2 earned. Strahm was tagged for a home run and the loss last night. Jesus Luzardo gets to start for the Phillies tonight as they try to bounce back 6:45 at Citizens Bank Park. The NFL schedule continues to be released in parts. The full schedule coming out Wednesday night. We now know 4 Eagles games, none of them on a Sunday. The Eagles open up Thursday Night Football against the Cowboys at home, play Monday Night Football against the Packers on November 10th, Black Friday against the Bears, and Saturday, December 20th against the Commanders. This update is brought to you by Robert Half. Their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. I'm Ray Dunn on your home for the 76ers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic, 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hall of Fame baseball insider Jason Stark.
All the time that we spent this spring debating who should lead off, Trey Turner or Kyle Schwarber, and then the answer turned out to be Bryson Stott. The thing is, when he swings, he's making contact over 88% of the time, and that is one of the highest contact rates in the league.
Presented by Bet365. Every Wednesday at 4:25 on the afternoon show. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Caught spring fever? Need to freshen up your home in time for the warmer weather? Fret not. Our team of preferred pros is here to help. Whether it's roofing, landscaping, or air conditioning, our team of experts is here to tackle all your home improvement projects with quality, reliable service. Spruce up your home today with preferred pros.
Clogged drains, leaking sinks, no hot water? Ace Hardware Home Services has got you covered. Schedule fast expert plumbing service at acehardwarehomeservices.com.
At Gerhard's Appliances, you can design your dream kitchen on any budget. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's. Find a local showroom or shop online at gerhardsappliance.com.
Volpe Enterprises. It's time to make your windows remarkable and affordable. Call Volpe Enterprises at 855-GO-VOLPE or visit online at govolpe.com.
Check out Preferred Pros today. This paid program is sponsored by businesses highly rated by actual customers. For more details, visit 975thefanatic.com.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com. And then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you're waiting for summer deals to refresh your home, don't wait any longer because Macy's Memorial Day presale is happening now. From backyard hosting to indoor updates, find the perfect pieces for every space, like amazing outdoor furniture sets, customer favorites like the Radley Sectional, and top mattress brands like Tempur-Pedic. Come in and get early access to incredible deals. We're talking 20 to 65% off before the official sale begins on Friday at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash.
It's me, Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. I see those dry elbows, baby. But don't worry, get moisturized right in the shower. So hydrated you can skip the lotion after.
Don't wanna see it dry no more. Skin so moisturized with body wash.
Look at you now, no more dry skin. Your skin gets the moisture it craves with
Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry!
Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Hey, this is Andrew Salciunas.
I'm John Kincade.
This is Mike Missanelli.
Ricky Bottalico here. We've done some great work with businesses across the Delaware Valley.
Companies like Landis Block, Waste Management's Bagster, and Comcast Business.
We only endorse businesses and products that we truly use and value.
Think about the impact of hearing Fanatic personalities talking about your organization and driving customers to your company.
Go to 975thefanatic.com/advertise to learn more about how The Fanatic can help you market your products and services. Mike Missanelli with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
All I am is a man.
10:55. Mike Missanelli Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. You want to get in, text or call regarding the Sixers and what they should do at this point? after last night's draft lottery. Gave him the third pick in the draft. 610-632-0975. We got normally our leadoff hitter, but today not our leadoff hitter. So we got let's hear our music. Let's hear the walk-up music. Here we go. Here we go.
Bar, you know, people. I go to the bar.
Go to the bar.
I rent my coat. I call a bartender. So look, man, come down here. You got down there. So what you want? I want
bourbon, one scotch, and one beer. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg from Bethlehem checking in. What's up, Greg? Hey, Greg.
Hey, you gotta love
come out here.
you gotta love it. That's
You're the only guy in Bethlehem has a walk-up song, Greg.
I appreciate that. It's quite an honor. Do you think that the NBA thinks better of itself with Luka in L.A.?
Yeah, I think.
I mean, what I'm getting.
What
I'm getting at
conspiracy? Is this a conspiracy call?
Well, potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't put it past them. I mean, if you're going to have everything transparent, then why don't they do the ping pong balls out in public?
Well, they do them with witnesses. In fact, we're going to have one of the witnesses on today. Gina Mizell, who covers the Sixers for the Philadelphia Inquirer, will join us at about 12:30 today. They have a representative from each team that witnesses the procedure.
I see. So there's no way for them to rig it.
There would be so many people would have to be involved in this day and age. The way people squawk, the way social media is, it would be impossible to get away with a fix.
I mean, it just seems like incredible symmetry that Dallas gets rid of Luka and they get the first pick.
But look at last year. Atlanta got the first pick. So
true.
Their odds were slender. It's just the way it falls sometimes, man.
Right. Okay. Well, it's just something that occurred to me.
No, it occurred to a lot of people. A lot of people think this draft is fixed, especially after what Dallas went through, and the league trying to make up for what Dallas made as a mistake. Now think about that. The league couldn't care less. If Dallas made the mistake, like Dallas isn't a major market, like why would they have to rig it so Dallas benefits? Screw them.
Well, they would rig it so that L.A. benefits and Dallas would get a compensatory first round.
They also got Anthony Davis. They get Anthony Davis
first pick
and the first pick of the draft. Nah, Greg, come on.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. All right.
Now, the other thing, Mike, that would make it impossible. When the trade went down, the NBA would have had to have known at that point that Dallas was going to fall into the lottery.
Yeah, they didn't know that.
They didn't know, and they barely made it into the lottery.
But Dallas could also say, we're going to tank.
They could have. There were a lot of things had to go right. A lot of things would have to go right. As much as it's
I don't know how it's done. It's a complicated formula. Maybe Gina Mizell can shed some light on this.
Well, the NHL draft lottery, to avoid the speculation that it was rigged, showed you how they actually do the numbers, and we were all confused beyond belief at how it was done. So that's what I think they did behind the scenes.
Maybe they could do that next time. I don't know. It would make sense. It would be total transparency.
It was, from a viewership standpoint, though, this was a lot more enjoyable the way watching the NBA lottery than it was watching the NHL. Like with the NHL, with numbers just popping up and then not knowing what was happening.
How about Akeem Olajuwon showing up?
Yeah,
for the big moment
in the house.
The rest of the schmoes that were there representing their teams. There's Akeem stepping out. Have you noticed that they had to interview Akeem? Like we can't bypass it. We have to talk to Akeem.
Yeah.
We have to ask him at least one question. Now he didn't have a great answer.
No.
So, all right, you're listening to Mike Missanelli Show. It's 97.5 The Fanatic. WPN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, AB's lead media group station, and we broadcast daily from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities.
They also interviewed Zion, and he didn't seem like he was prepared to be interviewed.
No, I guess you have to, like, the two biggest names there, you can't just bypass them.
You don't think McCain should have got interviewed? All McCain got was his patented wave.
He got smiles.
Yeah, he got his little wave.
The big smile going on there.
He is, though. You and I met him when we did that broadcast from the playground. He had just been drafted. You remember?
Yeah, nice kid.
And we both said it when he left. Like, man, what a nice kid. Like, it's
nice
infectious.
Nice young man.
Very nice young man.
As they say. Cooper Flagg's going. He probably turned to his buddy and goes, man, I'm made out like a bandit here. I'm going to a good team. I'm not going to some schmo team like Carolina.
Yeah, I saw, I think, was it Shefty that put it out? Someone put out that it was estimated how much money drafting Cooper Flagg would mean to a franchise. And it was hundreds of millions. Here we go. This is from Shefty. One NBA executive estimated privately in recent weeks that winning the draft lottery and getting Cooper Flagg would be worth a minimum of $500 million and maybe up to $1 billion for a franchise. So the Mavs literally won the lottery.
Yeah, Mark Cuban wants to buy back into the team now. 610-622-0975. Back to the text board, Ray. Start the 11 o'clock hour with some texts.
Yeah, I think this text does a really good job of showing just how scarred people are from the last decade of Sixers existence. This is from Bob in PA. I'm a big Sixers fan. I hope we keep the pick and draft a good young player, get younger. And I hope he doesn't get injured during summer league play or early in the season like our rookie last year. We always seem to get injured players or old players. From Bob. Let's go Sixers.
Yeah, well, everybody now is down on the Sixers. Everybody expecting the worst. So you guys have to live with that. You're fighting Phils with a loss last night, Billy. A decent team, and that's a team that they have to beat. That Cardinal team is lurking for the playoffs, so that's not a good first game of the series.
Yeah, that's their 9th win in a row, the Cardinals.
Yeah, Cardinals are a pretty good team.
They are a hot team. And look, the Phillies, things have been starting to click, but one of the things that hasn't been is Bryce. And I was hopeful on Saturday night when he hits the home run and hits that double. It's like, all right, here we go. He looked a little lost again last night.
His balance is off. He's not reading breaking balls at all.
Yeah, he's definitely he's misjudging what's happening at the plate right now.
Yeah, they get some hits in the middle of their order. Castellanos, Real Muto, and Bone with 2 hits apiece.
Wait, what'd you call him? It's JT, Mike.
Yeah, I call him Real Muto, but apparently during the broadcast he's not Real Muto.
Yeah, now that I'm noticing.
The most golden observation I've ever made. I don't think he's ever said Real Muto.
Yeah, I was listening last night, and I think you may be right.
JT.
But Bryce tried the Sirianni approach last night, shaves his head.
Yeah.
Goes with that. What do they call that, Ray? You're one of the young kids.
Rat tail. No,
That's not a rat tail. What is that look where you shave it kind of into a point down at the back? I could pull that off.
Didn't Connor just do that? Shouldn't we ask Connor?
Yeah, Connor just did that. I don't know what it's
I would ask Connor. I've had the same haircut for the last decade.
Maybe you should do that, Ray.
No, I'm all right. Thanks, though.
Could you imagine if Ray came in with that?
I think Ray needs a different look.
You've said that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks,
Ray needs a different hair look.
He's got a very professional look.
Yeah, it's too professional.
For his age.
Yeah, I'm cool. Thanks, though.
Yeah, you got to get the fade.
So we got two things we could do.
Me with a fade would look stupid.
I think you did
very stupid.
I got an idea.
What?
We're going to do Win a Date with Ray. We should do a makeover first, and then they win the date.
Beyond out on that.
Wow, with the win the date part or the makeover part?
Ray wouldn't participate in any of the shit.
You could talk me into the win the date thing.
Oh!
You could not talk me into the makeover thing. I'm not going there to some person that has no idea who I am trying to change things about me. Yeah. I'm good.
Well, wait, they're calling it the Vegas Viper. Is that true?
The Vegas Viper.
That's what they're saying in the YouTube chat.
Well, that's because he's from Vegas. Maybe it's not called that.
I'm Googling it here now. But it didn't work for him. But he does. He looks a little bit lost at the plate. Now, I think I'm still not worried about him. But at what point do we start to worry?
I don't worry. What do you
I just said I'm not worried.
What is worrying going to get you?
I just said I'm not.
I got to bet at night. Yeah. Ray, I'm worried. I'm worried about Bryce.
Well, look, this team.
Come on, man. These guys are baseball players. They'll pull themselves out.
I agree with you. And I'm expecting Harper to do it. But at what point do we like, you know what? Maybe he's not. Maybe this is a down year for him. I mean, we're now 40 games into the season, 41 games.
Well, rest assured the Phillies win tonight because Luzardo is on the hill against, he's pitching against Sonny Gray, though. 155? The Phillies are minus 155 tonight against Sonny Gray.
That's a little telling.
That's very telling.
If they get the game in, I don't know what this weather.
The weather's kind of shaky.
So let me ask you. So Sonny Gray, right-hander. So we'll go back to that original lineup that Thompson's had. What do you think about changing everything up against the lefty last night? Do you like that? Sitting Stott, sitting Kepler. putting Turner at the leadoff spot. You all right with all that?
I've got no problem with him platooning with right-handers against tough left-handers. Liberatore is a sidewinder.
They struggle
That's
against
basically
Liberatore.
why.
He had a good game against him earlier. See, now, I agree with you in this scenario because it's been, what, eight days since they had a lefty on the mound, so you want to keep your guys fresh. But if they face a left-hander again, I got to look at it. Within the next couple of days, I still think you don't sit Stott. Like, Stott was starting to do a nice job there at the leadoff spot. I understood it yesterday because it's been a while and you want to get your guys in.
You want to get your guy Sosa in there.
You want to get Sosa. You want to get my man Dub in. Mike texted me last night a video of Weston Wilson being asked about Schwarber.
Yeah,
and I didn't get it at first. I'm like,
because the authority on the Schwarber now is Weston Wilson.
Yeah, so I asked Mike, like, why'd you send this to me? He's like, because what are they asking that scrub for? Whatever you said about Schwarber.
Can't wait to get Weston's perspective.
Oh, you called him a mutt. What are they asking that mutt for? You leave Dubs alone.
Can't wait to get his perspective. I'm on the edge of my seat. 610-632-0975. Mike Missanelli Show continues.
We want to hear from you, so text us at 610-632-0975.
You text every day, so why not text us?
Your opinion matters. Shoot us a text at 610-632-0975.
Don't want to call? You can always text us.
You've got our direct line, so text us anytime.
On a plane? Text us. On a train? Text us.
At the game? Text us.
Driving a car? Yeah, pull over, then text us.
In a bar? Text us.
610-632-0975.
97.5 The Fanatic.
At CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, home to Connecticut School of Broadcasting, we're built differently. Some students don't thrive in lecture halls. They don't light up for algebra or chemistry. They light up behind a camera, in a studio, on a set. At CSB Media Arts Center, we built a different kind of school, where students skip the textbooks and start training in studios from day one. No math, no science, just media. Broadcast media, filmmaking, social media marketing. Our students are taught by industry pros who are already doing the job and building their networks from day one. If that sounds like you or someone you know, CSB is where students can thrive. Now's the chance to check us out at gocsb.com. Fill out the form and schedule a tour. Enrolling now for July classes. CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, home to Connecticut School of Broadcasting, where media careers begin.
Andrew Salciunas here with this month's Stay Well Health Chat. Could you have atrial fibrillation and not even know it? Dr. Evan Blank, a cardiac electrophysiologist from Virtua Health, explains why recognizing AFib can be challenging, since symptoms vary so much from person to person.
The challenge with atrial fibrillation and why people hear a lot about it is because it does increase your risk for stroke. What's sometimes challenging is that the symptoms for AFib are different for everybody. Some people can notice palpitations, meaning that their heart is beating fast or irregularly. Sometimes people feel things up in their neck. They can even hear their heart kind of beating or racing. Sometimes people can even feel lightheaded or that they're almost going to pass out. Other times people feel nothing at all, and it's kind of a shock to them. Managing that risk of stroke is really important.
Don't let AFib catch you off guard. Learn more about recognizing atrial fibrillation and managing your risk of stroke by watching the full Stay Well Health Chat with Dr. Evan Blank at 975thefanatic.com/Virtua, brought to you by Virtua Health.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 17th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 17th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. They have a lot to say about Philadelphia sports. Listen to Kincade and Salciunas weekday morning 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Philadelphia's source for breaking sports news. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Coming up at 2, The Afternoon Show. Now, Mike Missanelli, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hello. What? Correct.
Google me.
What's the matter with you?
Number 5 will always love you.
Love it.
That's the funny thing that makes me chuckle.
Hell yeah. I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you?
You ever feel like nothing good was ever gonna happen to you?
So much good.
It's funny to me too.
All right, here we're back. We're back. All right. You got to hear Cage the Elephant for a long time.
Is that Cage the Elephant?
632-0975 is how you climb into the show. Back to the text board. Then I got a golf scenario I want to discuss.
All right, we had D from Downingtown checking in on the argument about Joel Embiid. There are two separate arguments happening right here. Argument 1, Joel can still put up 50-point games. I agree, no rebuttal. Argument 2, Joel can win a title here. I do not agree. He cannot. The experiment is over. Disband the troops. Focus, Bill, focus. 50-point games are great for ticket sales, but what do we have to show from it?
All right, listen, I'm getting killed in the YouTube chat as well. I agree with Mike's position that it's probably more likely that Joel Embiid will never be able to get back to what we saw a little over a year ago. But at this point, what other option do we have than to hope that he does? I don't see a situation where they're trading Joel Embiid. It doesn't sound like, unless Daryl Morey's the greatest poker player ever and he's just lying to us, it doesn't seem like...
Wait, he doesn't lie?
I know he lies. Yeah. But when you just gave that huge contract extension, knowing what we know about the knee, they knew that his knee was degenerative then. They gave him the big contract anyway.
They knew the extent of it. The extent of it is now out there and known. And they did some kind of scope that produced nothing of healing. So I don't want to go through it anymore. That's the reason why I want to change the landscape of this team.
I understand where your position is, and I think a lot of fans probably agree with you that they would want that. I'm saying I don't see them actually doing it. So if we're going to try to take advantage of what little time you have left with Joel, you got to hope that he's going to get back to close to what he was a year ago. And if that's the case, that's why I don't know if I want to see them take a developmental piece like an Ace Bailey that's not going to contribute this year. Maybe you need to package that pick and you got to bring in somebody else. I'm okay with them trying to get rid of Paul George if they could.
All because right, I don't. It's your starting lineup for next year. I just want you to understand. Maxey, Grimes, George, Yabusele,
Joel,
Embiid,
and then
off the bench.
McCain's coming off the bench.
McCain, I don't know if they keep Oubre.
Well, he's got a player option, so they may be stuck.
Oubre. McCain, Oubre, Edwards, Ray's guy.
Yeah.
What are you winning?
And Eric Gordon has a player option too, so he may be back.
Good Lord. What are you winning?
Yeah, you're not winning much. It's
and the rookie. You get the rook.
That's the only shot you have.
A Dembona.
The only shot would be Joel's healthy. We're healthier. And Paul George is the guy from last year, not the year we just saw. And Jared McCain takes another leap, and he's healthy, and who knows?
Jared McCain comes off the bench. Well, how many minutes you really realistically expect him to play?
Well, you also
he's got to play when Maxey's off the floor.
And you got my man Grimes in the starting lineup.
He's the 2.
So then, sky's the limit? Then I mean, come on now, hit it, Ray.
That's the 2 you have. You got Grimes.
There it is.
And you got a short McCain as your backup 2, backup 1.
No, you're probably right. You're probably not winning anything unless, and I know this is not the probable scenario, but it's the hopeful scenario, and probably the only chance we have is unless Joel Embiid is Joel Embiid.
Come on, stop with your nonsense.
That's the only shot.
I don't want to hear this. It's unrealistic. You're giving me fantasy world.
But it's the fantasy world that we live in because Joel's coming back.
We don't live in a fantasy world. We live in a reality world. Fantasy world is nothing. Fantasy world doesn't matter. So, John in Newcastle, Delaware. John, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, John?
Oh, Mike, why can't people be like me and listen to you?
Oh, John, don't do that, bro.
Phil, I mean, Mike just makes so much sense. I mean, I'm done with Joel Embiid being the focus of this team and like Joel this, Joel that, and he's going to come back. Can't do it.
No, John, I understand your position on it, but it's more likely he is coming back. So what's the alternative? You're just out?
Well, there's one thing coming back. There's another thing what he can do when he comes back. You seem to think that you live in this fantasy world that something's going to be changed.
My thing is this, like, I'm excited they got the 3 pick only because we were going to have a quiet summer if they lost their pick. At least they'll be in the mix for something because you're going to have the Giannis trade, the Durant trade. Those trades always end up being 3 and 4 team trades. Morey always gets in these things. I don't know what the answer is for them, but I do think they'll be active. My question to you guys is, I love that Harper kid. And we're at 3, we're not at 2. He's the 2. But when you look at San Antonio, they got a lot of money tied up in Fox and that Darren Vessel. They like the Castle kid, Stephen Castle. That's 3 guards right there. Can we find a way to get this Harper kid?
You can. You can move down.
That's what I would do because I think that kid's stud.
This is the same scenario as the Boston Celtics trade they made when they got down because they didn't want to lose their chance in Markelle Fultz.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. Now, San Antonio, they might go swing big for Giannis, but I don't know. They already got 3 young guards. They're paying.
That makes sense. I mean, when you look at it that way, it makes a little sense that they would take a player or a pick. I don't know what kind of player they could take. They would take a pick from the Sixers to move down 1. What would that pick be? Would it cost you a first rounder?
Oh boy! Yeah. Well, I hope it would have cost you the year 2028 Clippers first rounder.
Yeah, or you go, you spit into the wind and go, well, San Antonio has no need for Dylan Harper. But even if you don't have a need for him, you take him and then you trade later.
Yeah, true. They're a savvy franchise. That's what I worry about. I read they're not going to pass them up just because they have a boatload of guards.
I agree, man. I listen, it's 3 or bust. They're going to wind up with Ace Bailey, and they're going to have to wait a couple of years, man. That's the way it works.
I mean, Bill, just listen to Mike. Everything will be clear.
Yeah, everything will be clear, Bill.
Yeah, so
just listen to Mike.
Yeah, just listen to Mike. My point in this whole
how come
thing.
You don't have that as a drop, Ray? Just listen to Mike. Bill, would you just listen to Mike?
Everyone will tune in.
I didn't see you maneuvering to record that little tidbit.
I mean, I could go pull it.
No, all right, well,
audio will be there.
Don't waste.
That should be a drop, Ray.
All right, at 11:30, when the time refreshes, I'll go pull it. We'll add it to the drop board.
Don't waste your time.
Sounds good. 610-632-0975. On the other side, what is the liability of a golf club when an errant golf ball strikes and smashes a windshield? We'll talk about that because, Bill, I'm sure you know.
What, you saying I'm a bad golfer?
I got my hair cut the other day. My lady hair cutter told me a story of how she got clipped at Marion.
And if you wanted the Connor Thomas look, Brendan Gunn said that's called the burst fade.
I'm going to get it. Mike Missanelli Show continues.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers will pick 3rd. I'm Ray Dunn with this Fanatic Sports Update. The 76ers left in the top 3 in last night's NBA draft lottery, keeping their pick and putting themselves in a position to potentially select Rutgers' Ace Bailey, who's been mocked early on in that position. Yesterday, the Philadelphia Inquirer's Keith Pompey joined the afternoon show and talked about the fit between Bailey and the 76ers.
I think Ace Bailey could be a guy who could get lost with the Sixers. And what I mean by that is, Ace Bailey is the type of guy who needs to go to a situation and basically play and be a major part of what they're trying to do.
We'll continue to break down everything the 76ers could do at third overall. We'll talk to the Inquirer's Gina Mizell, who was in the room when the draft lottery happened, coming up at 12:25. Also in Sixers news, it's being reported that Jameer Nelson has been promoted to assistant general manager. The Phillies lost the series opener to the Cardinals 3-2 last night. Christopher Sanchez went 6 innings, allowed 2 earned. Strom was tagged for a home run in the loss last night. Jesus Luzardo gets a start for the Phillies tonight at 6:45 against Sonny Gray for St. Louis. The NFL schedule continues to be released in parts. I have the full schedule coming out tomorrow night. We now know 4 Eagles games, none of them on Sundays. The Eagles will open up at home on Thursday Night Football against the Cowboys, play Monday Night Football against the Packers on November 10th, Black Friday against the Bears, and Saturday, December 20th against the Commanders. This update is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Get matched and sleep at night during Mattress Firm's Upgrade Your Sleep sale. Take 120 nights to love your new bed or your money back. Restrictions apply. I'm Ray Dunn in your home for NBA playoff action. 97.5 The Fanatic, 97.5thefanatic.com.
Fanatic Weekend with Andrew DiCecco.
There could be a world in which Dallas Goedert is more heavily involved in the passing attack than he's been in recent years.
The premier Birds Insider.
That they find different ways to move him around formations. They don't have anybody behind him that are equipped to do that. He gives optionality to the offense, and he affords the offense the luxury of working the seams, but defenses also have to play the Eagles differently.
Listen to him Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Summer's here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do we mean by almost? Well, you can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get a chicken parmesan delivered. A cabana? That's a no. But a banana? That's a yes. A nice tan? Sorry, nope. But a box fan? Happily, yes. A day of sunshine? No. A box of fine wines? Yes. Uber Eats can definitely get you that. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol in select markets. Product availability may vary by region. See app for details.
Only Indulgent Moisture Body Wash.
It's me, Only Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. I see those dry elbows, baby. But don't worry. Get moisturized right in the shower. So hydrated you can skip the lotion after.
Don't wanna see it dry no more. Skin so moisturized with body wash.
Look at you now. No more dry skin. Your skin gets the moisture it craves with
Only Indulgent Moisture Body Wash.
The Fanatics Deal of the Week is a home run. For only $30, get 4 Trenton Thunder baseball tickets valid for any home game in the 2025 regular season. Whether you're a resident of or visiting New Jersey or Eastern PA, the Thunder are happy to host you and your family for a special night of baseball entertainment along the banks of the Delaware River. You have until the end of August to use your tickets, but this exclusive 50% discount is only available through Sunday or while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals.
Hey, it's John Kincade here announcing the Dan White & Associates 17th Annual Charity Golf Outing. It comes up Monday, May the 19th at the DuPont Country Club in Wilmington, Delaware. Join me. The event will benefit Granting Others Dreams, a nonprofit organization meeting the financial or physical needs of individuals and families facing difficult life circumstances. Over $500,000 in grants have been awarded, assisting people in rebuilding their lives. So visit danwhiteassociates.com/golf to register for the outing and learn more about ways that you can support it. I'll see you there.
The real and inside story on Philly sports is here, and it's powered by Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com.
That's LundyLaw.com.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Mike Missanelli. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
11:25, Mike Missanelli Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. We're talking about the NBA draft lottery with the Sixers getting the third pick last night, and also a little Phillies action last night as they lose the first game of a 3-game series with the St. Louis. Or is that a 4-game series? That's 3-game, right? 3. So tonight it is Jesus Luzardo against Sonny Gray as the Phillies hope to snap back. They'll have their left-handed lineup in there for that one. Okay, so a little while ago, I mentioned a golf scenario where I was getting my hair cut, and the lady it was an Asian lady, and she's talking to me about how she drove down a road where it was right down the middle of Marion Golf Course. You know this road I'm talking about. It's Ardmore Avenue, cuts right through Marion Golf Course.
Yeah, you tee off over it, right? Don't you?
Well, there's a hole that goes adjacent to the road or whatever. So she was saying that she got hit. Something hit her windshield, and it sounded like a shotgun. And she looked at her windshield, and like nothing had happened. But by the time she drove up to the light, this big fissure went through her windshield. And she realized that she got hit with a golf ball. So she came back to the course, and there was the guy who hit the errant shot apparently saw her and went over to her car to make sure she was okay, but didn't say anything about him compensating her for the damages. So what is the scenario? What is the liability for a golfer who hits an errant shot that hits a car and causes some damage, Bill?
Now, this isn't my legal opinion because I don't know for sure, but my understanding was always it's the golfer themselves that's responsible for any of the damage that's caused. Like, even when you tee off and you slice the hell out of it and you hit a house, if you damage that house, I thought it was you who was responsible.
If you were playing a municipal course, maybe that's the case.
No, even at our club.
Really? I don't think that's the case. I believe that the golf club is liable for that. Unless the golfer was in some way negligent. Now, an errant golf shot can happen at any time. Right? That's not negligence.
Yeah.
But let's take this situation here. You hit the ball, and you're looking for your ball, and you see a range ball. And the range ball just happens to be in the rough. Somebody discarded it, and it wandered there or whatever. And then you take a swipe at the range ball, and you skull it or you shank it, and it then goes on the road and hits somebody. That makes you negligent.
Correct.
And that makes you liable. But in general, the general rule is the golf club would be liable, in my understanding.
And by golf club, you mean the club,
not the club.
Not the club.
The place you play would be liable, yes.
I always thought it was the golfer themselves. But in that situation with Marion, because it borders right on that road, I wonder if they have some sort of insurance in place.
They do. You have to.
Like, she should go to Marion.
Yes, that's why I'm saying the golf club carries that kind of liability insurance, and that hence they would be liable.
But like when you pull into my golf club, the entrance, the main street runs parallel right next to where our driving range is. So if someone slices it on the driving range, they will hit one of the cars that's coming in and out, coming in. And I always thought it was, if you do that, you're responsible, not the club.
No. The club is responsible for that very reason. So here's another scenario. You hit a ball out of bounds. You hit a ball that's not out of bounds, but it's past the hazard. You decide to re-tee.
Yeah.
And hit another shot. That would make you negligent because you didn't have to hit that shot. You know what I'm saying?
I understand your thought process.
Like, you hit a ball into the bank in front of a creek. You see the ball there, but you decided you're going to tee off and hit your shot by re-teeing.
You see, I always was under the impression, and maybe I'm wrong. I just always thought, no matter what, it's on the golfer.
No, the nature of where the course is, if it's near roads, makes the golf club liable because an errant shot is predictable. So they have to carry liability insurance for that reason.
I'm assuming
anyway, the bottom
someone's
line
going to
is-
be able to weigh in on this.
The bottom line is she surfaced back, and then she called the club, and the club compensated.
Marion took care of it.
Yeah.
Well, they got that kind of scuttle over there.
Well, that's they asked her all kinds of questions, but they couldn't. They know it's their liability.
You've been to the Marion Club, right?
Yes.
It was liberating to go there, and they tell you no phone calls, no texting. I thought I was going to hate it for the 5 hours.
But do you text on a golf
It
course?
was wonderful.
Wait a minute. When you play golf, you actually look at your phone?
Oh, I have my phone out. It's on the cart.
You actually look at it?
Times.
You do?
I got kids, dude. I mean, what if
that was the easiest bet in the world. Right? Under 30 seconds cashes for him using the kids as an excuse.
Come on now, Ray.
The kids.
You got to have your phone on you.
I hate to play with you.
I'm not
checking
making
your phone.
No, I'm not
Somebody
taking
calls
calls.
you taking a call?
No, I don't do that, and that does bother me when people are like, "Hey, listen, I
gotta take you off.
I got a conference call in about an hour."
Yeah,
it's like, dude, then what are you golfing for?
Yeah, or taking a call and walking down the fairway.
Yeah, I hate
taking the call. That's it's a violation.
I hate that. No, but the Marion has specific rules. Like you can have your phone and take pictures, but you can't call, you can't text. It was kind of nice. Don't bother me for 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, look at you. You gonna join over there now?
Yeah, I'm gonna get invited.
Yeah, you have to be invited to join over there, right?
Yeah.
Bill's on the list.
The only reason I was there,
103, 776 on the list.
The only reason I was there was because one of my college football teammates is a member.
How come he got successful and you didn't?
His dad was a member.
Okay.
And then he was telling me, even though his dad was a member, it was still very difficult.
Yeah.
To become a member there.
All right, let's go to Greg in New Orleans checking in. Greg, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, Greg?
Hey, what's happening, guys? So do you want the golf first, or do you want
did this happen to you? You hit a car?
Yes. I belong to Lulu Country Club in Glenside, and there are at least 4 holes where there's a roadway to the right where you slice.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1, number 18, number 2, and number 3. And then there's other ones which I have neighbors whose houses, because I live right around the corner, whose houses get balls in their yard and their pools from the driving range. But I actually hit a vehicle. Well, me and another guy, we weren't sure who actually hit it. The lady went to the pro shop. The starter came out. The guy in the pro shop came out, found us on the 3rd green, and said, anybody hit a ball out on number 2? And he and I said, yeah, we did. So we had to pay for the damages.
You had to pay for it.
Yeah, see, I think it's always the golfer.
The general rule is the club will have to pay for it, but there might be.
Well, maybe at Marion, because as Bill said, they got a lot of.
I think
cash
it's at our place as well, because we have 6 holes that border OB Wright roads.
In fact, we have a rule that the parking lot can be affected by the 12th hole, and also somebody overshoots the 8th hole or really hooks it on, the 18th hole or hooks on the 8th hole. So if you hit a car, you got to go in and say,
that's
I hit
really,
a car. Now, the problem is a lot of people don't go in and say, I hit a car.
When you think about it, of course, they try to skate. You should take responsibility, and then the club will I think, get involved. But it's unfair for you to have to be liable for an errant golf shot. Errant golf shots happen all the time.
Yeah, but I'm the one who hit the golf shot.
But you can't help yourself. You didn't try to hit a car. You just
but the problem is, Mike, the club was built in 1912. There wasn't anything around the club when it was built.
That shouldn't matter. They moved to the hazard. Like you're driving to the hazard. Like I would argue that case in court that you should not be liable. You can hit an errant golf ball. You didn't do that intentionally at all. There was no negligence on your part.
No, but we got lucky because we only hit like the back part of her thing, and it cost us each $75 to have it stuck out there.
All right. I would have strong armed my club, but anyway, go ahead.
I got to
talk about Embiid's contract.
Bill, I love you, but that's like saying Carter Hart is going to come back and play for the Flyers and win the Vezina Trophy, because it's just not going to happen. You may as well just group those two together and call them Paul Embiid, because they're both useless. And the Sixers have again put themselves behind the 8 ball for at least a few years, because of their general managers. Like, we're back to freaking Colangelo, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Same thing.
I hear you, Greg. That's a good call.
Yeah, good call by Greg. Listen, I'm not saying that I expect Joel Embiid to get back to who he was. My point is...
Yes, you do.
No.
You keep talking about how he's capable of scoring 50 points.
But here's my point. I don't see any scenario where the 76ers trade Joel Embiid this summer. So if that's the case, and you're bringing back Joel Embiid next year, then all we have is to hope that Joel Embiid can be healthy and be some semblance of what he was a year ago. If not, then we're in purgatory for 4 more seasons. Because if Joel comes back this season and he shows he can't play on that knee, you're never trading him. You're not trading him now because there's concerns about the knee. You really think if he plays 1 more year here and is worse than what he was the past year, that you're going to be able to trade him for anything? So the only hope we have as Sixers fans is to hope and pray that Joel Embiid can give us something when it comes to what you saw a year ago. I'm not saying I expect it. I'm just saying that's our only hope as Sixers fans right now.
You're thinking that it's possible.
Well, I think it's possible. Likely, no. But I think it is possible because I saw this same guy drop 50 in a playoff game with one leg.
I'm just reading the general rule here. A golfer is not personally liable for damage caused by an errant shot hitting a house on a golf course unless they were negligent or reckless. Now, I would argue that just hitting a shot does not make you negligent or reckless. You're hitting a shot. You just stink. 610-632-0975. We're back after this.
Andrew Salciunas.
I believe the team is better with Dallas Goedert. I do believe they still made a mistake not drafting his heir apparent last year or in this past draft.
Talking about the Birds.
I'm not giving Dallas Goedert some 5-year extension. I'm just glad that he's back for a year where you're trying to repeat. It's just still unfortunate they don't have his replacement, and next year, the odds are you're probably going to have to draft a rookie tight end and just say, go ahead, Rook, go figure it out.
Hear Andrew with John Kincade weekday mornings 6 to 10. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law.
And I'm Jordan Lundy. We hope you're never the victim of a rideshare accident, but if you should suffer an injury, we'll get you the compensation you deserve.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyer.
Visit LundyLaw.com.
We all know Philly sports is big business, and we've got you covered every weekday with the Fanatics Business of Sports reports that are powered by Pico for Business. For information on how your company can save with Pico's incentives, go to pico.com/business.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with ONE+. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package. Just imagine the possibilities. Like possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with the $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wherever you are, we are. Online at 975thefanatic.com, on the Fanatic app, and on air. Keeping you informed on your favorite sports teams with insight and perspective you need to hear. Philadelphia's source for breaking sports news. 975 The Fanatic at 975thefanatic.com. Mike Missanelli with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. 975 The Fanatic and 975thefanatic.com.
11:40, Mike Missanelli Show. All right, so another scenario. This has nothing to do with liability. It has to do with courtesy. So, one of the holes where I play borders a road, and right across the road are homes. So, right in the middle of the fairway, there's a home, and a guy's out there doing yard work. Now, 4 guys are in the fairway getting ready to hit. Actually, 2. Two are elsewhere. So, standing over the ball, and I'm ready to go into my backswing. I go into my backswing, and I hear, the leaf blower. Now, is it common courtesy to actually look and see across the street to see if a guy's hitting a ball, or is that your terrain and you can do anything you want?
It's across the street. He's not on the course.
He's literally 60 yards away.
I'm going to say that it's acceptable to do what he did. Because what day of the week was this?
I don't know. I don't remember. Well, it was a weekend. It was different.
Well, think about it. If it's a Saturday or Sunday,
no.
You got golfers all day long.
Hold on 1 second. At that particular moment, the guy is hitting his shot. Should you be aware that maybe I don't turn the thing on until after he hits it? After he hits it, free reign, right? Is it common courtesy?
It would be, but my point I'm making is this is this guy's house. It's across the street. If it's a Saturday, he'd be stopping and starting all day long. There are people on that fairway every 5 minutes. Literally. I at that point, I'm like, screw it. They got to live with it.
Okay.
Did it mess up your shot? Is that why you're upset?
No, I'm just saying in general. Like, that kind of stuff really doesn't affect me that much. Like, here's what affects me. Standing on a tee box, some J.O. decides to drive by at the time he sees you get ready to hit and blows his horn.
Yeah, that's different.
That's a J.O. move.
I hate that.
Okay, but isn't it the same J.O. move?
No.
To start your leaf blower?
No, because the dude that's honking at you or yells out the window to you, he's intentionally trying to get under your skin or to mess you up. This dude's just taking care of his lawn.
How do you know?
Oh, you think he's sitting there waiting for you?
How do you know? Ray, your feeling on this?
That guy is perfectly justified to blow the leaves.
I figured he would say that.
Well, it's across the street.
Ray's not a golfer.
Ray is not a golfer.
No, he's not a golfer.
Listen, it's across the street. Like Bill said, what is it going to take all day to blow the leaves off his lawn?
You have purchased a house that is adjacent to a golf course. You had, in other words, moved to the hazard.
That's right.
Did you have common courtesy when people are actually playing the course and not start the machine until after he hits his shot?
You're playing a golf course where there's a house across the street. That's what's going to happen.
That's not the rule. The rule is you have moved to the hazard. So you have to put up with the hazard.
You're across the street from the hazard.
He's putting up with the hazard.
Right.
He's putting up with the hazard of the golf course. I'm just saying, common courtesy-wise, wouldn't it be nice if you glanced over, saw a guy going to hit a shot, wait for him to hit a shot, then you start the leaf blower.
You start the leaf blower, then the next guy in the group goes to take a shot.
Yeah,
so
you got to wait again. You're waiting for 4 guys, and then 3 minutes later, you're waiting for another 4.
He's going to miss his dinner reservation.
There's one guy in the fairway who's adjacent to your home. One guy.
Nah, he's justified.
Yeah, you got to drive it further next time.
Oh, he just took a shot at how far you hit the ball.
All right.
People in the chat are asking for us to live stream a match between us on the golf course. Ray should caddy.
No, I stink right now. I'm not live streaming.
Dude, I'm terrible. I haven't golfed since you and I did it about a year ago.
I'm playing in this event Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to kill my partner.
Just don't hit any cars because you're liable.
All right, I got the message. I got the message back from someone in the know.
Oh, you asked somebody.
The club is not liable on a regular basis. When a car gets hit, we try and seek out the person that hit the shot, and you can find out who hit that shot by the timing of how people are going off tee time.
Yeah, you know what foursome it was.
Seek out the person that hit that shot and try to get them to handle the damage. Try.
Yeah, because I guess if they refuse.
If we can't find who hit it, the club will try and help out, but we aren't really liable. So that tells me that if you find the person and that person says, I'm not handling the damage, the club will handle the damage. That's what that basically I'm saying.
So basically, if you're a golfer and you hit a car or a house, just refuse to pay and the club will do it.
Basically, that's the way it looks like.
So just refuse.
Right. Because
sorry.
Somebody's got to get compensated, and I know they are insured for that. The golf club has to be insured.
Now, would your homeowners apply, I wonder?
You know, that's an interesting question. I don't think so. Would it?
It may.
Yeah?
Look, if
your homeowners would carry over to a golf course?
Well, think about this. If you're walking your dog, and God forbid your dog bites somebody, your homeowners covers you, even though you're not on your own property. You could be down the shore walking your dog, and your homeowners would still cover you. So I wonder if you're on a golf course, if the same thing would apply, where your homeowners would cover you. But there may be clauses in the homeowners policy that would void it.
This is an actual case that I taught when I taught sports law. You're playing golf with three of your buddies. It's a foursome. The last guy who hits an errant shot and decides that he's going to re-tee. Two of the other people have already gotten in their golf cart, in which case the golf cart and the path comes right in front of the tee box as it makes its way down the fairway. They start off and they go down the path. At the same time, the guy re-tees, smashes a golf ball, and smashes the guy in the head.
Yeah, he's at fault for that.
Why?
Well, he never gave them the heads up that he was hitting again. Right?
Yeah, Bill's thinking like a lawyer.
Yeah.
So this might have happened before.
Never.
It's an actual case.
No,
it did happen to me one time.
It happened to you.
Say, I did it once.
Really?
Oh, it happened to you too?
Yeah.
It happened
Really?
to me. I was on a golf course. Guy hits his shot, misses the green. I'm on the green, so I start walking to the green because he already took a shot. He doesn't tell me he got angry, dropped another one. He hits a line drive, hits me right in the shin as I'm walking. Oh, I'm so sorry. Dude, you didn't tell me you were going to hit again. Like, you can't do that. Oh, I was just doing a practice shot. Like, come on,
Suppose you are lollygagging on the green. You're taking a long time. People are in the fairway waiting to hit. A guy decides he's not going to wait anymore. He hits into the green. He hits you in the head.
He's at fault.
He is?
Yes. Can't do that.
I don't know.
You just reminded me of the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where he tells him he's not going to hit him and he hits the perfect drive.
Is he liable for that?
I think he is.
He is?
Yeah. Ray, this happened to you?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I was teeing off. I think I actually had like a second shot. They started going up to the right, and I said, don't go up to the right. Like, don't go up the cart path because everything I've been pushing has been pushing to the right today. So if you go up to the right, I'll hit you.
Yeah, and you hit him.
And they're like, no, you'll be fine. Like, the hole's that way. Like, I'm like, I know where the hole is.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I don't have control where this thing's going.
Yeah.
And sure enough, they went up the path. They were going. I hit one, took one bounce, hit into the cart, hit the cover of the windshield, and then bounced and hit my buddy right in the face.
You know, I don't know how anything that we're talking about right now has anything to do with the draft lottery of last night, but so we just got into this conversation somehow. What spurred it on?
You brought
haircut.
Yeah, you were getting a haircut.
Spurred on this golf cart. You see the way our brains work?
Yeah, you were getting the Vegas Viper look. With
I got
Bryce
a haircut,
Harper.
and the conversation I had with the woman led to this golf conversation.
Yes.
610-632-0975. We're back after this.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers will pick third overall. I'm Ray Dunn with this Fanatic Sports Update. The 76ers left in the top three in last night's NBA draft lottery, keeping their pick and putting themselves in a position to potentially select Rutgers' Ace Bailey, who's been mocked through third overall early on in the draft process. Yesterday, the Philadelphia Inquirer's Keith Pompey joined the afternoon show and talked about the fit between Bailey and the 76ers.
I think Ace Bailey could be a guy who could get lost with the Sixers. And what I mean by that is, Ace Bailey is the type of guy who needs to go to a situation and basically play and be a major part of what they're trying to do.
We'll be sure to break down everything the 76ers could do with that third overall pick, and we'll talk to the Inquirer's Gina Mizell, who was in the room as the draft lottery happened, coming up at 12:25. The Sixers also reportedly promoted Jameer Nelson to assistant general manager. The Phillies lost last night the series opener to the Cardinals 3-2. Christopher Sanchez going 6 innings, allowing 2 runs. Matt Strahm came in, was tagged for a home run, and the loss last night. Jesus Luzardo gets to start for the Phillies tonight at 6:45 against Sonny Gray for St. Louis. The NFL schedule continues to be released in parts ahead of the full schedule coming out tomorrow night. We now know 4 Eagles games, none of them on Sundays. The Eagles, Thursday night at home, opening up against the Cowboys. They play Monday Night Football against the Packers on November 10th, Black Friday against the Bears, and Saturday, December 20th against the Commanders. This update is brought to you by Discover. Discover wants everyone to feel special. That's why they double all the cash back you've earned on your credit card at the end of your first year with a cashback match. See terms at discover.com/credit card. I'm Ray Dunn, your home for NBA playoff action, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
on the Mike Missanelli Show, 97.5 The Fanatic, 610-632-0975. Coming up at 12 o'clock. You know what it is, Bill?
News at noon.
The News at noon is coming our way. Let's see what Ray's got up his sleeve here. In the meantime, let's go back to the phones. We'll talk. I know we have a lot of text. We have a lot of chat going on, too, about this subject, right, Bill?
You talking about the golf subject or the lottery?
Well, both.
Yeah, both. We got a lot going on with both.
All right, let's go to the text board for right now. Ray, what do we have on either?
On either, we got a lot of people checking in about this golf issue. Bill, my mom smashed a guy's windshield, and her homeowners covered the guy's windshield.
Yes, let me just say that my golf pro who gave me the information is a little miffed that I didn't identify him.
Oh, he wants his name out there.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to protect his identity.
Yeah, I was. And he says, give me some props. Say at least say it's your pro giving you the information. It's my pro, David Paget. He's a great guy. He adds, homeowners does cover it.
Wait, David Paget, is he still listening? Is this the same pro that didn't get us Jim Nance's phone number?
Yes. Yes.
Come on, David.
The same pro that didn't ask Jim Nance for his contact information.
Yes. So come on. We're going to identify you now.
He got all flustered meeting the second celebrity he ever met in his life. The second most important celebrity.
To you? Are you number one? Is that where you're going with that? No, look,
he's already, he was already dizzy with, my celebrityhood. And now Jim Nance shows up and he goes, yeah, I've already met Mike Missanelli.
In your defense and in David's defense,
yeah,
Nance is not there to be bothered for his number and all. He was there because he likes White Marsh.
No, he mentioned Dave's name on the broadcast. Now, when you're BFFs, all of a sudden, you got to get the information.
I guess you're right. If he drops his name on the broadcast,
yeah, because he's not even thinking of me. Like my pro's not even thinking of me at that time. Like, you think, well, maybe I can help Mike out by getting his information.
Wait, is there any chance?
Violation.
Is there any chance Nance is coming back to the club to golf?
Maybe, possible.
Room in that foursome, or
no? You're out.
Jeez, dude.
Any room in there?
There was no shot.
Zero chance. Hey, you got to ask, Ray. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, but you couldn't make it anyway because of the kids. So I
probably right.
I wouldn't even ask him.
For Nance, I'll make it work.
Mike from Pennsauken checking in here. Mike, I am a landscaper. I cut grass with the golf course, or up against the golf course that is against backyards. I don't give a damn because I can't tell you how many times I've also been hit with great shots that they've been taking.
What? I'm confused. What do you mean? Like so he's doing the lawns at the time the golfers are coming by and he's been hit?
He's been hit, correct.
And so what? There's can't be any liability there.
No,
right?
he says he doesn't care about it. I think he was going more of the leaf blower conversation than he was
the leaf blower conversation.
He doesn't care about the noise of doing the lawns.
So he doesn't care that he would be disturbing other people.
Yes.
Well, listen, all I'm saying, he's got a job to do. He's getting paid to do the job. I'm talking about the landowner. Like the landowner could have a little courtesy. Like he lives across the street from a golf course, right? You would think that he would have some courtesy. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't start this leaf blower until after he hits the shot. That's all I'm asking. Because I would. I'm being familiar with golf, I would look across the street and see somebody hitting a shot, and I would not turn the blower on.
Absolutely. It'd be like letting your dog out late at night. I mean, that's something Mike would never do, because it could be too loud for the neighbors.
I did that once.
No comment.
I did that once, and then I went out in the yard and got her back in. All right?
It's 12 o'clock.
Yeah, and you're listening to the Mike Missanelli Show without Bill Colarulo, who's been fired on WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station. We do this every day from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. Nancy from North Wales, you hang on, because right now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for a little something we call the News at Noon.
There's a whole lot going on in this world. It's time to catch up. Here's the News at Noon. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
All right, Mr. Raymond, done. The News at Noon. What do you got today?
I've got a classic for you. We're going back to the Bill Belichick well here.
Yes. I love this topic.
It's a topic that won't die. Pablo Torre did a bombshell of a podcast where he talked to a lot of people in and around the UNC football circle, and then went on Dan Le Batard's show and was asked point blank, would you be surprised if Bill Belichick doesn't coach a game at UNC? Take a listen.
Pablo, is there a chance that he never coaches a game at UNC?
Absolutely. June 1st, man. Look at that contract right before all of this. June 1st. The buyout from the Belichick side of things dropped from $10 million to 10 times less to $1 million. And the theory was that's because he wanted it out if the NFL came sniffing around and said, oh, I would love to have Bill Belichick. I can tell you the NFL has no desire to get in business with Bill Belichick, especially not right now. And then the question becomes, does Bill want to remain there if his bosses are actually saying, look, man, you can't operate this way. You can't embarrass our school this way, in which case he may not feel like he's in charge anymore. In which case, is it really worth it if all you want to do is sit in the front row of the Miss Maine pageant watching your girlfriend at age 24 get second runner-up? If that's what he wants out of this, I'm not here to yuck his yum. This is not a story about an age gap relationship. This is the story about power and who gets it. And everybody around Belichick got walked over by a very ambitious young prodigy named Jordan Hudson, who is driving that program into the ground.
God,
that is why I'm reporting the story.
Jesus, Pablo, chill the frick out. Now he's not going to coach a game there in North Carolina?
Well said, Pablo. Well said.
Please. You hired Bill Belichick.
No.
All right, you didn't know about these warts of this Jordan Hudson woman. All right, what are you he's going to quit?
Maybe.
Come on.
If they truly don't want her around, maybe he will. And what he's talking about, watching her come up second runner-up for Miss Maine, that happened. Did you see the pictures?
Yeah, I saw it. She wasn't happy but she had a grim face on.
Well, he's sitting next to her father. Her father's like 25 years younger than Bill. Did you see the picture of him sitting next to the dad?
I did not.
Wild.
If I was the dad, I wouldn't sit next to him. I wouldn't get near the guy. I gotta be honest with you. But I'm not the dad. I look at it like the guy's got some kind of late life crisis. He's putting up with this because he's got a pretty young thing that's living in his house. He likes it.
Now, I saw something else wild circulating social media yesterday about this whole situation, saying that Belichick may be getting blackmailed based off of like that Ring camera footage of him. You saw this too, Ray?
This one was left out of the news at noon, but another big thing that came from that appearance on the Le Batard show.
That was him too on the same show? Okay. Because there was that video of him on the Ring camera shirtless on her porch, and they're saying, who would have released that footage?
How does that footage get out?
Yes.
And what other footage exists that he doesn't know about?
Footage. So now we got blackmail situation here?
I don't know. That's what's being floated. This Pablo's all over it, though.
That's what the Belichick family is scared of.
This Pablo.
This Pablo.
He's all over it.
This Pablo's all over it. All right, continue.
All right, moving on.
Obsession with Bill Belichick and his young girlfriend.
I can't get enough of it.
It was a massive piece of discussion at the Mother's Day dinner table over the weekend.
I'm sure it was. Let me guess. The lady said, she's too young for him.
No, that was not what it was. It was, again, a conversation about power dynamics.
Oh, power dynamics.
That's the conversation.
Oh, okay, all right.
All right, we're moving on to something I was equally transfixed on last year. That's Dollar Dog Night being taken away. The Inquirer asked some people yesterday before the game. It's another BOGO night. How do you feel? We've been a year without Dollar Dog Night. Here's some of the people and their responses.
BOGO hot dogs in place of the Dollar Dog Night. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts about it as you're about to enter another BOGO hot dog night?
Well, I love the Dollar Hot Dog Night. I'm sure I'll love the BOGO Hot Dog Night, so we'll see.
As you can tell, being a large guy, I like hot dogs, but I don't think it's a good replacement. I think they should have Dollar Dogs. You can have as many as you want.
It used to be like all of us, whenever we'd go on a Dollar Dog Night game, we'd come in and buy like 30 at once, and then just like all of us sit down and pig out. So I'm gonna miss that a little bit.
I'm not buying them. BOGO night, protesting BOGO night. I'm not eating any dogs tonight.
That man's my hero.
Yeah, Ray's very anti-BOGO.
Why, Ray? Why
Dollar Dogs versus BOGO? 2 for the price of what would have been 5?
You see, when you have too much of a nice thing, people always mess it up. So when you got the Dollar Dog Night, people now are they figure, well, I only paid $1 for this. I could shoot it like a missile down there at somebody on the field.
That's fine. They just won't get my business.
All right.
I'm never going to buy a hot dog there again. Haven't
2
since.
for $5 is a good deal, man. 2 dogs for $5, I'll still take it.
It's not the deal I grew up on.
Yeah, I'm not going dogs anyway. I'm going with that sausage.
Of course.
No, I'm doing the sausage and pepper
Yes,
sandwich.
I do that as well. But on Dollar Dog Night, I'm absolutely
Did you
having
not
4
have
dogs.
a hot dog when it's BOGO night or Dollar Dog night? What is wrong with you?
You won't use a gift card at a restaurant, but you'll do dollar dogs.
You're not American. How do you not like a hot dog in a ballpark? What's wrong with you?
I want the sausage and peppers.
You can have the sausage and peppers too. Spreads for another dog.
I'm not a big fan of the hot dog.
dog. Do you know what's in a hot dog?
No, I don't.
It's not
Do you?
healthy.
Does anybody know what's in it?
I don't care what's in it. It tastes good.
I don't think it does. It's in that water there. Oh, they boil it. Isn't it a boiled hot dog at the park?
You're disgusting.
Nothing wrong with boiling a hot dog, man.
Not a
Nothing
fan.
wrong with it.
All right. Last one for you because he took a beating on the news at noon for months. I have to give him his moment. Here is the sound inside the Mavericks draft room or draft lottery room, whatever you want to call it, where Nico Harrison got to celebrate getting the first overall pick.
The second pick will be made by the
Look at that. That's pretty cool, man.
So cool.
Look
so
at that.
cool.
The Dallas Mavericks get the pick. They're going to be a viable Western Conference team in a very loaded Western Conference, by the way. This is why I like it. The Western Conference is much more interesting to watch than the Eastern Conference, especially now.
I don't know, man.
Kyrie and Cooper Flag? Come on now.
Wait, you're saying that it's not as interesting as the Eastern Conference? I mean, we're going to have
I
two.
said it's more interesting.
I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the Eastern Conference is getting pretty interesting, too.
Not as interesting
You're going to
as the West.
have maybe Pacers and Knicks in the Eastern
better
Conference.
talent out there in the West. You got competitiveness in the East. You got better talent in the West.
Yeah, I agree with you there. But I still think it's fun to watch.
Look at all the teams in the West now. You got OKC. You got Denver. You got Dallas. You got San Antonio that's coming on.
And maybe the Lakers.
You got the Lakers
Luka.
that are still there. You know? Good talent out there. That's 5 primo teams. I'm probably missing one, too. Who am I missing? Somebody. All right. 610-632-0975 is how you get in. Nancy from North Wales had a golf ball shatter her bedroom window. We'll see what she did about that. That's coming up.
Connor Thomas.
If you're an opposing team, how do you consistently beat
Ricky's unbothered by noise on a tee box.
Well, I guess if you're a professional pitcher who was able to handle crowds booing you and everything else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're kind of immune to it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But normally, like, here's the Ricky goes, well, come on, Mike, the noise on the tee box. Well, I go, yeah, it bothers me. Like, I'm trying to concentrate on my shot. I already stink. I need the utmost in concentration. Here's another thing. You're in a foursome. Two guys decide to hold a conversation as your
that's a violation.
Right.
Like that, you got to know. Well, that means you're golfing with people who don't normally golf. Because other people
they
understand.
try to whisper the conversation.
That's even worse,
You can still hear it.
Like, yo, did you see what happened? You're like, come on, man.
I had this case the other day. Where it's like, come on, man.
Hold on, keep it down.
I said, like, when I'm elected president of the United States, and my time's running out for that, by the way. But when I'm elected, I will sign an executive order that enables you to carry an RPG in your golf bag.
Well, you may not.
When somebody beeps their horn in your backswing, and it takes off, like you get.
You may not be able to run, but Stephen A., maybe Josh from Juniata, maybe they can help you out.
Well, no, Stephen A. said he wouldn't hire me. Now, Josh from Juniata said he could make me a Secretary of Sports.
There we go. And that would then qualify.
Part of the cabinet. Yeah.
For that. I just want to
I think that would be a nice move for the end of my career.
I just want to ride on Air Force One, man.
How about
bring
this
me
new
along.
plane? How about the Saudi plane? You want to go on that one?
I didn't see this one.
Even I saw this.
Where's this?
Do you keep up at all with life?
I got the kids, dude, you know? It's hard at night. I'm watching Disney Plus.
Air Force One is disabled, so the Saudi prince donated this.
Oh, I actually did see this. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
All right.
But I do spend my time watching Disney Plus mostly at night.
Yeah, that's good.
What are you watching? Disney Plus.
Different movies. I was exposing the kids to one of my favorite movies of all time, Mary Poppins. It's a great movie. Now, that is a great movie. I know I say that loosely sometimes.
We've got a texter now that every time you call something phenomenal, text it Mr. Phenomenal. That's all they text.
Mary Poppins, phenomenal movie. Really, phenomenal. Julie Andrews, phenomenal in that movie.
Let me get to my call here.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nancy in North Wales have been hanging on for a really long time. Nancy, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Nancy, what happened to your bedroom window?
Mikey, Miss, Bill, Ray, I love the show. It's so great. So great.
Thank you, Nancy. Now, what happened? What happened to your bedroom window? How's the golf ball get there?
Okay, I'm going to tell you. So we live at the 4th Tee Women's at Pinecrest, Montgomeryville.
Yeah.
So we weren't playing this Saturday. This is last year. We had some folks over. We have the deck on the top. We have a patio on the bottom, and we're having some adult beverages. And one of the guys says, "Hey, Nance," he's like, "Do you ever have a golf ball hit your window or anything?" I'm like, "Oh no, we've been super lucky, like really."
Yeah.
Mike, with that,
No.
this ball came like a rocket and hit the upstairs bedroom window, and it looked like it was raining glass, man.
Oh, no.
It was unbelievable.
That's
So
not good.
we right now, it was not good. So we run down there. Of course, I hate to say this, but I play golf and I suck, but this guy really sucked. And he was on the men's tee, and he comes down, and he's one of those guys, and I hope nobody does this, but did you ever see one of those guys that kind of like have those golf pants on, but they're like clown pants?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
What, the cargo shorts?
Yeah. Yeah, like that, but it was terrible.
Yeah.
And he had a visor on, and it matched. You got what I'm going with?
Yeah, I hear you.
So, so he says, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." He's like, I just started golfing, and I see that I
that was nice of him. That was nice of him.
It was really nice, but twofold, he ended up paying for it.
Oh, nice. Now, did you charge him on the spot?
Kinda.
Really? So
He said,
what did you say it was worth? How much did you charge him?
No, we just said, "Hey, listen, we're going to go call, the window guy where we got our windows. We're going to see what this is. And the guy was cool. He gave us his phone number. We texted him. And just to let you know, Mike, we did call our homeowners, and they will cover it.
Yeah, I'm learning something here. The homeowners will take care of it. Well, no, see, that was on your home. I'm saying, like, if you hit somebody, like, would they cover like his damages? Like, that's not a homeowner policy, right?
I don't think so, Mike, because this is Pinecrest is the public. I think if it was maybe private, it would.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I'm not sure now. I have no idea who would cover who. So the damage would be covered if you got hit with the golf ball. The damage would be covered by your homeowners. But where's the liability for the guy who hit you?
Right. I know. The guy was super nice. We had it repaired within a few days, but. Man,
and so you got the guy. Hold on, you got the guy's number. Did he give you the right number? He gave you the right number. So you called him. He said, "All right, we got the estimate. It's I don't know, $700."
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah.
And he said I will send you a check, and he did.
And he did.
Oh man, well that was a good Samaritan soul, man. That's a good guy.
And he did, and you know what? And sometimes you think that people aren't going to be of kind, but you know what?
Yeah.
It was the guy was really nice, and all of the guys that he was with, they were all concerned, and they were like, "Oh,
that's pretty cool." Because normally, Nancy, thanks for the call. But normally that doesn't happen. They try to skate out of it. But that guy faced the music. Listen, he goes and plays at a public golf course. He's paying $100 maximum for that round, and he wound up, that's like a $900 round now for the guy.
Yeah, not a cheap day. But at least he honored his word.
Yeah,
and he paid.
So now, how can he would his owners compensate for that? That's my question.
I think it's possible, depending on if there's language in the homeowner's policy that would disclaim coverage for that scenario. But I think it would be possible.
Because normally, listen, there's how many things can happen wrong there? The guy give you the wrong phone number. The guy can give you the right phone number and say, yeah, I'm going to pay you, and never pay you.
Yeah, then good luck. You have to sue him. It's not worth it.
Exactly. 610-632-0975 is how you get into the show. The Sixers get the number 3 pick in the draft lottery last night. We're going to have Gina Mizell, who was in the room as all the calculations were being made. So she'll share her experience. She covers the Sixers for the Inquirer. We're back after this. She's coming up at 12:30, by the way.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers will pick third. I'm Ray Dunn with this Fanatic Sports Update. 76ers left in the top 3 last night's NBA draft lottery, keeping the pick and putting themselves in position to potentially select Rutgers' Ace Bailey, who's been mocked at that 3rd overall spot early on in this draft process. Yesterday, the Philadelphia Inquirer's Keith Pompey joined the afternoon show, talked about the fit between Bailey and the 76ers.
I think Ace Bailey could be a guy who could get lost with the Sixers. And what I mean by that is, Ace Bailey is the type of guy who needs to go to a situation and basically play and be a major part of what they're trying to do.
Be sure to break down everything the 76ers could do at 3rd overall. And we'll talk to the Inquirer's Gina Mizell coming up next. She was present for the actual lottery drawing, so she'll have plenty to give us from that process. The 76ers also have reportedly promoted Jameer Nelson to assistant general manager today. The Phillies lost the series opener to the Cardinals last night 3-2. Christopher Sanchez going 6 innings, allowing 2 runs. Strahm was tagged for a home run and the loss last night. Jesus Luzardo gets to start for the Phillies tonight at 6:45 against Sonny Gray for St. Louis. And the NFL schedule continues to be released in parts ahead of the full schedule coming out Wednesday night. We now know 4 Eagles games, none of them on Sundays. The Eagles will open up at home on Thursday Night Football against Cowboys, play Monday Night Football against the Packers on November 10th, Black Friday against the Bears, and Saturday, December 20th against the Commanders. This update is brought to you by the Electrical Workers Local 269, Electrical Training Alliance, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 269, and the Electrical Training Alliance can offer a career with no college debt. To learn more, go to IBEW269.com. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli Show, 97.5, The Fanatic. All right, so last night, the draft lottery. Very exciting the way it played out as the Sixers get into the top 4. They get the 3rd pick. They could have fallen out of the top 6, and the procedure behind the scenes we don't get to see. But our next guest saw it. She was the representative that would one of the witnesses from they have a witness from each team to witness how they draw this thing. Gina Mizell covers the Sixers for the Inquirer, joins us right now. Hello, Gina. Gina?
Yeah. How's
Hi.
it going, Mike?
Good.
I got you now.
Thanks for
I
coming.
cut out for like 2 seconds, but I got you.
All right, good, cool. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it. So describe that experience that you had last night, being in that room. Try to take us through what happens back there.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre, and this was my first time doing the actual drawing room experience. I've been in the room where like the envelopes are open and it's all publicly revealed, which also has a lot of like stress and intrigue and tension in it. But being in the actual room, you have to give up your phone. You have no way to communicate with the outside world, and like everyone kind of filters in. They sit in these desks basically, or these tables, and all the lottery teams are there, and then they, the ping pong ball machine is in when you walk in, and they explain the rules in like exhaustive detail, and then they put the balls in one by one, and then they bounce around, and it's so quiet that you could hear the actual bouncing of the ping pong balls. And then I would say the biggest difference between what most of us see during the lottery is that they pull the first pick right away. So like the tension builds up super quick, but the first combination that they draw is the number 1 overall pick. So when that Dallas pick came up, like there was just kind of a stunned silence in the room. And then they go to number 2, which was San Antonio. And then at that point, the Sixers' odds of landing in the top 4 or keeping their pick actually sort of plummeted. And they knew that the only way that they would keep it is if they got drawn. And then sure enough, their number got drawn 3rd. And then they draw the 4th pick, which is Charlotte, and then it's over. And then you kind of have about 45 minutes to an hour just to wait, still sequestered in this room where like everyone in the room knows what's happened, but nobody else outside the room knows what's happened. And so then you all kind of watch the broadcast as it unfolds, but everybody sort of knew. So when Kevin Nagandi made his blunder on TV, like where I was, everyone started laughing because we all knew that it was a mistake and that actually the Sixers had gotten the 3rd pick.
So this is amazing.
It was a pretty unique experience. Yeah, no, it was wild.
You know the Sixers have the 3rd pick, and I know you're dying to text a friend, right? And you're helpless there.
Right. Well, and I mean, we're all glued to our phones anyway, right? So, like, there were moments where I'm, like, reaching for something, and I literally, all I have is, like, a notepad and paper, like, totally old-school style, reporter with no recorder, no phone, no way to communicate with anybody. And so, no, we're all kind of just, like, making small talk with the people in the room and just waiting for this TV broadcast to go. But, no, very, very cool experience, very unique look behind the curtain, and obviously a very chaotic night overall with Dallas getting the number 1 overall pick, but certainly with the Sixers keeping the pick, looking like they were probably going to lose it, and then getting drawn for that 3rd pick.
I got to ask you this question because the ping pong balls go in there, right? Are you tempted to say, by the way, can I feel these ping pong balls? I want to see if they're the same weight. Were you tempted at all to do that?
I mean,
or you just trusted everybody?
It was a pretty transparent process, but it was funny because, like I said, we walked in the room and the machine was already there, and then there was honestly a mini briefcase that they opened, like you thought it was going to be millions of dollars in this briefcase, and it's all the ping pong balls, and they pull it out and they're like, 1, drop it in. 2, showing it to the whole room, that there's not an extra number 5 or not an extra number 14 or whatever. But it was a very interesting process.
It's like, in a lot of ways, it's like the casino at the crap table where they have the dice and they have to measure the dice and the weight and the whole bit. But so that's a fascinating experience. So now, when they got to 3, what was your immediate thought process for them getting the 3rd pick? Because a lot of people say there are two players in this draft that can help immediately, and then the rest you kind of project.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, first of all, them keeping the pick just overall, obviously, is a better outcome than them not keeping it based on the season that they just had. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what they do. Daryl Morey was asked immediately after the lottery if the plan is to keep it or if they would consider trading it. And he said right now the plan is to keep it. Obviously, lots can change between now and the draft at the end of June. But there's some interesting prospects there because if you look at, most mock drafts, Ace Bailey is slotted at that number 3 spot, but he's kind of more of a longer-term project. Like, he's got the size, he's got the frame, he's got the, like, you know, kind of unconscious, like, shot attempting and shot making ability, but his efficiency is, I don't know if where you want it right at this point. So are you willing to sort of take a chance on a guy that might have a higher ceiling but maybe isn't quite ready yet? Or do you go with somebody, you know, like a BJ Edgecombe who has an electric athlete, a good defensive playmaker, which feels like it would fit in Nick Nurse's system, and maybe go sort of that direction? And then there's obviously some other people too that maybe after the combine this week or after team workouts, maybe there will be some shuffling, you know, heading into the draft. But no, like you said, Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper are pretty, you know, solidified at 1-2. I think even after the way that the lottery went with those top 2 picks, I think they're still at the top of the board, no matter who picks there. But yeah, 3 is kind of where it starts to get interesting, and the Sixers are going to kind of be the first team that I think you know, us outsiders are going to be intrigued to see, you know, where they end up going.
Talking to Gina Mizell, she covers the Sixers for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Gina, let me go to this scenario. I'll take it back to when they really wanted Markelle Fultz. Is it possible that the San Antonio Spurs would not sit there and take Dylan Harper because they're kind of guard loaded at this point, and they would take Ace Bailey as the wing player, or would the Sixers, like, to be sure of that, like, trade into that second spot?
Yeah, that's interesting. And I mean, the other, not to throw another wrench into this whole thing, but the other really interesting storyline is now this whole Giannis thing. And, you know, the reports coming out yesterday morning that he would potentially, maybe, possibly, perhaps be willing to explore leaving Milwaukee. And so does a team like San Antonio, you know, go after Giannis or somebody like that and try to, you know, pair him with Victor Wembanyama and, you know, sort of go for it immediately. And then that would open up potential opportunities, but then would, you know, whoever gets that second pick, would they still, you know, draft Dylan Harper just because he's the best player available? So, yeah, again, this is all, the night last night was super intriguing, and it sets up, I think, a very intriguing NBA offseason just because of the draft itself, and the Cooper of it all, but then also just, you know, what potentially the ripple effects could be. So, yeah, you bring up a fair point as far as the Sixers sort of honing in on who they wanted at that point. But, you know, yeah, I think right now they're still at 3, and it'll just be really interesting to see what the teams ahead of them decide to do.
What do your instincts tell you? Like, otherwise they're running it back with the same mindset and the same crossed fingers, and they're just adding a rookie player who, if it's not Dylan Harper, is not going to make an immediate impact. Do you believe that Morey is more inclined to shake it up here or not?
I tend to lean more run it back, at least at this point, you know, with trying to bring back someone like a Quentin Grimes, who's a restricted free agent, trying to bring back a Gershon Yabusele, who is an unrestricted free agent, but is going to probably garner a lot of interest just because of the really nice season he had in his return to the NBA. But just kind of given their contract situations and given their health situation, I think that is, you know, they still are in that win now mode and believe that if they have some improved health, that they can sort of jump right back into being a playoff caliber team, perhaps even a fringe contender. So, yeah, again, this is a great asset for them to have. Either if, you know, a trade comes along that completely blows them away, I don't think they would put it past them to pull the trigger on a trade. But certainly, you know, they believe that, at least Daryl Morey said last night, that he believes that, you know, this draft is really strong at the top, and that, you know, even though typically the you know, kind of conventional belief is that it's obviously hard for rookies to contribute on a good team right away, that this draft is so talented at the top that, you know, they feel like they can be a good player there.
Gina, thank you so much for coming on. My last thing is, did they give you a ping pong ball as a souvenir?
I wish. That would be awesome.
No, they didn't give the people a ping pong ball. I can't believe it.
I know. I have a, you know, NBA notebook, because again, they had to give us something to, like, take notes on. That's my grand souvenir from the draft. But no, that would, you know, like, I should get on NBA PR and be like, you know what, we should get some sort of.
Oh man, that's the least they can do. What are they gonna do with those ping pong balls at this point? They're useless.
Yes.
You play ping pong with them now? All right.
Exactly. I will say the Dallas, their rep, he was walking around with the winning combination, like during that weird period that we were all, you know, waiting around, and I was like, he doesn't know what to do with this, because
who was the Dallas rep?
It was their assistant GM. It wasn't Nico. It was like one of the guys below him.
Oh my God! Did he yell?
Yeah.
Did he scream?
He he shook the hands of the two reps on either side of him, and he clapped one time, and that one clap pierced the entire room because it was in such a stunned silence at that moment.
Man.
So yeah, it was pretty cool to witness.
What a hit. That's the hit on the roulette wheel. Gina, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Best of luck to you.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
There he is, she is, to Gina Mizell from the Inquirer, being in there as the representative. Sworn to secrecy. There it is.
Yeah,
There
so
you're getting the Sixers' third pick. You want to break that story as quickly as you can, and you can't.
Well, at least she could start writing her story up. Right? You just can't publish it. Wait, so did Daryl Morey, Nick Nurse, and Elton Brand, as they're sitting at that table, do they know?
None of them knew.
Okay, none of them
Ned
knew.
Rice was the Sixers representation inside there.
Got
One
it.
of the, as we've pointed out a million times, 10 assistants to Daryl Morey.
And now he's got another one.
Does.
Jameer Nelson.
Oh, Jameer got elevated?
We found out today. He's assistant GM now.
Really?
Yep.
So Elton Brand is still assistant GM?
I guess
Ned
there's,
Rice is still assistant GM? There's 5 other guys that are assistant GMs?
I guess they added somebody.
All right.
Just another name.
Congratulations to Jameer Nelson. It's the Mike Missanelli Show right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
ESPN's Adam Schefter.
Bill Colarulo, Ray Dunn just lend me $2. How about that? What a mensch he is. His last $2.
Wow.
Because I'm dying for a snack.
I'm surprised Ray carries cash. Kids his age don't usually have cash.
I had to go to a cash-only restaurant. Otherwise,
They go Apple Pay.
That's what I got.
You got Apple Pay?
It's the best, dude. Just a little double click. Paid.
My phone dies too much for that.
My machine didn't take a $5 bill.
I like the Apple Pay.
I wanted to get some M&M peanuts.
Ooh, it's a quality
Good item. Isn't that a good item?
It is. Better than the Twizzlers you had yesterday.
I was mistakenly got the Twizzlers. I tried to get a fig bar. Get back to the text board. What do we got on the text board now about this draft, about the Phillies, about golf, anything?
We've got an incredibly important text that came in earlier today from Martin from Broomall. He told us, and I verified this, today is the anniversary, and this came after the soundboard fun we had earlier, of
Google me.
Really?
On this day in 2009, one Mike Missanelli told Skip Bayless,
Google me. No way.
Wow,
Yes.
16 years
Really?
ago?
16 years ago. This
How is that possible? Like, how would he remember that? I have no concept of what day it was, what month.
Do we have that
I
whole
just
interview?
went searching for it like you couldn't believe, and I cannot find it.
Oh, man.
I don't think that's right. Because Google me didn't happen. Did it?
I have an NBC
yeah, I
Sports
guess.
Philadelphia story on it.
Oh, that's right. It
From-
did happen. With John Marks was the producer.
May 13th, 2009.
So
There's a story on it?
Yes.
Well, about what?
I don't know who wrote it, but it was someone basically saying Mike's absolutely justified in going after this Skip Bayless guy. So shout out to whoever put up that column on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah, I just found it too.
Took a
Really?
step out there.
What's it say? What's the story say?
Well, it starts the title. Mike Missanelli takes on Skip Bayless, defends the Philly rep, likely adds to it.
Wow. All right. So it was unnerving that we had him on, and he was he was the usual rod about how Philadelphia fans are terrible and Eagle fans are bad and all that nonsense. I just lost my stuff over it. All right. Let's. What else do we have on text board? Anything else?
Yeah, we got some other stuff on the text board.
What do you got?
We got, that was one we just went through. More people in the disappointment about the leaf blowers and the usage of any loud machines near the golf course. People are so lazy who use leaf blowers, just pick up the damn leaves. So James from Pottsville doesn't want people to use leaf blowers at all.
No, see, come on. The leaf blower is essential in this day and age. You can't be raking leaves anymore.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, you got to have a leaf blower.
We got a texter.
Bill does it all the time.
First-time texter chiming in to defend Bill with his conversation around Embiid and Paul George. We're tied to both of them with no trade value. We cannot pretend like the contracts aren't on the books, so we have to build around this team and hope.
Yes, that was my point. So I'm glad the texter understands. And people in the YouTube chat, and I agree, like, hope's not a plan, hope's not a strategy. I get it. But with the way these contracts are structured, that's all we got right now. You got to hope that George and Embiid can play, and we got to build around them. That's it.
But they can't.
That's the one thing I can't say.
All you're doing is torturing yourself more.
Yeah, but the only thing I can't say definitively, and I agree with you, it's more likely that we've seen the best of Joel and Paul George. Or I can even guarantee it we've seen the best because they're not going to get younger. I agree with you there. But I can't say definitively 100% that you will never see a good version of Joel or Paul George again, that they're done. Their careers are over. I mean, that's the way most people are talking right now, including you, is basically they're done. And I can't get there definitively. I still think there is a chance that Joel Embiid will be an effective player in this league, that Paul George will be an effective player in this league. And if you surround them properly, you're telling me there's a chance.
Yeah, well, guess what? Mikey Miss does not buy into it.
And
Mikey Miss has been hardened.
You probably are right. You probably are right. And that's what Reggie's going to say when he comes on. Bill's saying probably, you're probably right. But what I'm saying is if we're Sixers fans, the only chance we have of success in the immediate future is if Paul George and Joel Embiid are a better version of what you saw this year.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go home and I'm going to rub an oil lamp and a genie's going to come out and it's going to give me $1 million too.
Possible.
Let's go to Mark and Clementine.
Not probable.
Mark, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, Mark?
Hey, good afternoon. Glad you're back on the phones.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, we got a really good phone system right now.
Yeah, our system's phenomenal.
It is.
That's good. Good to hear. Good item. Good item to have. Hey, golf story. So I used to live off of one of Jaws' golf courses, right off the first hole, and I played golf there. Obviously lived there for quite some time. Off the first tee box, there's a big sign that basically gives like the rules and regulations when you walk in off the first tee box, kind of breaking down, hey, you're responsible for X, Y, Z, and hitting a house or a car, things like that, is all on the golfers. Nothing on the golf course itself. In our case, I was at work, wife was at home, golf ball hit our window. We had my daughter was like 2 at the time, I think. So I was not home. She called the golf course. Manager came down to the house on his golf cart. We identified the golfers. They were like 2 young, like 20-some-year-old kids, right? They got grilled. My wife was PO'd, but they denied it, said it wasn't them. And basically we got stuck paying for a new window. Golf course didn't even offer, the help or anything like that. It was just kind of one of those things where...
Yeah. I got to be honest with you. Had you filed some kind of action, they probably would have had to have done it. Here's the thing. When you put a sign up, it's a sign is giving you the something, meaning the patron. You're assuming the risk. But that's just to protect them. But it's not. It doesn't necessarily mean that you assume the risk. If that golf course is built and that hole is built where it is a likely result that you could hit a house, they would have to be liable for that.
Mikey, it is unlikely. You have to be really bad at golf to hit where my house was.
Okay.
Like I hit a slice. This slice, it's like almost like a
if it's unlikely, then that may take them off the hook. But just because you put a sign up does not mean that you don't have liability.
And as a homeowner, you live on a golf course. You live on a golf course.
Right.
So, how much fight are you going to put up as a homeowner?
Well, exactly.
So at that point, we just chalked up as a loss. And, I think a year or two later, we ended up moving anyway. But it stunk. Real quick on the Sixers, I have a feeling now that we are going to be in basketball purgatory for a couple years. Bill, I agree with you. The hope is if he could be healthy, Paul could be healthy. We're living a pipe dream. I get what you're saying, but if I can flip a coin into a wishing well, I wish that every time. But we're going to be stuck in this hole, I think, for a couple years until Embiid has moved on and we get some fresh young players. But I'm happy about the third pick. It's a starting point at least.
The third pick is a starting point. It's not an immediate starting point, but it'll eventually be something. I think. I hope.
Eventually.
You never know how these draft picks are going to roll out, or how they're going to develop. 610-632-0975 is how you climb into the show. We got Tracy on hold. We got Reggie checking in from Virginia. Hang in there, everybody. And Mike Missanelli Show continues.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers will pick third. I'm Ray Dunn with this Fanatic Sports Update, and it's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. The 76ers left in the top 3 in last night's NBA Draft Lottery, keeping their pick and putting themselves in a position to potentially select Rutgers' Ace Bailey, who's been mocked there early on in the draft process. Yesterday, the Philadelphia Inquirer's Keith Pompey joined the afternoon show and talked about the fit between Bailey and the 76ers.
I think Ace Bailey could be a guy who could get lost with the Sixers, and what I mean by that is, Ace Bailey is the type of guy who needs to go to a situation and basically play and be a major part of what they're trying to do.
We'll continue to break down everything the 76ers could do at third overall. And we spoke earlier to the Inquirer's Gina Mizell, who was in the room as the draft lottery happened. You can catch that conversation one more time on our website, 975thefanatic.com. Sixers news also today. They reportedly promoted Jameer Nelson to assistant general manager. Phillies lost the series opener last night to the Cardinals 3-2. Christopher Sanchez went 6 innings, allowed 2 earned. Strahm was tagged for a home run and the loss last night. Jesus Luzardo gets a start for the Phillies tonight, 6:45 at Citizens Bank Park against Sonny Gray for St. Louis. The NFL schedule continues to be released in parts ahead of the full schedule coming out tomorrow night. We know 4 Eagles games so far, notably them opening up Thursday Night Football against the Cowboys to play at a Black Friday game against the Bears. This update is also brought to you by AAA Car Care. Come to your local AAA Car Care center, get $39.99 full synthetic oil change plus free tire rotations. Restrictions apply. Offer ends May 31st. Details at AAA.com/mycar. I'm Ray Dunn for 975 The Fanatic.
.5 The Fanatic. Schedule. NFL schedule will be released tomorrow. We already got some leaks.
Yes, we do.
So, game 10 for the Eagles will be Monday night game at Green Bay.
Well, week 10. There could be a bye.
Week 10, I'm
that.
sorry.
Yeah.
Week 13, Black Friday game against the Bears.
Love it. I absolutely
love it. Is that a
love
night
the Black
game?
Friday.
Will that be night or day?
I think it's like 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock
right?
game?
I
like
think it
that,
has
too.
to be an afternoon game, right? Because of the whole you can't do Friday night games before a certain date.
Yeah, there's that that ancient
All right, I'll
law.
take that afternoon Black Friday game. I like that.
But you know what Ray's talking about, right? There's that law that Congress has that says that to protect high school football on Friday nights.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can't.
That's cool.
They're actually getting close to it with these Black Friday games.
The Sports Broadcasting Act of 1961.
Yes.
Wow, how about that?
NFL's
61, huh?
They're testing the limits, though. They're getting closer and closer to those Friday night games.
And at the Commanders on a Saturday night, Week 16. So we know that's going to happen. So tomorrow, I love when the schedule comes out because I love to project.
Oh, it's the best, man. But all 4 of those games, nationally televised games, none of them on a Sunday, which is wild. But this is because the Eagles are the biggest draw. I mean, they just won the Super Bowl. They got a lot of, talented players that people know about. I mean, you could just see it, too. Look at Saquon now. He does that Stay Calm Barkley commercial. Do you like that commercial?
I have not seen that one.
You've seen that one, right, Ray?
I have.
Stay Calm Barkley?
I'm trying to stay calm.
I've seen that.
Yeah. So it's
hot property.
It's exciting. Fingers crossed, though. I just don't want Christmas Day. So the fact that they got Saturday.
Why don't you want Christmas Day? What's the problem with that?
Oh, yeah, the kids. Right, Ray?
Well, not the kids for me, but I'd like to spend time with my family on Christmas.
And I do the
Why do you
pregame
spend time
show.
with your family while you're watching the game?
Well, I do the pregame.
I'm doing the postgame.
Yeah, Ray does postgame. I do pregame. So that means 3 hours of a pregame show.
That's being very selfish.
And when one of these guys who has kids takes off because it's Christmas, I got to do pregame.
You know what, though?
The overall enjoyment of the fan base.
What I'm picking up here
Me
is,
too.
since that sounds selfish, I think Mike will fill in for me on that pregame show.
Sounds like it.
Mike will not fill in. Mike will enjoy watching the game with his family.
I actually, if I had my choice, Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, do you remember a couple years ago they had Christmas Eve against the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the Seven Fishes.
Yeah.
I would much rather do Christmas Day than Christmas Eve.
All right, then what are you complaining about?
You're not telling me they're going to do a Wednesday Christmas Eve game.
No, they're not. What I'm saying is that if they do get Christmas Day, it's not as bad as what it is on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, it's still
By the way, Ray, thank you for the M&M peanuts that you lent me $2 for.
Yeah, no problem.
Bill owes me a breakfast sandwich.
Not yet. There's still a chance the Celtics
You remember
come
what
back.
Bill was spouting about last night? Kind of put a pinhole in his balloon.
Man,
the New York Knickerbockers go up 3-1 over the Celtics. The Celtics are going down, Bill.
Crazy, man.
Now, let me tell you something. If you can't appreciate that Knicks team, I don't know what's wrong with you.
No, I agree with you. Now, who do you think would be favorites? Eastern Conference Finals, Knicks, Pacers.
Knicks.
It's crazy. Dude, you're telling me the Knicks are going to the NBA Finals. I'm just blown away that they would get there before this Sixers team did. How frustrating that is?
They got built the right way.
I guess so. With the Penguin leading the way.
The Penguin.
Thibodeau.
He does look like the Penguin.
Doesn't he? He looks exactly like him.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
That was good by you. Good stuff.
You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPN and WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, BZ Media Group station. We broadcast live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. It is 1 o'clock. So I think we should start the 1 o'clock hour with our pal Reggie. No, actually, let's go to Tracy. Tracy's been hanging for longer. Reggie will get you after Tracy. Tracy gets the honor of starting the 1 o'clock hour. Tracy and Media. Hello, Tracy.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
How you doing?
Bill, Ray, how are you guys?
They're
Doing
okay.
well.
They're okay. They're not as good as me, but they're okay.
Well, so I know that you both have your JD, and I have a question about a golf scenario.
Yes.
My son was at Porky Oliver's. He's on hole number 5. It's like a 500-plus yard hole. It legs to the right.
Mm-hmm.
He's got golfers behind him shooting balls at him. He sees that they're leaving the tee box, so he takes a shot. It lands about 200 yards. They leave the tee box. The people in front leave the tee box. They go to the golf path, and they start drinking a few beers. He hits the ball again, yells 4. It hits somebody in the face and breaks his orbital.
He yelled 4, though.
They both did. There was two of them golfing.
You yelled 4, you're okay.
Well, we were sued.
You were sued?
We actually were. Yes, my son was. Yes, we got a lawsuit filed against us.
Has it come to any court proceeding?
Not yet. It'll be here in July.
Yeah, I would make an appearance as long as they said 4. You have a witness that heard them say 4. They both said 4. There was ample warning.
Even if he didn't say 4, there's no way he aimed at this person. They were in the golf path.
No, I think you're fine. I really think you're fine. I don't
they would
know
be
why.
suing him based on their argument would be negligence, not intentional. So it wasn't that he was aiming for him. But now, did you turn this over to your homeowner's insurance?
Well, I know this lawyer, and I didn't want to because I don't respect him at all. But I ended up having to when we got sued.
Yeah, so your homeowners, they'll get you the attorney. They'll take care of everything. And, there's always a difference. Just because you're sued doesn't mean they'll be successful. That's kind of Mike's point. People can sue for anything. I could file a lawsuit against Mike for being mean to me. Doesn't mean that I'm going to win.
I know, but okay, but I still have to pay a deductible.
Yeah, because you're going to have to, the homeowners will get you the attorney. But if you're successful, you may not have to.
Okay, all right, good to know.
But yeah, it's unfortunate. Those damn lawyers, Tracy.
Crazy.
It's the damn lawyers, man.
Broke his orbital bone. That's just an accident.
I work for a lawyer, so they're not all terrible.
Oh, there you go.
No, they're not all bad.
All right, Tracy.
Yeah.
Well, best of luck with that.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the call.
You're very welcome. Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
You yell 4, you're okay.
Yeah, they would have to prove that he was negligent in some way.
Yeah.
But to Tracy's point, the issue is you get sued, your homeowners takes over. If you don't win on summary judgment, meaning that a judge doesn't throw the case out, you still may end up settling and paying because it's cheaper than going to a trial.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. By the way, before we get to another call, did anybody find out the Rojas belt thing? Porque lleva ese cinturón?
No, but I did notice last night, it does look like his belt's different than everybody else's. I agree with you.
It does look like it is different. He wears a white belt with a big 2-3 on it.
Somebody tweeted me that Schwarber's got his number on his belt.
Well,
I didn't see anybody else with it. They wore the standard red Phillies belt.
Schwarber's rocking a number on it, though.
That's what I was told.
Well, him and Rojas are both
see a number on him last night.
Power hitters.
Both power hitters, yeah.
Both guys with big swings, yeah.
Wait, what's Schwarber up to now? 47 games safely on base?
Yeah.
Man. Pay the man. I've changed. I said not to pay him. Pay him.
Let's go to Reggie in Virginia. Reggie, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, Reg?
Morning, Mike. Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Bill.
We're playing your intro song. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, you good now?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You could tell Reggie's been driving for a while because he's saying good morning at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Yeah. I started at 10 p.m. last night, but I'm parked in Mount Jackson, Virginia, roughly 21 miles from Shenandoah National Park. And
beautiful country.
They're offloading the apples, which I found out will become baby food. So they're going to process it into applesauce, the baby food. I don't know the name. I don't know if it's still Gerber's, but it's baby food. I know these apples are going to be baby food. So I made it from Washington when I left on Thursday, and I'm relaxing. So what did I say? 3 number 3s. Freddie Mad Dog Carter wore number 3, playing for the Sixers on that 9-72 team, which was the worst, right? That was the worst as far as wins and losses, right? 9-72, if I'm not mistaken. That's before Bill's time because that's 1973, I think. But anyway.
Yeah, Bill wasn't born yet. He should know about it.
Right.
It's like I wasn't born during World War II, but I know about it.
Right. And it doesn't look like, as he said, he said it doesn't look like. I got distracted. Sadell Threet wore number 3, so it started to improve, right? And then, of course, Allen Iverson wore number 3, was the most productive, was the most, in his career, successful wearing number 3. And who told me? Ray? I think Ray told me that Joel Embiid was picked number 3. So having
He
the
was,
third
yes.
pick, yeah, 3 has always been my favorite number. Now, short story, shorten. When I was in high school, the coach didn't let anybody wear single-digit numbers, so I wore number 21 with the thinking 2 + 1 = 3.
Well,
that is correct.
But yeah, that is correct. Oh, he said, now, as I was holding your call, Mike, with Gina.
Yes.
Gina
Mizell, yes.
Gina, she took an English course in fractionalities because she said possibly, maybe, potentially.
Yeah, she did. She did.
Wow.
I thought she was doing that on purpose, but I don't know if she was.
I think she was mocking the Shams report.
Was she mocking it?
Yeah, she was mocking Shams.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, because I go, did she put 12 words together? 12 fractionary English words?
She put a few together. That was pretty cool of her. All right, Reggie, you be safe out there with the apples.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for checking in, man.
Reggie, checking in. Now, let me ask you a question. Well, like, what kind of apples do they use for baby food? Are they different apples? Is there a certain brand that, like, species of apple that you have to put into baby food?
I don't know. Is it a Gala?
Is it regular apples?
Is it a Honeycrisp?
It's like we make applesauce for adults. Is the same type of the thing go for baby food, or is it a different apple?
It's a good question, Mike. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Is it older apples that you make for baby food?
So they're like mushier?
Yeah. I don't know. But these are the mystery questions of life that we must know.
Also, it wouldn't be fair to say that Joella was picked 3rd overall if we don't acknowledge who was picked 3rd overall the year after, too. Because that was Jahlil Okafor.
Jahlil was picked number 3. You're right. That's a bad 3.
Correct.
610-632-0975. Couple lines are open if you want to get in. We'll go back to our text board. And the Phillies tonight are a favorite minus 155 against the Cardinals. We're back after this.
Philadelphia Union.
My house. Not yet, though. I got to clear some stuff out. Get some furniture out of there so that punk can come in and play.
Which one? Which
Show
house?
you the ropes, kid. You big fan of
Daft Punk?
LCD sound system?
What's
That's
that?
not Daft Punk. That's LCD sound system.
Oh, okay. It didn't sound like Daft Punk. Because Daft Punk's around
They're saying
the world.
Daft Punk is coming to playing in my house.
Oh, I didn't get
That's
that.
the song.
Wasn't listening.
By the way, baby food. What do you do? What do you use? Use baby food yet?
No, we're not there yet. I don't know if we ever will,
When
actually.
you used baby food, what did you? As far as I knew, there were only two brands, Gerber and Beech Nut. Now there's like 1,000 organics.
So my two oldest never ate baby food.
Really?
They went right from milk to like regular food. You smash up sweet potatoes, bananas, whatever, peas.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't actually buy baby
You
food.
buy baby food in jars?
I don't know. Do people still do that? I don't know.
Of course they do.
Yeah, my kids didn't eat that. And like from my understanding, my wife told me about my youngest. Oh, we're a couple weeks away. We're going to give her peas. I don't know. It's going to be her first food, peas.
Normally, you buy the baby food peas. Baby food's good. Actually, when I had it back in the day, like baby food plum. It's always good.
Oh, no, I think I told this story before, dude. I was obsessed with bananas with tapioca Gerber baby food.
Are you really?
That was part of my pregame.
I thought you said you didn't.
For me, personally.
Wait, you bought baby food for you?
Dude, that was part of my pregame ritual before football games. I would, in the locker room, I would eat bananas. I would eat Gerber banana baby food.
Why?
It was light enough that it wouldn't fill me up too much to play, and I felt like it had nutrients and vitamins.
And so you bought baby food,
dude. I would eat baby food in the locker room. Part of my.
Can you explain this,
routine.
Ray, at all?
You want me to explain something about Bill we don't understand?
Dude, I'm telling you, it's delicious.
I know it's delicious, but
bananas
it has
with
to be
tapioca
tasty for the baby. But like you could have picked I mean, you're a guy who eats Kind bars. Like what? You went baby food back then?
Yeah, I mean, I was 18.
Well, who told you about the baby food? Like, where would you come for that idea? Like,
my mom knew I liked banana baby food. She would always buy it. It was always in the house. So I would always like grab one and take it with me. It was in high school, not in college. I mean,
I got nothing.
It's good.
Did you have like a good game after doing this once, and that's what led to this?
Yeah, I think a part of it was like superstitious. Like, oh, this is what I do pregame. This is my ritual.
Would your teammates make fun of you?
You think anybody makes fun of me, Mike? Come on now.
Yes, both of us.
I know, constantly.
It's kind of a big thing. We do it a lot, actually.
I am actually an easy target because I don't take things that personally.
No. You could have stopped it. I'm an easy target. Period.
True, but I also laugh it off, right? Like you come at me all the time, and I still love you.
Yeah,
I'm giving you a big hug after the show.
No, please stay in that studio.
By the way, our 12 o'clock hour, it was brought to us by Service First HVAC. The 1 o'clock hour, we bring it. It's just us bringing it. But the 12 o'clock hour is brought to us by Service First HVAC, offering 0% financing for 48 months, rebates, tax credits up to $4,300 when purchasing a heating and cooling system. You can learn more at servicefirsthvac.com. And our Fanatic Deal of the Week, you know what the Fanatic Deal of the Week is? This is pretty good for people who live near there.
Oh, this is great.
Like the people in Bucks County, people in semi-northern Jersey. 4 Trenton Thunder baseball tickets for just $30. That's half off. You can take the kids to a Trenton Thunder minor league baseball game. It's a lot of fun.
Great park.
Tickets are valid for any regular season Trenton Thunder home game during the 2025 season. This exclusive offer is on our website while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. Pretty good one.
It is a great one.
Yeah.
Our buddy Andrew from Lambertville, that's not too far for him.
Yeah. Ray, you put something on the show sheet I find interesting here. That you're curious as to how many of our listeners even care about the pick or even care at all that they kept the pick, even because it's not number one.
Yeah.
Because it's not Cooper Flagg. There was a serious letdown when you got to the point last night where you thought they could get to number one, and all of a sudden the next card was yours.
Yes, I heard from people during that commercial break from 5 to 14 before they revealed that first four, like the top four here, I heard from people that I thought were totally out on the Sixers entirely. And there was not much follow-up once they got pick number 3. I think there was a feeling of we're almost so back, and then there was, all right, yeah, they got 3. This is, run-of-the-mill. It won't do much for them. I'm curious how many people did not buy back in last night because they're like, 3's not going to do much for me.
I think you're absolutely right. I don't think many people bought back in because it wasn't number 1. We were talking about, they get Cooper Flagg. This is their starting lineup, and there would be a reason for us to go to the games again. Not after this.
Yeah. If number 1 overall, everybody would have been all in. Like, we were joking yesterday, but Ray, like, you would have been on the phone renewing your season tickets without a doubt.
Part of it was the season ticket group during that commercial break was like, did we make the best decision of our lives?
Yeah, because the price, people would have been interested again. The 3rd overall pick, you're happy you kept it, but I don't think it necessarily brought people back in as believing. The
conversation in that group chat died immediately. Once that envelope came up 3, it was not like we made the best decision of our lives. It was like, all right, yeah, we'll talk again in this group chat when we all have to pay.
Yeah.
Now, during the break, I was talking with Connor and Ricky coming on next. And I said, I can't get over how many people are convinced that this draft lottery was rigged. And both of them are like, we're talking about that a lot on our show today. I got a text from a very educated person. Says to me, the NBA draft lottery was 100% rigged. No one can convince me otherwise. You are naive if you think otherwise. They've done it before. The frozen envelope with Patrick Ewing. Now, do you really think this was rigged?
Of course not. It's ridiculous. Was it rigged last year when Atlanta got the number 1 pick?
Well, I just look at it. How many people would have had to have been in on this?
Why would they rig it for Atlanta? It's silliness. It's just the way it happens sometimes with probabilities. All right, 610-632-0975. You want to come back in. Derek from Sicklerville is up next for us on the phone lines and your call. The Mike Missanelli Show continues.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers will pick 3rd. I'm Ray Dunn with this Fanatic Sports Update. The 76ers left in the top 3 in last night's NBA draft lottery, keeping their pick and putting themselves in a position to potentially select Rutgers' Ace Bailey, who's been mocked to number 3 early on in this draft process. Yesterday, the Philadelphia Inquirer's Keith Pompey joined the afternoon show, talked about the fit between Bailey and the 76ers.
I think Ace Bailey could be a guy who could get lost with the Sixers. And what I mean by that is, Ace Bailey is the type of guy who needs to go to a situation and basically play and be a major part of what they're trying to do.
We'll be sure to break down everything the 76ers can do at 3rd overall. We spoke earlier to the Inquirer's Gina Mizell, who was in the room as the draft lottery process happened. You can catch that conversation one more time on our website, 975thefanatic.com. Sixers also have some news today, reportedly promoting Jameer Nelson to assistant general manager. Phillies lost a series opener to the Cardinals last night 3-2. Christopher Sanchez going 6 innings, allowing 2 earned. Strahm was tagged for a home run and the loss last night. Jesus Luzardo gets the start for the Phillies tonight at 6:45 against Sonny Gray for St. Louis. And the NFL schedule continues to leak out through different outlets over the last couple of days. Of course, the full schedule comes out Wednesday night. We've got 4 games for the Birds so far, notably the opener against the Cowboys, Thursday Night Football at home, also playing Black Friday against the Bears. This update is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz Dream Days are back with offers on vehicles like 2025 E-Class, CLV Coupe, C-Class, and the EQE Sedan. Hurry it now through July 31st. Learn more at mbusa.com/dream. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Battelle.
So there's also one other thing that Ray seems to be. Ray is not digging the fact that we get the Cowboys on week 1.
Yeah, I don't understand it. A lot of people are upset about it.
Yeah, I don't understand why people would be. Ray, explain why this is not tickling your fancy here.
I mean, I think it's just the idea you could have gotten a better game, and I don't really need a reason to watch Eagles-Cowboys. It's Eagles-Cowboys. I'm going to watch it anyways. I don't think the NFL needs a reason to watch Eagles-Cowboys. I think we all would sit down and watch Eagles-Cowboys regardless.
You're going to watch Eagles against anybody.
That's right, but I mean, the NFL itself, if you just do that at 4:25 on a Sunday, that's an easy win for you. I don't think, you don't need the build of Eagles-Cowboys as opening day. We've now got, it's Cowboys week for the next, 4 months?
Correct.
We're sitting here, the build up to that game, I don't need it to be opener build-up. Opener could be anyone. In fact, they're doing opener and the Cowboys. It's a little much. But it's all right. I mean, they're going to be there to watch the banner unfurl.
I'm intrigued by right out of the chute playing the Cowboys. I like it. Tomorrow, the schedule will be released. Then we'll go over. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to go 12-5.
You think so, huh?
Yeah. 12
no matter what.
12-5 is where I'm picking.
It's not going to be an easy schedule.
No, it's not. It's not. I see 5 losses.
Yeah, because their road games, I told you before, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of their 9 road games are against playoff teams from last year. No. Yeah, 7 of their 9. Sorry, my math's wrong. 7 of their 9 road games. So depending on how that sets up, and then they play 4 playoff teams from last year at home. They got 11 games against playoff teams from last year. And do you have to build in any sort of growing pains for new offensive coordinator? With Kevin Patullo now taking over play calling. He's never done it before.
No.
Any sort of growing pains there?
No. I don't see growing pains. They're a together team, man. They're a system team that played together for a lot of years now. I think they're rolling.
So you go 12-5, which would be a step back off the 14 that they had last year. And I want to see how it's all set up. But, yeah, so that'll be tomorrow night. I think the schedule releases at 8, if I'm not mistaken. So Thursday, W's and L's, baby. One of my favorite days.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Love W's and L's.
I like to do it. All right, let's get back to the phones. Derek in Sicklerville checking in. What's up, Derek?
Hey, guys. It's almost like I needed a therapy for the past year at the Sixers season, but I get mocked with my friends across the country trying to find some positivity as much as I can find it, and calling to see if maybe you guys can agree as opposed to mocking my semi-optimistic views on, 2 years ago, with Embiid being as dominant as he was, I know injuries are inevitable. When you look at him, it doesn't really seem like he may ever get back to that form, but for 3 quarters a game, he was scoring 40 points a game, and you look at other teams like the Nuggets right now with Jokic playing, and it almost seems like Jokic isn't the guy in the fourth. There's a closer. And if we can just switch our mindset, I don't mind having the highest paid player on the team not be the closer. I'm not saying we have a Kobe on our team, but even Shaq knew when it came time for closing in the fourth, you got to hand it off to someone that can create their own shot. And I just feel with Paul George, Maxey, McCain, we have a lot of great assets to where I think we might have a real championship team if we can stay healthy, and trying to find some positivity in it.
I think it's admirable that you try to find some positivity. You just said you still think there's a championship opportunity. And that's where I got to go, huh? I mean, Derek, take me through the mindset of how you think that there's a championship opportunity.
When you look at Embiid 2 years ago and you can get a 20-point lead in the fourth, it feels like every time we got to the playoff series against the Knicks, we tried to force the ball through Embiid, and obviously he's not the type of guy that's going to be able to create his own shot and make those own moments. But Maxey and Paul George, if given that chance in the playoffs, and obviously we didn't get there this year, but the 2 years before that, I felt like we were lacking the guy. Tobias Harris wasn't it, but with a healthy Embiid season to get back 2 years ago to that Knicks series, I currently feel like the roster we had now healthy wins that series. And it all depends on Embiid's health. But, 2 years ago we were so close, and it just feels like, I know injuries are what they are, but we do have potential closers, and I just don't feel like Paul George ever got a chance to really close games in the fourth.
So you still believe that Paul George could be a closer?
I do. I mean, I think he has to have Embiid on the court, but I think that we did not see enough of the three of them. Then you got Jared McCain. Then you add maybe a trade piece with whoever you get third, or you package it with McCain to get someone better. I think that the talent is there, and especially with Maxey leading the team and also being a closer, the combination of Maxey and George, I feel like closes.
You think Maxey is a closer?
I think he creates his own shot, and it's something that a lot Embiid can't do when they throw the double on him. And the combination of him and George, because George can create his own shot, allows Maxey to blow past his guy and let George do what he has to do to end the game. It's optimistic. I told you.
Listen, Derek, I appreciate your optimism. I really do. You worked hard at it. I'm sorry. I can't. Like, I can sit here and come back at you, but I don't have any reaction to that whatsoever. I'm sorry. There's not anything I agreed with him on that call.
Yeah, he's trying to be optimistic, which I appreciate. See, the question about Maxey, being a closer or not, again, what you saw this past season, it's hard to really judge anybody. It was a disastrous season, and I keep going back to, I did it with Embiid, I'll do it with Maxey. Going back to that series against the Knicks 2 years ago, I know that they lost the series. But if you remember Game 5, that was over but for Maxey. Maxey dropped 46 points in that game. He made that almost half-court shot to send it to overtime. And if you remember, Joel says to Maxey headed in the overtime, like, I need you. Because Embiid was just gassed having come back and trying to play that game. Maxey wins you that game. Like, I know we didn't see what we wanted to see from Maxey this year. There wasn't another season of growth, but it was a disaster. So maybe there's still more in there for Tyrese.
All right. Best case scenario. All your guys come back. They play. Are they better than Boston?
What version of Joel do you get?
I'm just saying, by your standards, right now with this team, with your most optimistic spin, your genie in a bottle, that they're not going to be injured, there's going to be smooth sailing. Are they better than Boston?
Yeah, because
they are. Because they're better than Boston.
Because Tatum blew his Achilles. Tatum's out. He's out 10 months probably, right? I mean, it hasn't been confirmed yet, but we're looking at probably a 10-month recovery for Tatum.
If everything is even. Now, I know. All right. So you're putting in the equation they're better in Boston because they don't have Tatum next year.
Correct.
Has that been verified? That it's a Achilles?
No, but it doesn't look good.
Okay. All right. Are they better than Knicks?
Oh, man. I thought they would have been going into this season. I thought they had a better roster than.
Let's just take it full strength.
Than the Knicks.
Boston's full strength. Are they better than Boston?
No.
Are they better than the Knicks?
Probably not.
Are they better than Cleveland?
Maybe.
Are they better than Indiana?
Maybe.
Are they better than Detroit?
Yes.
Are they better than Orlando?
Yes.
Okay.
Assuming that you're getting. I mean, look, it's all things. Assuming Embiid's healthy, Paul George is healthy, Maxey's healthy, and you got McCain, healthy Jared McCain, and he's taking a step forward. All those things need to happen. I know it's a lot of ifs. I'm not saying it's going to, but it's possible.
All right, man. I'm trying hard to see this like you see it, and like our last caller saw it. I can't see it. I'm sorry. The picture doesn't even come into view for me. And the only way it would have come into view is had they snagged the number 1 pick last night.
Yeah, that would have been. Everybody would have been all in again.
My eyes are blurry, Bill. I can't focus to the point where I see a clear picture.
Squint really hard, Daryl.
I can't see it.
Well, look, if Joel Embiid...
Let's hear from Daryl.
You want to hear him again?
Yeah, I want to hear from Daryl on what they're going to do with this pick, maybe. Let's hear what he had to say. He was on with Andrew and Amy.
Correct.
All right, let's hear what he had to say as it pertains to what they're going to do now.
Yeah, we won't take that into account. The best player is a guard. We'll take a guard there.
Oh, so he was asked if... I'm sorry, that was my bad. He was asked if he would take a guard there. So Ace Bailey fits more as a wing player, but there are also like 3-4 guards in that allotment after Cooper Flagg that he could be interested in taking.
Yeah, I think he's saying if Harper doesn't go to San Antonio, then I guess they would take Harper.
They would take Dylan Harper. All right, on the other side, we're going to go through all the picks and who the teams are going to take.
All right, we'll do a little mock draft.
We're doing a little mock draft. This is actually the Athletic weighed in on this, so they've got their prediction for every team now and who they're going to select. 610-632-0975. Mike Missanelli Show continues.
We want to hear from you, so text us at 6.
Show 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm coming down the home stretch here. Let's go over some of the draft analysis and what player is going to end up where after now we have the order of the draft. Of course, the first pick is going to be Cooper Flagg. That's a no-brainer, and the Dallas Mavericks hit big on that player.
Now, you say a no-brainer. During the break, I'm scrolling Twitter, and there's an old clip of Paul George saying he would draft Ace Bailey over Cooper Flagg.
That's ridiculous. When did he say this?
I don't know when it was from. I just watched the video.
It's got to be from a long time ago because Ace Bailey was coming into the league, coming into college basketball as a highly touted high school player. I'm assuming that's when it was said.
Yeah, maybe, because it's...
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But yeah, you're right. No doubt. Cooper Flagg.
San Antonio Spurs predicted to take Dylan Harper. Now, I know they have De'Aaron Fox. They also have Stephon Castle. He's kind of a combo guard. He could be a 3-2, but he's a guard. And so this guy who is analyzing this, who is doing the analysis here? It's Sam Vecini, who's been covering the NBA for a long time. He says it will be interesting to see what the San Antonio Spurs do here because I think that Harper is a better prospect than Castle, which is what I said. And it puts them in a position for a potential superstar trade. So if they're in the Giannis sweepstakes, maybe Dylan Harper is selected and moved on to Milwaukee, and that would be a pretty good piece from Milwaukee that the Sixers couldn't give them.
So then San Antonio would have Harper, De'Aaron Fox, Wembanyama, and Giannis.
Uh-huh.
It's a pretty good squad.
Not bad. Anyway, they say about Harper, he 19.4, 4.6 rebounds, 4 assists per game, while shooting 48% from the field as a freshman guard. Not bad. Number 3, the Sixers, Ace Bailey. His range starts at 3 now that the Sixers have the pick. They could certainly use a bigger wing to pair up with Paul George. However, Bailey remains quite polarizing for executives because he averaged 17.6 points and 7 rebounds, yes, while shooting 46%. But his style of play did not seem wildly conducive to winning basketball. He settles for a lot of long jumpers because he struggles to get all the way to the rim. He has a high handle and high center of gravity that gets knocked off its line a bit too easily.
Yeah, it says that he has borne the brunt of the blame from NBA personnel for Rutgers' poor season, which goes back to my original point, which how much can you trust a guy who couldn't have his team even in the NCAA tournament when you got a guy like Dylan Harper on the team?
VJ Edgecombe is the guard with great athleticism, predicted to go to the Charlotte Hornets, not a great shooter. Utah Jazz, Trey Johnson, the 6'6" wing from Texas. Not a bad player. Maybe the Sixers would settle for him in some kind of a trade if they trade back and acquire an asset. The Washington Wizards, well, they take the local kid. Derek Queen, the 6'10" big from Maryland, also not a great shooter, not a great offensive player. The Pelicans, Con Knipple, the kid from Duke. I question whether that kid is going to be any kind of an impact player in the league. The Brooklyn Nets, Jeremiah Fears. I like that kid a lot. He's a 6'4" point guard from Oklahoma. Toronto take Malawak, the 7'2" kid from Duke, who's going to be a pretty good rim protector in the league. Not much offensive skill. Houston takes Colin Murray Boyles from South Carolina. I don't know much about him. Portland takes Kasparis Lakashunas, the 6'5" guard from Illinois, who's a foreign player. I didn't see much competitiveness out of him. I saw Illinois play a few times. Chicago Bulls, Carter Bryant, a 6'8" wing from Arizona. Then a kid from France goes to the Hawks. Then another kid from overseas in France goes to the Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder. This is where it gets played out. Danny Wolf, the 7-foot kid from Michigan who played for Yale, goes 15. So it tails off considerably after the first several picks.
So going back to the first couple picks.
Although the one kid I like, I told you, I like the kid, 6'9" point guard from BYU, Igor Demin.
Igor. It's a good name. Go back real quick to number 2 with San Antonio. So this is saying with the whole Stephon Castle maybe getting traded to Milwaukee for Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
So would you agree with me right now, looking at the 76ers, the only thing that could maybe pull you back in
Giannis
would be Giannis, right?
Maxey.
So,
Bye.
All right. So
Paul George, bye.
Well, that's what I want to look at.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Milwaukee, what's a better package? Something that included Stephon Castle or something that would include anything the Sixers could give you?
Oh, the Sixers can give you Paul George.
And that's
the Sixers
a bigger name than Stephon Castle.
A replacement star player.
But then you think you also would have to package.
You would have. You can't just trade Stephon Castle for Giannis. You would have to add a high price player.
Yeah, they would have to throw something.
They don't have any high
to try to make it work. All right, so assuming that Milwaukee doesn't want what the Spurs could give them, Paul George, 3rd overall pick, is that enough to get Giannis?
Embiid, 3rd overall pick. Embiid, Maxey.
Now, you're not going to be able to make that work, probably.
Why not?
Financially, I don't know how you do that.
You can take another player from Milwaukee. Take Kuzma back.
I don't know, man.
I would want to trade Maxey and one of the stars to get Giannis.
So what about the 3rd overall pick, though? Do you have to include that?
3rd overall pick you would keep.
So you think
maybe you would have to include it. I don't know.
I mean, in an ideal world, you kept the 3rd pick. And all
right, suppose you have to trade Paul George and Maxey or Embiid and Maxey. You keep one of them. And the 3rd overall pick. You get Giannis and Kuzma in return. Are you making that deal?
Yeah, and would that work financially, assuming it does?
Yeah.
I think I'm doing it, 1, because I love Giannis, and 2, it's something different. It's a different path.
Mm-hmm.
At least it gives you some excitement of what
Which one would you prefer to trade? If they're willing to take one of your 2 stars at that high price with the high contract, which one of the 2 are you giving Milwaukee?
Joel.
You would prefer Joel?
Yes. Because at least you know Maxey, not as good as Joel when Joel's in his prime, but at least you know Maxey's best years are still ahead of him. We don't know that with Joel. It's more likely his best years are way behind him.
So you're keeping Paul George?
So I would go.
You're adding Giannis to Paul George and the and whoever else you have left.
All right. Well, hold on. In an ideal world, if they would take Paul George and give you Giannis, I'd do that.
Oh, you would? Well, that's why I asked you.
Yeah.
Which one would you prefer to give them?
I would prefer, of the big 3, George.
Now, can you play Giannis with Embiid? Is that a little too much inside? A little too cloggy?
Maybe, but this is where I want to say trust Daryl Morey. You're building a different team now. Joel doesn't have to be Joel. You don't
But Joel still has to be a center. Like, if you go the other way, you could be a more athletic team.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Paul George, maybe it's just I'm jaded after the season.
Let's get Ray Dunaway on us. Ray, which one would you prefer to go in the deal with Maxey and the 3rd pick for Giannis?
George. Yeah.
So Giannis and Embiid playing in that close quarters, playing in a phone booth would be okay for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to figure out, then I have to start configure the roster around them. The real question I come to in this entire exercise is if you go Maxey and George and the 3rd overall pick for Giannis and Kuzma, what is the promise that this team is any different than the Bucks team that just fell apart in the postseason? Like, I don't know how many steps closer to contention you actually get.
Well, you have a completely different team. Like, if they got Embiid, they're playing inside out. They got Dame Lillard inside out.
Wait, no, Embiid's still here in this case.
Oh, Embiid is here. You're moving Paul George.
Yeah, I'm saying Paul George.
Okay, so Paul George really takes that Giannis role. Where he's kind of.
Oh, no. I don't care about Milwaukee. I'm talking about here in Philadelphia. What is so different? Basically, we're having the same conversation about Embiid's health.
What's different is you have Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's different.
I know. Giannis put up nice stats in the first round loss this year.
Yeah, and that team was kind of like stale and cooked. This is the new horizon for him.
Okay, but if you make this deal, and I don't know how the financials line up here, but then, Morey earlier today talking about the guys that potentially were going to opt in. He didn't give names of what was going to happen, but he said that Oubre's intended to do it, Drummond's intended to do it, Gordon's intended to do it.
Oh, man.
Like, is it going to be the same stale cast of characters?
Did he say they're all coming back?
They asked about it, and he pretty much said that they've commented on it, and, he's not going to dive into it. Those guys have already said they're planning to opt back in.
Yeah, because, Oubre is going to get over $8 million if he opts in. I don't know. Anybody else giving him that?
Drummond's going to get, what, 5? Something like that? 6 like that?
Please
Drummond's $5 million if
Please
he
don't
opts
give
in.
me these guys back that I have to look at again. I have to look at Oubre and Drummond and Eric Gordon. Please don't do that to me.
You see, it's out of their hands.
You see where I am?
But that's the player option. It's not up to Morey.
I understand it. But please, can we change it up? What do I have to look forward to? It's the same thing. It's coming back next year. God, we fretted about the Phillies. This team's coming back.
We're in purgatory, man. But that's why, do whatever you got to do. If they could get Giannis, just to change it up, right?
Oh my!
But look, they're also going to have to.
And Gordon and Drummond.
Nick Nurse, who's also coming back, cannot go into this season with the Sixers running the offense through Joel. You can't do it anymore because he's not going to play enough games. You have to figure out a way that you could survive without him. So this whole offense runs through Joel has to be different next year. You agree with that?
Are they bringing back Yabusele?
They want to.
Okay. So here's your team. Yabusele, George, Embiid, Maxey,
Oubre,
Grimes.
Well, they got to sign Grimes.
Off the bench. Bona, Edwards, Oubre, the rookie, McCain, Drummond, and Gordon. That's 12.
Well, at least they'll.
Can I get out of here for the day? That's the 12.
If they're healthy, they make the playoffs, but they're not doing anything in the playoffs. Does that get us out of the second round? Probably not.
Same thing over again.
They're banking on health. Darryl told you. I don't think he was lying. They're banking on these guys being healthy. That's going to be the difference.
My God, I can't take it. I just can't take it. I can't come back with the same allotment where they're crossing their fingers that these guys are going to be able to play. You're stressing me out. You're giving me the same exact scenario as this past year, where if guys get hurt, they can't play. Embiid and George missed all these games. Here come these mutts from the bench.
The only way it's different is if they can unload one of those big three.
Come on, Darryl. You got to look at this and change it up a little bit somehow. You got to make some movement.
We'll see, man. And not sure we're getting the Phillies in tonight because they're off on Thursday. So,
all right, the weather might not cooperate tonight. Thanks, everybody, for listening. We had fun talking about the Sixers draft lottery last night, the Eagles schedule. We'll talk more about that, obviously, this week. And golf. Mixed in a little golf today. Get hit with a ball. Your window gets broken.
Sports potpourri.
Have a great rest of the night. We'll talk to you tomorrow.